The way we fight for bitter ends, we tear the night into. I want your death, you want my life. We tell each other lies to hide the truth, and we hate ourselves for everything we do. The shame, wounded pride, vengeful anger, burning deep inside, poison in our blood. The pain, broken dreams, long for hopes for all we might have been, all misunderstood. No way out of this, no way for us to find a way to peace we never found before. However we regret, all we will ever know is bitter ends, for we were born to war. However we regret, all we will ever know is bitter ends, for we were born to war.
Hey Raymond, how's it going today? Julia,
Good morning, everybody.
good morning. I gotta turn the music down, man. Okay, how are we today? What's happening here?
Plenty of coffee.
Raymond is from the United Kingdom. We always, and of course, Julian's from Mexico. I'm from the United States. Sandra is from Michigan. Monica is from Brazil and the United Kingdom. Excellent room already. And let's not forget, last but not least, Extinctionati, our pal Torstein, who is Norwegian, who is in Greenland, who is simulcasting all this on YouTube. Let's talk to Monica.
Hi, Alex. It's been so long.
I'm just
How are you?
delighted you're here.
Sorry.
I'm very happy you're with us.
Yes, it's been just a roller coaster lately, with so much work and so much happening. And I tried to join a few times, but always something just came up last minute. It's just been really, really hectic. I'm really, really sorry. My apologies for not.
Well, no need to apologize. Again, I'm American. I'm not one of those English people.
Neither am I.
I that is
You
funny.
forget I'm Brazilian,
one.
right?
I can't forget that because right in the grand scheme of things, the way our club works, Brazil is underrepresented.
Oh, I know.
And Oliver and I, Kim, we certainly know how important Brazil is to the fact that I just keep repeating this 26% of the world's fresh water from rivers flows out of the Amazon River.
Yes, I know. It's crazy, isn't it?
It's a monster fact. I mean,
Yes.
the next river is the Congo River, and that has 12% of the world's fresh water.
Yes. So all eyes are focused in Brazil at the moment. It's just so much happening there. I can't even myself. I can't keep up with it. Not good. Not all good things, huh?
Right. Well, think how I feel. I'm trying to keep up with the entire world.
Impossible, Alex.
I'm doing it. My competition is Sandy. The two of us try to absorb all the world's environmental news every single day.
Right. It's a
We
big
cannot,
task.
one thing we can't find, Monica, is a flood feed, a flood resource. The journalists aren't providing us with flood news, global flood news. It's just
Well,
not available on the web.
isn't it interesting? Because it's still happening, but in the southern regions of Brazil, not so
Mm.
much in the north.
Well, let's remind people, of course, that it is springtime in Brazil now.
Yes, it is springtime, but you know what? The fires keep going in the Amazon. They just keep going. In the state of Pará at the moment is just completely there's wildfires everywhere. There's a region called Altamira, and this is burning up by the Xingu River as well. So it's there are fires everywhere. They're just not reporting as much as they should.
Yeah, well, you are a journalist and a good journalist. So many of the journalists in the modern day have lost their way. It's one of the Oliver thinks it's the biggest problem in environmentalism, and Oliver is rarely wrong, right, with his intuitive insights. To me, my mother was a writer. She wrote art criticism. She was an art historian, and she loved to write fiction. She read a book every single day. She'd go up in the afternoon, have her siesta, and read a book. Writing. I've had a lot of writers in the family. Loie, my partner, she was after a degree, right, in literature. And I get writing. I'm not very good at it. I started off in the math logic department, but I've gotten better over the decades. And I appreciate good writing, how to string words together, paragraphs, large prose, and to express yourself and to get these points across to our fellow humans who are reading the writing. They're not wasting their time. They're not just there for fun and games or to be entertained.
No.
They are reading your writing. They're investing their life in reading your writing. I get it. I see journalists today on a gold rush, all this new media, just, pop the item, bear kills 37 in a zoo. I see sensationalism. I see people trying to make money. There's a huge demand for content right now in the digital world. Yeah, where everybody writing away like crazy. They are getting practice, but the writing is awful.
No, do you know? Yeah, sorry to cut you there, but sorry. What they are looking for is fast. Something that you can read in a couple of paragraphs, 4 paragraphs, or a page, or maximum 2 pages. They don't want anything, longer than that and more in depth. That's the thing as well.
Right. They certainly don't read books. That's not what we're talking about.
No.
But they do want words. I'm more naturally, Loie and I are more naturally on the poet side of things, where we craft 8 words and it takes us a week. But I fully respect the long form. As a parent, I've learned that books are about the best thing there is for children. Besides maybe running around outside, children need books.
Yes.
And we need good journalists. We do not need. I still get the Washington Post. I get the LA Times. I got the LA Times for 6 months for $1. And being on the East Coast, I like to see what's happening on the West Coast. That said, just in terms of when I read these pieces, in terms of pure literary intent, I don't see much. I don't see good writing.
It's so difficult. Yeah, it's so difficult. It's the thing is, the majority of the mainstream media, they've been bought basically. There's no other way to describe it. And
yes.
In very, very important subjects, like, I keep going about BR 319, but none of them want to touch it. None, when they do, like, did you see that BBC article? They put BR 319 as a tourist topic. I mean, I was just screaming up I couldn't believe that.
Yeah. And I actually saw the article from somebody who wasn't you.
Oh my God. I wanted to die when I read that article. It's just no one really wants to talk about the realities, about the truth, and they want to fantasize and they've also have an agenda, a hidden agenda. They've been, someone tapped on their backs and said, better if you don't write about it. It's just too, controversial. That's the thing. It's a shame, a real, real shame.
Yes. That said, we are here to do something about all these issues, and we are making progress. I am thinking, Monica, of Jacqueline Keeler, who is a Native American writer who I've talked to twice in Spaces. And I must say, unlike you, she just starts talking and will not stop. And she's a Navajo storyteller. So when she's talking for 45 minutes, she just like a trance, and she tells you everything in the universe about the native peoples and stories. And she's fascinating. And she joined our club this morning. She asked to join, and I was just delighted for once.
Brilliant. I'm a terrible speaker, so that would compensate for that.
Well, you have a terrific accent, so that helps a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, that you have an intriguing accent. That helps a lot. And you're good and loud and clear. That helps a lot. And you actually know English, the English language. Like you can put a sentence together quite skillfully. So that helps a lot.
I have
Um,
hiccups.
but you know, my theory of doing these spaces when we get bored out of our minds is to just engage in oratory school. My great great uncle was the greatest American orator of his day. He spoke for 2 hours at Gettysburg before Lincoln. It's considered the most boring speech in American history. Part of why Lincoln's Gettysburg Address was so successful.
Right.
My great great uncle had bored them to tears. But that said, my theory has worked very well over these 2 years. When nobody's saying anything here and it's just boring, I'm like, well, let's teach them all to be better speakers because they'll speak better in public, go out there and tell everybody about the climate and the environment. So it's a form of getting something done. That said, Monica, I don't think you are a bad speaker at all, actually.
I'm terrible.
You're just lacking confidence. The performance parts, let's put on a play. You play Monica, and Sandra will play Sandra, and Julian will play Julian. That's part of, I've done a hell of a lot of these spaces at this point, over 2 years. I've co-hosted. Yesterday, I was co-hosting for Joel, as was Sandra, and Joel knows more about this gig than I do. He's not quite an environmentalist yet, but he's some kind of mad genius.
Oh, if later on you'd like to hear a little bit about the developments of what's happening in Brazil, I'm happy to talk about it. Yes,
Absolutely.
Others speak as well.
Absolutely. While you have time, we let the room fill up here.
Yeah.
Monica, we do have Sandy with us, the Environmental Coffee House.
Hi,
She
Sandy.
she does independent media. I bet she does live TV or live YouTube. I bet she would love to interview you on Brazil.
Yes, sure.
And Sandra had her hand up, but she's probably forgotten by now what she.
Well, I can still make up something. Okay, come on. So yeah, I did that because it was something.
Yeah, Monica's our specialist, Sandra, in Brazilian environmentalism.
Oh, I know what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been a technical person all my life, but I was in sales engineering for 15 years. And so I've presented to hundreds, thousands. I presented to 10 people. I presented to engineers and I presented to CEOs. And the acting thing actually works, Alex and Monica. If you sort of pretend you're acting, it takes a lot of that edge off,
No, I'm
and
totally,
then
Sandra, I'm totally pretending I'm acting. I'm totally.
Well, I mean, if you're nervous, that's for nerves. You're acting as yourself.
No, I'm not
but
nervous at all. I'm
Yeah,
yeah.
you're not. But when you walk out into an auditorium and you're supposed to speak about VPN technology or
Right,
some shit, there's 2,000 people.
Loie sung the national anthem to 50,000 people. She has no nerves at all, right? She's played,
Yeah, I don't either, obviously.
she's played the rock clubs across the country, to huge crowds and got no nerves at all.
Well, yeah, my point is it does take a little getting used to if you're speaking publicly, and I'm talking in front of people.
Well, you don't have
here. I don't.
That, Sandra.
No, I don't, because I had experience. So, the first year or two is a little nerve-wracking, but then after a while, it just becomes natural.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I am also looking for the proper messaging to communicate to others that say are not so aware, right, of and they can't really understand the scientific reports. So I'm kind of trying to message some things that talk to people that are more like laymen, right? Just I start out subtly, like last night on Joel's thing. Alex, I don't think you were in the room at the time, but maybe you were proud of me. I don't know. But I went on a climate thing and I said, you guys, okay. I gave them a couple of points, about the temperatures and potentially what could happen. I mentioned that whole possibility of the the equator having that big dead zone around it, you know. And I didn't really want to bring the room down, but I just said, you guys, just keep your ear out. Just start following some climate people, start looking into it, you know. And then some people might just freak out. So I just say gradually kind of ease in there, but I'm trying to do that. I'm still experimenting with people.
Yeah.
Oh, and the other things that I read today, two things I read, well, one we mentioned yesterday, the AMOC, and also but the plankton. Did you guys hear about the plankton?
What's up with the plankton?
That the plankton are not surviving as the ocean rises so fast. So it's not able to keep up. This just literally came off of Twitter. So,
Yeah.
but it looked like a climate guy, but I can post, but it's saying scientists are, you know, freaking obviously because the ocean plankton cannot keep up with the rapid rise of temperature. Now, my question would be, about that would be, well,
Yeah.
I guess the first layman's question would be how critical is plankton loss?
Right.
Now,
What
I
we do,
understand.
Sandra, is we go find a marine biology PhD and
Yeah, okay.
I will
Yeah,
work on
got
that
it.
momentarily. That's great. You're spreading the word. That's what we're talking about. Joel has resisted every attempt to be an environmentalist, the ultimate skeptic. But that said, my method, right, is to go out there, find somebody like Joel, and draft him to the movement. Once we get him 100% aboard, he will be a monster. That's my method. A lot of the environmentalists think I'm nuts, but that's okay. I don't really care what they think. That said, Sandra, Monica has not been with us for a long time. And she is a specialist. She'll tell us she's not a specialist, but for the rest of us, I know practically, yeah.
No, I'm not. Please don't do this to me.
Well, you know a lot about environmentalism in Brazil. I don't even know geography of Brazil. I've never been there. I've never been to South America.
She's great on Blue Sky.
Oh, she's great. I don't even know if I know she's on Blue Sky.
She's on Blue Sky. I got her.
Cool. Monica is on Blue Sky.
I am me. You're talking about Monica me. Moi.
Yes.
Yes, I am on Blue Sky. Yes, I joined yesterday.
Yay. I found you immediately.
Did you?
Yes. I was very happy. It was like finding, a treasure.
Oh, that's so kind of you. Oh, yes. I'm finding it quite refreshing, to be honest with you. I don't know what's happened to Axe lately. I've just noticed things have changed dramatically. I really don't know. I can't pinpoint, what's going on there at the moment, but it's not good.
Yeah, well, we know that the social media platforms are what they are. Again, they're large multinational businesses who are here to make money. And the key for me personally was Frampton Comes Alive. That album, if you're old enough, you will know that album had like 6 singles on it. They were played everywhere all the time around the world. And that's when the money people descended on rock and roll, on rock music. They said this album is making enough money. That was the point where previous to that, the rock and roll businessmen actually cared about the music. With that album, people showed up, business people showed up who did not care about music. They simply saw it as a product, as a commodity, something to push around and make them money. And that was an insight for me in economics. Of course, that's true in social media, the Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is, they don't care what the product is, what the content is. Their life is about making profit, about making wealth, about making money. That's neoliberalism in a nutshell. So that if they don't get arrested and follow the laws, they don't care if there are Nazis on this platform. They don't care if there's hatred, misogyny, homophobia, and all the rest of it. They don't care. If they can get away with it and make money, they don't care. We do care. Making money is not the only facet of this life, just as politics and government aren't the only facets of this life. We all are smart people, kind people, and recognize our human lives here have so many different aspects to them. Just looking at the people speaking, Wilson is superb in psychology. Dale is very interesting to talk to. He is a eco theologian. Melody, of course, is Melody. Nick is Nick, and Julian is Julian's fascinating to talk with. Expert in I don't know what his Mexican philosophies, his indigenous peoples, his amazing biodiverse nation. We love Mexico and our neighbor. I don't know what's happened to the Canadians today. They're clearly slacking. I never understand Canadians anyway. I don't know if anybody else does. I don't know if Canadians understand Canadians. I don't know if anybody really wants to live in Manitoba. Chrissy is with us. She's excellent at sociology. Jim has his PhD in physics. And Sandra does the environmental coffee. Sandy, that is, does the coffee house. So we have a million issues, and we have the Migrant Council, who I believe is Canadian. I hope I have not offended all of Canada.
So hey, Alex, I totally love to jump in this conversation here because we got into talking about good writing and good music, and I have to 100% agree with you. When I read a lot of writing these days compared to when I was in my youth, I feel
your youth,
like,
man, you're still in your youth. What is this?
well, I mean, oh, come on. I'm 35. I'm an adult now, right? When we talk about 10s, 20s years, right? Oh my goodness. But
Wilson, that's the only time Louise laughs all week. Wilson is an adult now. Let's post it, everyone.
Well, I mean, I've been an adult for years at this point, hitting the 35. I mean, there's not a lot of things that I'm doing different.
Are you picking up
10
your
years
Social
ago.
Security check yet? You got your
Oh,
pension?
no, not yet. Not. Honestly, though, I don't have any money invested in that Social Security thing right now. Unfortunately, it's just been the way that my jobs have gone. I have not
Right.
been
Well,
able to-
when you hit 62, it probably won't exist anyway.
Oh man. Well, that's sad to say because I mean, to me, Social Security is a pretty big American concept. So it's not something that I would actually want to see go away because I just feel Social Security is just something that we as Americans came up with and decided to try out and
Well, it
make
was
work.
FDR, man. It was Roosevelt. Yeah.
And so
And also Wilson, I'm actually living off mine now. So it would be very detrimental if I lost my Social Security as well as half the people or more, all the people that are retired in here.
I know.
So.
I know. I mean, I'm friends with a ton of I'm gonna say elderly, right? But people, right? And I know a lot of people who are totally living off those Social Security checks, man. To me, it's like if you guys ever lost that, that's not fair, right? We paid into that stuff. Everybody paid into their Social Security, right? To me, it's just where's the American dream going at that point? What are you supposed to do off your retirement? Are you just supposed to get rich is everybody just supposed to get rich and just live off that or what? I think, I try not to get all political here. But I think, even with just the announcements coming out of the White House about who Donald Trump is gonna pick for his cabinet, and the way that it's literally affecting the stock market right now. Oh, I made this announcement and health stocks just crashed. like, dude, we're not even into the thick of it yet, and we're, people are already like starting to lose money, and people are starting to worry. And you know what? I mean, I would be worried, definitely with Social Security. I would be worried if I was on food stamps right now. If I would be worried if I was unemployment right now, I would be worried. I'm unfortunately not on any of these things, and I've been, going to the food bank every week, but like, I can fully understand where everybody's at right now. So like for me, I'm just like, okay, I need to
Well,
think
what,
about my survival
Wilson,
first.
man, Wilson, what have you been cooking? Something good? Cooking
Oh,
anything?
dude. Last night I made Portuguese sausage soup. I think the name of it is linguica. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right,
We
but
got,
it's linguica
Monica,
sausage.
hold on, Wilson. Monica, do you have
Yeah,
something
it-
about that? Yeah.
It's linguiça.
Linguiça.
Linguiça, that's it.
Linguiça. Okay, awesome. Dude, I love this stuff. Grew up eating it in like back in Hawaii. They sell the sticks of the stuff back in Hawaii for like $1 each.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
getting it here in the mainland is I have to go to a special store
Now,
for
what
it.
do we put in the sausage soup, man?
So yeah, I had potatoes, I had carrots, I had onions, I had garlic. I was also I had chicken stock is what I used, and then I was missing cabbage. If I had cabbage, the soup would have tasted so much more like richer and delicious. But you know what? We forewent cabbage because I just didn't have it. For
Yeah.
the 99 cents that a head of cabbage is like I can't even afford it right now, right?
I hear
And I
you,
know,
man.
I know my life is just repeated everywhere in this country. All right.
Yes.
I know my
yes.
friends are living on food stamps, right? Back all the way from high school, my friends are living on food stamps. My friends are living off disability. It's like, and like I see it repeated everywhere where it's just like, yeah, we're all barely struggling to survive. Some families have jobs, but not one job is enough. I know that here in my family, right, we have 2 people working. That's not enough to cover the freaking apartment. I still need to find a way to make at least $200 a month in order to freaking afford the apartment. Right. And I know that's
Doesn't
literally
sound
how
too bad,
everybody's life is.
Wilson. $200 a month doesn't sound so bad.
Well, it's reasonable, right? Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
if I was staying in a studio somewhere and it was like $200 a month, I would consider that a super steal,
Oh my God, man! I was living in Union City, Bergen City, New Jersey, in 1984, and it was $50 a month, man. And
Yeah.
my roommate didn't even bother me for the money; he just paid it. It was a good
When I,
deal.
when I
It
was
was a full
18,
second floor, and I could take the bus into the city. It was like
yeah.
10 minutes on a bus under the tunnel.
See, when I was 18, right, my first apartment I rented was a 2-bedroom apartment for $400 like flat. And that
Nice.
covered the water,
Yeah.
that covered the trash,
Oh,
right?
and you got
Dude.
you got your utilities. Was that in Hawaii?
That was actually in New York, in
Oh
Niagara
shit,
Falls.
man!
Yeah.
Wow,
I love living in
Falls?
Niagara. I'll tell you that. Like I love
that's
the
Sandy isn't too far from there, and also Dr. Jane is around there somewhere.
oh, cool.
As a matter of
Well,
fact,
I mean,
Kim is right there, right? Isn't Toronto there somewhere? Yeah.
in Canada, yeah, right?
Yeah, but Wilson, we're supposed to be talking the climate crisis and environmental
Oh,
politics.
yeah.
I'm not sure they're interested in our gossip about like
Nick,
in a fast lane here.
we're gonna have a 4 years of pollution. I can tell you that.
Well, you can listen
Yeah,
to me and
no.
Wilson and talk for 4 years if you want with the easy island feeling. Like You know, like let's all move to an island, and get
I
some
don't
nice.
think we want to go to an island just yet.
What?
You don't
You
wanna
don't
go
want to
on-
live on an island?
Have you, I mean,
Yeah,
climate change? Anyone?
yeah. I'm an expert in it, man, and I know all about it.
Dude, if it was
Haven't
just
they been
like,
saying some of the islands are gonna go?
you know,
You
Not
are-
trying to be a
you-
doomer. I'm just saying.
Island, yeah.
Yeah.
But my island there, Kefalonia, has a 6,000-foot mountain on it. So, you know, we're
Okay,
thinking ahead.
maybe we'll be okay. Maybe we'll be okay.
Yeah, New Hampshire, the top mountain out in New Hampshire is only 4,000 feet. The little island of Kefalonia has 6,000 feet. It's the largest height from the water in the Mediterranean Sea on that island. So we should be good. Our actual apartment there is only 4 streets up from the water. So that might be problematic. But you just get on the island. It doesn't get cold in the winter. You just hang out. There are lots of Greeks there. They'll help you eat. They love a good conversation. And they invented all the shit we talk about every day. Let's say hello to Deb, who actually politely has her hand up. We are Groot. That works. That works, Wilson. We are Groot.
Oh my God, I love that phrase, "We are Groot." When I first heard that, it made me cry. I swear, when I watched that movie and he said that, I was like, oh my goodness, we are Groot. And it's like, all the people who watch all these Marvel movies, I can't think that they actually understand what they're watching, because if they did, they would behave better. But I feel that way about Star Trek and Star Wars and a lot of other stuff. Like, they just don't get it. I'm Cecil Pete. Everything that they want to end, I'm a recipient of right now. I adopted my 2 nephews when I was in my 40s. I'm in my 50s now. And because of that, we do get, because of like unexpected family, I do get food stamps and Medicaid and Section 8. And my mom is a retired school teacher, but for whatever reason, even though she worked for 30 years or 32 years, she still gets Medicaid as a part of her retirement package. It's like half insurance, half Medicaid, not Medicaid, but Medicare, which she has to pay for, by the way. I don't know why everybody thinks Medicare is free. It's not. She has to pay like premiums and stuff like regular insurance.
It is not free.
Yeah, it's
It's
not.
like, I don't know, 200, 300, 400, 500 a month.
Now, Medicaid for me is free. Like, it is taxpayer funded, but it pays for a hell of a lot. I had uterine cancer and they saved my life. And I had an ectopic pregnancy before I had the kiddos, and it saved my life. I feel like everything that the Republicans want to do, if it had been done when I needed the medical care, I'd be dead. Like, I would literally be dead. I wouldn't have been here to adopt the 2 kiddos I have. And I'm just like, I don't know what it is they expect of all of us to, like, how we're going to survive. And we had this system before. It's not like we didn't have it. And we literally had senior citizens and people dying in the streets. And they're like, okay, we can do better by our people in this. But they want to go back to that system. And it's hideous. It's just hideous. There are not enough jobs to go around. There are enough resources to go around, though. We have the technology and the resources to feed, clothe, house, educate, nurture everybody on this planet. We just refuse to do it because of a few greedy people who want to make the rules for everybody else and break them for themselves. It's just really weird. And hopefully one day we all rise up and say we've had enough and kick their butts, because it's only a few people. It's not even that many people. It's like, what, 6 people that have that much money, maybe 20 people that have that much money. It's not a lot of them. But anyway, this whole election has me shook. I know a lot of Black women are like, we're just done. Like, we've tried to explain it. 97% of us, I think, voted for Kamala. Like, I'm trying to think, if you get 100 Black women in a room and get 97 of them to agree on anything, and 97% of Black women all across America, like, went to the polls and said, please follow us. And then everybody still wants to blame us for the outcome, or they want to blame Black men, which Black men broke it like 86 or 87%. And honestly and truly, that's miraculous all by itself, as any Black woman who can tell you, or anybody's, it's just ridiculous. It's just crazy that people just don't understand how dire this is. And we're done trying to explain it, and people want to go protest and march now. Like, no. You know, all them people that you didn't want to talk to over Thanksgiving, you should have been talking to them. All those people you didn't drag to the polls, that one should have been your protest march. But we're not doing it on the back end because Trump is crazy. And he's not gonna die. And he's gonna have the best care in the universe. My mom is 75 with MS, and she just has me for her, and she's pretty badass. So Trump is gonna have the best medical care in the universe as president. He is not gonna die. He's fit enough. And I don't know. I think his diet of McDonald's probably preserves him like salt mackerel. He's gonna be fine. And he is not gonna die, and he is not gonna share power with JD Vance. I don't care what anybody says. They always want to try to make it seem like the president's gonna share power with somebody. They thought Reagan was gonna be the front guy, and Walter Mondale was gonna run things when Walter Mondale was dumber than a box of rocks. And then they thought the same thing with Bush and Cheney took over and shut W out of his own administration. And Cheney was like, I'm the president now. And he's evil as homemade sin. And then now they want to do the same thing with, they tried that with Trump and Pence, and Trump damn near got Pence murdered. And so now JD Vance is sticking his neck out there. More power to him, because child, I wouldn't be Trump's vice president. That seems like the most dangerous position in the universe. That's worse than being black in America right now. JD Vance is in danger, and he don't even know it. Anybody that tries to take power from Trump is definitely putting their life on the line. And so I don't know. It's just their whole poverty of ideals and everything that they want for us is just bad. I feel like y'all are brave as hell still out here talking about climate change, because I know that's the last thing on anybody's list, and it's so dire. It's so like the whole thing about Don't Look Up, that movie. I mean, everybody's just like, we're not even talking about it. We're not even, right now, we're just in survival mode. Like, I don't know if you know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but we are on that very bottom tier. We are nowhere near the little point where we can even talk about climate change. We're just like, how do we hunker down? How do we survive this administration without dying or being bankrupted? It's going to be interesting. It's going to be hard. As a Black woman in America, all I can do is I just joined this community association where I live, and we're just doing simple things like coat drives for the kids, making sure people are fed, making sure people have like housing needs, like not actually getting a house, but like sometimes in your own home, you need repairs or whatever. So we're making sure that stuff is done just for our little community. And we feel like that's the best we can do, because it's going to get bad out here and we're going to need each other. So we're trying to get to know each other more. And we're trying to make sure that we can help each other as much as we can. And I suggest that's what everybody else does too. Little by little, neighbor by neighbor, and just get small and work on your local level. My kids are about to wreak havoc. It's a Saturday, so I better go rein them in. But it's good talking to y'all, and keep fighting the good fight, y'all. And hopefully one day we can get these jerks out of office and we'll have our democracy back. Godspeed and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, Deb. Thank you very much.
Right on.
I wanted to,
Yeah.
I wanted to add on to that is that we as white people, okay, and I say that
the
with
tree heard all of that.
Yeah,
Every
well,
word.
I know you guys.
The tree is chuckling. I can feel the tree chuckling
Right
as I clutch the tree. This is my.
Oh yeah,
tree now. He's clutching a tree.
Yeah, dude, man, you guys forgot.
Dark,
You completely derailed what I was going to say.
He's going to get arrested. Well, as long as you get a signal in jail, okay.
I'm telling you, they had another tree up Ladbroke Grove, and it took a big red splash down it.
Nice.
Like somebody had stabbed it or something like that. Yeah, but it was from the carnival.
Wow.
And I thought, I must get a photo of that. I must get a photo. I left it too late. They cleaned it off. Can you imagine? They obviously
they did something.
They didn't lick it off, and it was.
You never know, man. You never know these days.
Well,
But
right
your
outside the
police
church.
don't even have guns, man. You won't get shot.
Some do, but then mostly don't. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
tasers. They have
I
tasers.
do want to say that listening to Deb here, Black American women voted 92% for Harris. The next day when I saw that stat in Spaces, when I'm a host or co-host and a Black American woman is speaking, total respect. I'm joining the parade. Like, I'm not interrupting a Black American woman here on out. I am listening to what she has to say. I am supporting her any way I can. That is outstanding, 92%. And that's my personal new policy, to be as strict as possible on that point. All the rest of you, I'm still going to give a hard time. But the Black American women came through 100%. And Deb had so many good points there. This is a global space. We do respect 193 nations. I see Mexico, the UK. I saw Canada. I'll leave it up to you to figure out who's from Edmonton around here. And we have many nations and peoples here already. But we know as America goes, USA has great influence on the world, 25% of the world's GDP. And many Americans are absolutely devastated and crushed. Environmentalists from America are crushed and devastated by the election result. You know, I work with Dr. Mike since the 10 days or whatever it's been, 11 days, working on getting people back to their feet. They've been suicidal, depressed, anxious, panicky, and etc. Mike and I have been working very hard. I was 2 days ago, I was in Spaces for 9 hours, just talking on this topic. But this is a global space. And it's okay.
Can I just add something, Alex? Because both of you interrupted me when I really needed to clear my name.
Well, you're a sailor.
Yeah, I'm saying that I said I was a white person and everybody exploded. Okay, so I want to finish what I was going to say
Okay.
to Deb, although I think she has left.
She's here.
I can walk out in the open, okay, when push comes to shove, and I will walk out in the open for to help anyone. But she is, and I live in one of those awful counties that I'll probably get thrown in jail by Mike Murphy. But I want to tell you that the sticking with the community, sticking close to home in a mindful way where you're doing these things to help your community, these little wins, these little things, run for a local office or whatever. We talked about that last night on Joel Space, and that is a very, very good way to keep your mind off the big problem. Okay. And, sure, you can hit social media a couple times, or you can hit, the news feed or whatever a couple times just to grab some headlines or your favorite follows, whatever. But the point is not to obsess and absorb ourselves into every awful thing he does, because every awful thing he does, if we let that happen, it makes us unhealthy. It makes us mentally sad. It hurts us if you let him hurt you, right? So I'm at the stage where I'm going to try to keep as focused as possible on my home, my family, and my community, because I never really have. I live in the suburbs, so I'll have to actually go out and figure out what my community is. But yeah, that is a strategy to kind of keep your head down, hunker down, and survive. Thank you.
Absolutely, Sandra. That is a strategy. And many of us are actually pretty good at that one. I would recommend the Mighty Pup Tentacle clearly is a major league survivor, as is Melody Wilson's well on his way, Oliver too, and many others are Sandra and Sandy and Andy and Judith. Many, many champion survivors here. We will go Chrissy and then Council. And Chrissy, I'm always interested in what you have to say. I greatly respect your husband. Um, I, I don't know if we'll ever get to hear from him someday, and I hope your son as well, and the cat.
I have two cats. That's really
Two
important.
cats, two,
And I live
yes.
with my mother-in-law lives with us.
And the mother-in-law. Well done.
And my sister-in-law owns half our house, so it's a long story. But like
I see.
the community. But I wanted
Yeah.
to say this: more than ever, these civil and human rights organizations are super important to secure our democracy. I do want to point this out. When Res 9495 got smashed this week, House Resolution 9495 was designed to allow the Treasury Department to take away a nonprofit status of any nonprofit they deemed was funding terrorism. That's all they had to say. They didn't have to provide any evidence, any data. Anti-terrorism laws are used all over the world, even against environmental defense organizations, y'all. This is how Stephen Dozinger got in trouble in Ecuador, for example. All over the world, it's usually one of the first kind of things they pass and that dictators and authoritarians use to kick out organizations like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and kick out regular and all environmental rights organizations all across the world. These organizations are more important than ever. With two things, right? With the war on DEI, these Native American groups, like I'm going to start becoming a monthly donor, for example, to the Native American Rights Fund, which secures not only Native American rights, right, like tribal rights, as well as environmental issues. Okay. So like I'm starting to become a funder. These organizations are the ones. So when HRES got smashed this week, it was a whole confluence of organizations, ACLU, Amnesty, you name it, that came together. The AOC 100% said it was because these rights organizations mobilized their activists to smash this. Okay, they're going to try to redo it again because they want to go after these pro-Palestine groups. Everybody, they want to go after these environmental groups. They're going to go and block strategic legislation against this baby drill initiative that Trump's wanting to push. I don't know if people are aware of this. Trump doesn't care about anything around energy, but he wants to personally approve all the drill contracts across the United States right now. Okay, it's going to be these environmental organizations who have the immediate infrastructure to fight back through legislation. Okay, fight back with their lawyers on staff who are professionalized immediately, right? To quote unquote lead from behind. What I mean by that, these organizations do things like we may not lead the charge. For example, when we were doing the Keystone, I work at Amnesty International, we were doing the protest monitoring, for example, for the Keystone Pipeline, right? It was the Native American organizations who were doing the organizing and moving, but we were helping to ensure that we were monitoring and documenting any rights to protest advocacy, which put the media on notice, and it also put the courts on notice as well. These organizations are going to be key more than ever, right? ACLU has 500 plus right now lawsuits ready to launch when the deportation machine starts. And I'm using the language deportation machine starts under him, under Trump, for example, right? I do want to encourage all of you, give $5, can't give the money, go volunteer, sign their petitions, go become a member of these organizations. You could sign petitions. Where I work, you can run for our board, which helps to dedicate where resources should go on which causes. You can do things like help write letters, craft letters, bring your community, maybe go through a formal organization, right? And for those in the environmental space, there are organizations like, the Sierra Club, et cetera, where you could do similar type of roles and work. For people who are in countries abroad, those organizations don't just live in the United States. They have comparable organizations there that you can be an activist with. Okay, I'm leaving X within the next few weeks. Okay, because I am concerned as a human rights defender that I will be penalized and sued, and I don't make the money that Elon Musk does, even though my husband has a good job and I have a pretty good job myself. Right, I can't risk it because I have to be able to criticize Elon because I work in one of my areas of work. I work on immigration, but I also work in tech and human rights. So like the technology and algorithms, and I need the ability to push back and say something, okay, without the threat of him having tons more. Remember, this platform is not about free speech, okay? It's about algorithmic bias, bolstering who he thinks deserves free speech, and it's about who has all the resources. So people who believe this platform's about free speech are full of shit, point blank, because some speech gets throttled and others don't. And he has full technocratic control over this, whereas Blue Sky, more of the control is within the user, for example, or Threads, for example, so you don't have the same level of algorithmic bias, okay? These technologies are getting deployed across, like Facebook right now is throttling, is throttling criticisms of Israel and its algorithms, for example. Threads, owned by Facebook, is doing the same thing, right? Beyond just being concerned about authoritarianism in the government, we need to think about techno-authoritarianism, because that's what we're seeing with the confluence of both Elon and Trump as part of one administration, okay? So I do want to ask all of you to really reconsider why you're on this thing. And finally, right? And he could feed the data from this to these these like oil, petroleum, he could take our posts and feed it into algorithms that he can feed to marketing firms for like the petroleum industry, Iran, China, Russia, to continue to spread this info on climate, on any issue you care about. But the bigger cause is with the capture of the courts in this country under Trump, and I'm using the Supreme Court, Congress being under Republican control, and it seems like a lot of Congress is not willing to push back. We needed them to push back, but they're not seeming to, okay? Him having to capture both the House and the Senate. Civil society is more important than ever, okay? What Deb was saying before is absolutely 100%. We need these mutual aid groups to provide those immediate needs, coupled, right? Someone distributing the food, someone being there to take, to provide a transportation if they're going to get removed for deportation, right? Getting them transportation to a church so they can't touch them, right? But to also make sure that we're pushing rights forward through these organizations, as well as organizations I hope some of you will go and join together in like strategic lawsuits, because it's going to be these organizations with their scaled approach, the professionalism, who are going to fight for us, all of us, right? So I do want to encourage you to find opportunities at these organizations. Please feel free to reach out to me, for those of you in the United States, if you're interested in joining some of the work I'm working on. We work with student groups. We work with local groups where we have community groups come together. We work with churches to fight against, to fight against some of these authoritarian practices, in the country, okay? But if you even can't do it in the United States, for those outside of the country, you can make a difference too. You could be signing our online petitions or other online petitions at ECLU to push back, right? Because what they're looking for, even if Republicans not feeling good or comfortable about this, and if they get a ton of letters and a ton of emails on this topic, they start to reconsider their positions, okay? For those of you who are maybe not want to be institutionalized in the organization, consider calling your congressman and demanding a meeting on Zoom to discuss blocking these appointments, okay, and encouraging them not to do these recess appointments. So thank you for allowing me, but activism and civil society is going to be the key to all of this. If they can show that the people are not too scared and are bonded together to fight back, and we can do it through these civil rights organizations, these civil and human rights organizations, to scale the approach and provide the resources approach, we have a real fighting chance, and show that civil societies together opposes the BS, say no. While the majority didn't vote for him, it was not about this. It was about it was about stuff being too expensive, not to install authoritarianism. Thank you again, and I really appreciate it.
Anytime.
Last Climate Crisis Club. Unfortunately, because I'm a little scared to I cannot be on this app right now, but you can find me at Blue Sky at Chrissy S, a BSKY.
There is a big rumor, Chrissy, of Skyspace, that's in development. Miley
No,
and
it's not even a rumor. It's true. The founder of the app talked to us the other day in Mealy Space, and he said they're trying to work out some bugs. They're just waiting to fix the bugs.
Well, the science in me, the skeptic, I don't believe a goddamn thing until it's in front of my nose.
Can,
I
Chris,
understand that.
can Chrissy repeat her handle at Blue Sky?
Chrissy S. Chrissy RISSYS.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Well, yeah.
I'm not going to be under a hidden profile anymore because I want them to see my face.
Yeah.
That I'm serious. I'm not as scared to be who I am.
So that you're a real
Fight
person. Too.
Okay, I
It
just
always-
followed
Real person fighting back.
Yeah. I want to make a few comments. I am over 40 years a very strong supporter of Amnesty International itself. And this is the Climate Crisis Club meeting. We consider ourselves our own organization. We are not incorporated in any form. We've discussed that endlessly. But we do consider ourselves to be a real organization, literally in competition with Greenpeace, Amnesty, and Just Stop Oil, and all of the above. Genocide Watch, in particular, founded by my pal, Dr. Zarni. That said, I just support everything Christy says. The Climate Crisis Club will be on X until the end of time. We also are waiting patiently for Sky Space. When Sky Space is available, we'll have meetings and try to decide what we will do next. I have a starter pack over on Blue Sky with everyone I can figure out to stick in there. If you want to be stuck in the starter pack, just ask me. And Blue Sky, the migration of Blue Sky has been largely amongst liberal Americans. We found among our international community, they're not quite as worried. We all know X is a cesspool. There's no doubt of that. There's nobody who thinks this is a marvelous, harmonious, sweet, civil place. We know this is a cesspool. Whether you stay or go or are undecided or taking your time, we all support you in whatever you decide. There's no debate, no discussion. I can see I'm staying here as a climate environmental activist. This is where the most journalists and politicians and government workers are, the people we want to influence, the hearts and minds, the 240 million active users. I'm staying here as an environmental activist. As a human being, as a person, I would boycott this fucking place so fast, but no, this is for the club. And it's all good. Thank you, Chrissy, as
Yeah, I
always.
just want to say it was great to hear all of you. I am going to maintain an alt because there's one particular space that makes me laugh, and it's going to get pretty raucous over there on the fighting the anti-vax work. But I just want to say I'm going to miss all of you. I hope to see you on Blue Sky, other apps. Maybe you'll set up a Discord, Alex, at some point, and we can all go join.
Yeah.
I just, in good conscience, cannot stay on this app. The biggest resistance I could, the best thing I can do for myself is protect my mental health. Right.
Yes.
And like I said, self-preservation.
I highly recommend Chrissy. I highly recommend Wilson right here, who's about your age, who's just brilliant at that kind of stuff.
I want to say that self-preservation is a political act because you're saying I see myself as worth it in a world that doesn't see me as worth it. Okay.
Right.
For me, I gotta leave this app because it's too much.
Okay.
Sebastian, and 1 second, my kid wants to say hi. Why are you hitting me?
Hi, Sebastian. How are you?
Hi.
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 It's the day of judgment.
Oh, we're going to work here. Important business happening. There's nothing out there. No deer, no people, no dogs, no squirrels. Okay, we got lots of hands.
Hearing what you were saying, it seemed like you were talking about a lot of the wiring of dissent and protest, but the wiring, i.e., the advocacy and so on, and the behind the scenes stuff that really gets things working. Because I'm sensing already that there's a hell of a lot of there's an upsurge coming for what I call the big demo, and the big demos need a lot of advocacy. They need a lot of help, support, and above all, organization. And most of all, they really need to stay peaceful and calm, relaxed, really. And I wondered if there's some way of tying in with what's coming in that regard, not just from climate, but from your area of humanitarianism and so on, that human rights, it's obviously on the way down, down the track, as it were, and it can only gather pace, but it needs to be organized. I've been on a couple of whopping great demos. The biggest, I think, was 2003.
I don't think Chrissy isn't here anymore, man.
Oh, she's gone.
Yeah.
What a shame. I hope she will.
I'm quite friendly with Chrissy there. I don't want to dox her in any way. But I know quite a bit about her life and situation. We've talked on the phone. She was getting a PhD in sociology at Columbia University, and it's what they call all but the dissertation, right? ABD.
Oh yes, I know that
so
one.
She's very brilliant and is a millennial and is doing excellent work. I can't recommend her highly enough, and she's getting better at speaking, if you noticed.
Yes, I did.
So
yeah, it's lots of it though.
Yeah, let's get to Council, who's been waiting patiently, who I believe is in Canada. I can't remember everything. Yeah, Quebec. My mother loved Quebec. She told me it was a beautiful city.
Hello there. Good afternoon. Good morning. I don't know where you are. Yes, from Quebec. I remember. I think that somebody asked something about Canada, Edmonton. So I just wanted to see if I can help with some information.
Yeah, my question was who is listening here who lives in Edmonton? We have a listener from Edmonton.
Okay. Oh, hello.
It's groundskeeper.
Wow, you figured that out quick. A big shout out to our old pal Andy. Excellent work, a true environmentalist. Great respect, Andy. Go ahead, Council. Sorry.
I don't know. That indeed, Alberta is a beautiful place, and they do have a very good job. I mean, they're working hard to protect. Unfortunately, we have the tar sands, the oil industry of Canada that is really having a hard impact in the ecosystems. I have a question for the audience. I don't know do you know that Time published a list of 100 people that are supposed to be the most engaged people on the environmental fight? And to my surprise, the Mexican president, who was mayor of Mexico City, she was named on that list. And the global authorities keep naming people from Mexico, authorities from Mexico on that list. When Mexico City in the last 30 years has become really a Mad Max scenario. I don't understand what's going on there. And I also wanted to ask you, what do you think and what is your opinion about the train in the peninsula of Yucatan? How much is known about it? Because here in Montreal, we have the Environmental Cooperation Commission, a body of the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement, that we don't know if it's going to continue, but they do some job to kind of protect, not quite successfully, but they have done a couple of things that were useful to protect the environments, ecosystems, and people's health. So I'm curious in how much you guys know about what's going on in Mexico, and what is your take on that?
Yeah, we got Julian is in Mexico City right this second. He can answer your questions for sure.
But in general, I mean, the question is more than to Julian, for the people all over. I mean, the audience.
Yeah, I'll pop in, but if other people, I'm happy to let other people let us know what they know about the situation.
We also hear from Lee, who lives in the Yucatan and gives us excellent reports on the Mayan train, on that loop around the Yucatan and the controversy about that train in Mexico. So we do get excellent reports from Lee. I have no clue what these environmentalists know. I mean, I can't read all their minds. Often I can read Pup's mind. Pup has not had enough coffee yet. And the bear is getting ready for, but that's irrelevant. Yeah, Julian, what else would you add?
Okay. I'm looking at a figure right now that is relevant in a roundabout way. And basically, it's a report from the Zoological Society of London and the WWF, which states that the decimation of wildlife of all regions globally is worst in Latin America, with a decimation of 90% as compared to 1970. It's bad all across the board, as you might imagine, with world seeing a decimation of 40% in terms of average relative decline in monitored wildlife populations. Now, that kind of brings me back to something that Monica was talking about a moment ago, or no, she wasn't talking about it, but I've read her excellent article about the highway BR319 that is projected to run through the. I strongly agree that this project is an absolute disaster. We're talking about global biodiversity. Parallel in many ways. There are really big, important analogies to be drawn between the Mexican government and the Brazilian. And their policies are quite parallel. I agree that I was very surprised to see. I'm sorry to report that I believe Claudia Sheinbaum has been a disaster in environmental terms, despite the fact that she is actually there to keep herself and her party in power. The Maya train is an ongoing disaster, but there are even more serious problems going on. However, one thing that she is doing right, or that this current government is doing right, in my personal opinion, is to wage a fierce battle against the entrance of GMO corn and glyphosate into Mexico. Currently, they are banned. The United States is bringing huge pressure to bear on this. It's an issue that is really floating under the radar. The U.S. representative in the trade talks, the Biden representative, is Catherine Tai. Exactly where the talks stand at any point, nobody knows. It's hardly in the news. Neither government is reporting on it. Of course, it's a transitional period. It really remains to be seen what the incoming administration, which I don't even want to name, is going to do. But no doubt, keep up that same attitude, amongst many other things. This really means that the biodiversity. I've been arguing here on Twitter with a number of really suspicious, and I'm like, what is with these people? However, I've been engaging politely because I really want to know where they're coming from, which of the reasons why we don't want GM corn coming into Mexico. And the more I read about it, the more I realize that we do not want GM corn coming to Mexico for any reason whatsoever. And this would not only benefit Mexico, it would benefit the world, because we're talking about the biodiversity of corn, one of the world. I hope that answers a bit. I'll I'll shut up now for the moment. Let Melody
Yeah.
in there
Yes,
patiently. I
yeah.
might come
Right.
back on later.
If you allow me to add there, I mean, the reason I asked the question is because I myself an urban planner by trade. I mean, I did a master's in urban planning. So back in the early 2000s, and I was giving a lecture in Europe, and one of the professors there asked me, why or how is that Mexico City was building elevated viaducts, the second floor of the highway, and I mean, being a former LAC, and with a lot of earthquakes. The person that was in charge of building that, which proved to be a really non-efficient measure, was the person that is now the president of Mexico. And it created the same problems that we already knew at the beginning of the century, that second floors originate. You need to invest in public transportation, which has not been really well done in Mexico City. On the other hand, while Paris is rebuilding the city and increasing in an incredible way the amount of ways for bicycles, Mexico City is really not doing that much. So other than installing some solar panels over a market, there is not much more that has been done. And for the GMOs was a fight that she didn't start. The fight was started before her during the last presidency. And on that, I agree. It is really interesting to see how France managed to achieve what Mexico is not being able to achieve. But on the environmental, merely on the environmental merits of the government in Mexico and the biocide, ecocide that was created in Yucatan, and that now is about to be created in the desert south of Arizona. And that's my question, because unfortunately we don't see much. We don't see news about that out of Mexico. Yeah, I will. I'm here if anybody has any question. Thank you.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the news, global corporate news, is not journalism. We were discussing that earlier with Monica, and she knows much about the situation in Brazil. Monica, what would you like to add to all this?
Oh, I don't know where to start. It's so much.
Right.
I'm going to start, and if I go on for too long, just cut me off, please. Okay?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's easy for me growing up in New York City. We cut you should try to drive. Has anybody ever driven in New York City?
No.
Probably has, but yeah, Monica, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Yes, so let's go to Brazil, and I'm going to jump into the same subject as infrastructure projects. And I'm going to go back to that project, BR-319 highway in the middle of the Amazon, okay? This is a highway that I've been talking to, the scientists that I work with, is the highway of total destruction and death, okay? This highway will be the end of the Amazon rainforest as we know it. And it's a fact based on all the studies that have been conducted by, a few scientists who are there in the region. They've been working for decades on this subject. So basically, Brazil's president, Lula, has announced various times his support for BR-319. And I'll explain to the ones who don't know what it is. But he promised licenses for Petrobras for oil exploration on the equatorial margin of the Amazon. And he also supports the reconstruction of BR-319 highway, which is a road. The extension of this road is about 885 kilometers, but it was built during the military dictatorship, and it was abandoned in 1988. And when Dilma Rousseff was president in 2015, she tried to revive the highway through a maintenance program. And since then, various governments tried to rebuild a 406 kilometers stretch of the highway that had fallen apart. So Lula now, he's adamant that he wants to rebuild the highway at all costs. And this highway cuts through the Amazon, a pristine area of the Amazon that goes from the capital of the Amazon, Manaus, to and it crosses to the southern edge of the forest, which cuts through one of the most preserved areas of the Amazon rainforest. Okay, and this would be horrifying, and it would trigger a climate crisis. And the impacts will be, terrible. It would impact also 69 indigenous communities, 64 indigenous territories, and 18,000 indigenous people. So, and Lula recently said that BR 319 is a necessity for the state of Amazonas, is a necessity for Brazil. And basically, he wants at the same and basically, every single politician in the state of Amazonas support the highway. Basically, they have been spreading misinformation as an excuse to build the highway. And also now the entire population because if they don't, if the politicians don't support the reconstruction of the highway, they will it will be political suicide, literally. So this is what's happening. And basically, I just wanted to say all the impacts that the highway will cause. It would bring a more land it comes all the branches coming off the highway have been created by land grabbers. So loss of biodiversity and also a lot of degradation, environmental degradation. So and another thing that's happening is illicit activities through illegal mining and logging, and organized crime has taken over the region. It's basically, it's a fact that's happening at the moment. And if this highway is built, what's going to happen is it could create the emergence of new diseases and create new pandemics. So this also has been backed up by studies that was from two scientists, Philip Fernstein and Lucas Ferranti, who published these studies. And another thing that's going to happen if the highway is built is going to impact the moisture into the continent via the north region of Brazil, and it directs all this moisture to the Amazon rainforest. So it generates rainfall, and then all this moisture goes down to the southern region, southeast and central west regions of Brazil, which includes São Paulo, okay, which is a major state. So 70% of the water supply for the Cantareira supply system in São Paulo would impact, in the economy, in agriculture. It would be a breakdown of the country's economic sector. So, and there are other things that would affect by the construction of BR 319. So, and at the moment, some parts of the Amazon rainforest are emitting more CO2 into the atmosphere than they're absorbing, which is something that some scientists have been alerting lately, and basically that's it. Diseases, degradation, lack of water. The whole Brazil will be impacted by this. And the reason for the BR 319 is nothing more than lucrative businesses. So it's oil and gas exploration by the Petrobras at the mouth of the Amazon. Also, another project is potassium, is mining. There's another company, Russian oil company, Rosneft, who's right in the middle of the Amazon by the Solimões sedimentary basin. And they have drilling rights to 14 oil and gas blocks situated west of the highway. So they have huge interests in BR 319. And also, there's no explanation to build this highway, because the transport route that has been used is by the Madeira River, which runs in parallel to BR 319. So it's a safer, it's a cleaner, it's a more cost-effective way of transporting goods. And it's always been done that way. Nothing has changed at all. So there are a lot of interests. Biofuel expansion in the Amazon as well. We've seen a lot of conflict through by two companies, a few companies as well, created by them into an invasion of indigenous lands. So who stands to benefit from this? So it's basically illicit activities, illegal mining, organized crime, and the expansion of agribusiness, large scale biofuel production, cattle farming, that's for sure, and oil and gas, as well as the development of bioeconomy that Brazil will be pushing very, very, very hard at COP30 next year. So I'm just going to finalize. I hope it's not too confusing, but the reconstruction of this highway does not have an economic feasibility study, okay? It lacks, which is called 5917, and also it has failed to conduct all the indigenous consultations, okay, with indigenous communities, and it's stipulated by the International Labour Organization ILO 169, and also by Brazilian law. So basically, this project is unconstitutional, okay, is against the law. But all politicians in the area, in the state of Amazonas, all of them, and the president, Lula, are pushing for this to happen, and they are basically going against the law. So this is, I hope this was clear, and I hope I managed to pass the some information that's useful. So this highway will be the death of the Amazon, literally. I have no other way of explaining this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is a the Yucatan Peninsula contained the best jungle in the world, protected, untouched, and the megalomaniac banana development promoted by a dude in charge of the government of Mexico. and where a native Mayas, the people that has been living there for literally for millennia, have been displaced. And the same thing happened because this little dude ordered the project to happen. It started by the army without any feasibility study, without any financial business plan, and the result is that nowadays you have a train that is running slower than the buses, and that only carries 6 people per trip.
Wow.
It is just that. Probably what is even more shocking is that nobody in the world talks about this.
No one knows about these projects, and it's the thing is, the media is quiet. The media, I have approached a number of mainstream media papers, and I have offered to feed them with information, to help them. I said, I don't need to write anything about it, your journalists can write about it. And I said, I pushed for this to happen, and none of them wanted to touch the subject. None of them. And you know, this we have to ask why. Why none of the mainstream media papers want to write about this. This is huge, because it will affect not just the Amazon, not just Brazil, but the entire planet.
Well,
we're talking about a project that's being built in the middle of a rainforest, not in an urban area, which is different. So I'm really sorry. I'm very passionate about this.
No, me too. I mean, the drought that is happening in the triangle, the Yucatan Peninsula, and the biological collapse of the ecosystem, what's going to create is going to displace people, and they literally kill the goose that lays the eggs of gold, the golden eggs, to sell to sell the meat. It's just incredible. Anyway, I will end my participation asking you guys. I mean, I find this space incredibly interesting, useful, and I will ask you for your support, because the idea is to talk more about what's going on in Mexico, what's going on with the tar sands in British Columbia, in which after the fires and the drought, the inundations from the last 2-3 years, farms have not been able to recover. There are regions in which only money, right, the living on the bracket of the economy, and we already have displaced people because of climate events. So I will really appreciate if later we can continue the discussion, maybe opening spaces to discuss these kind of events and to educate people in the Twitter sphere or wherever any other place could be. Anyway, thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry for the ranting, and if there are any questions, here we are.
Yeah, the soapbox. The Canada U.S. to discuss environmentalism. We are neighbors. We are big, powerful countries. We are democracies, and we have found that incredibly useful. The TARS, the urban planning is really interesting. I knew personally years ago an urban planner in Baltimore, and then We've got to rewild. E.O. Wilson, the genius biologist from Harvard, said that 50% of the world's got to be wild. Topics here today. Great report from Monica. And Brazil is a critical, as is Canada. Canada has 9% of the world's forests. The forest fires, the zombie fires all winter. We do often discuss Canada. We have quite a lot of Canadian members, including Kim. Andy Hugh, Law Sue isn't really a member, but we love him. And he's in Manitoba. I'm really not sure about Manitoba anymore. Nonetheless, Melody has been very patiently waiting in Augusta, Georgia. And our great friend, how are you, Melody?
I'm fine considering, and I want to thank you for pulling me up, because I never have long these days, and in fact lost my internet again yesterday. It's been over 6 weeks that I've been without internet in Augusta, Georgia, due to Hurricane Helene. I came up because I believe it's very important for everyone to know that the best way to fight for climate justice is to donate and volunteer for the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union. They're over 100 years old. They've been doing this for a long time. They know how to deal with a government that is against regulations of any kind and is against safety. We have to be for safety. We have to be the ones that carry the torch for safety. And to do that, we have to enable our local and state governments, county and city, and all our local governments to be able to sue. We need to be able to sue them when they do things that hurt the climate. And we need to be able to protect the FDA and the EPA. These are American government, US government administrations that protect the climate, such as they are. And they, to prevent them from being destroyed, please give and volunteer for the ACLU right away, even if you are in another country. The important thing about the ACLU's relationship with Brazil is that these are these are US-based and Dutch-based companies that are raping Brazil. So at least if we can take action on the side of the US governments through our EPA and FDA and through actions with American Civil Liberties Union, we can protect the world. Thank you so much.
Right on, Mel, right on. Chrissy earlier was standing up for Amnesty International, the ACLU, American Civil Liberties Union. And I said to Chrissy, this is the Climate Crisis Club. We consider ourselves our own organization. And it's all good. Many Americans, left-wing intellectual Americans, are very upset about the results of the election here in the U.S., November 5th, 2024. The entire country, top to bottom, all across the board, moved right. The Americans spoke. They want their politics to move right. That's the spirit of the nation today. That's where we're at. We have to accept that. Okay. I woke up on Wednesday, the November 6th, immediately remembering my 1980s. 1980, 84, 88, the Republicans absolutely triumphed at the election box. In 1984, Reagan won 49 states. As a left-wing American intellectual in 1984, it seemed pretty freaking hopeless. So I'm remembering how I was in those days when the American right had the strong majority. That's today. We have to accept that. Okay, we can be hurt, we can be angry, we can be sad, despaired, panic, anxious, all of the above all at once. But at some point, we recuperate from the emotional onslaught, and we start planning, getting our act together, and moving forward with this new reality. There's no doubt what Melody said. These right-wing, this far-right government of ours is about the worst thing imaginable for global environmentalism. They're going to want to drill and dig coal everywhere all the time as much as is possible. I mean, they're literally our anti-environmentalists. And that's the way it is. We just have to cope. For a while, we can moan and groan in whatever way you cope with stress, whatever your emotional character is, go for it. We've talked to people here. Mike and I have been talking all week for hours to people, who are suicidal, who are depressed, who are anxious, panicked, all the above. Yeah, okay, great. We can work on our emotional stuff and get it together. But when we do, process this, the emotional reaction, the great loss, then it's time to do what we do best, which probably is talking and thinking and listening and move on. We do have Canada. We do have Mexico. We've got the UK. God knows I was talking to the guys in Uganda again, the wonderful Climate Inclusion Network, Andrew and Jotham. So it was awesome to be talking with the young Ugandan youth activists again. There are so many nations, there are so many issues. One of the anti-environmentalists' favorite tricks is the overload. 5 billion items, everything in the universe. All the dead monkeys and all the mines and all the underwater dredging, the mega trawlers. They love throwing at us 10 billion items at once, the Gish, Gallop, and all the above. Well, we can cope with that. And this is the Climate Crisis Club 103rd meeting, which means we're 104 meetings is going to be 2 years. So we're still going. We have Adam from Cameroon here, representing the great continent of Africa. I think when it comes to the greatness of continents for human beings, Africa has to win the prize. That is where we are all from. So there is no discussion of environmentalism without discussing Africa. You can't do it. You just can't. That said, there are more than human beings on this planet. We know that. We know there are 5 to 7 kingdoms of life. There are animals, there are plants, there's fungus, and there are a whole lot of single-celled organisms. That is life. Biologists study life. And that life, we Americans in particular, in the global north, particularly the European tradition, look at individualism. That I am an individual, Oliver is an individual, Dale's an individual. I don't know if Dale can raise his hand yet, but I think you guys will really enjoy hearing from Dale in Nashville on the eco theology. Dale and I had a 2.5-hour talk this week on the phone. And I learned so much about eco-theology, environmental theology. I simply didn't know about. Dale has managed to raise his hand. Excellent, excellent. That said, Dale is at a Methodist church doing the tech over there. And eco-theology is universal. Everybody got some kind of spirituality of some kind. I mean, it's part of being human, right, Dale?
That's true. Very, very, very correct.
Again, you introduced me to eco theology, the great minds you introduced me to. I personally had never heard of. And if everybody has spirituality, which we all do of some kind to get through this life, to experience this life, and every spirituality around the world is somewhat connected to nature in some way. The Native Americans Clearly, I mean, it's everything, and all the nature, Mother Earth. The connection is downright obvious with the Native American theologies. But the Christians certainly, have great quotes about oceans and skies and everything, life. So certainly Buddhists and Zen Buddhists, certainly in Africa. Dale, these spiritualities are completely, intimately linked with the environment. There's no getting around it. Our minds, our bodies, our spirits, however you want to phrase it, and the natural environment are completely linked. There have been a handful of people who've been to the moon, but all the rest of human experience has taken place within Gaia in an entirety. 200,000 years of human experience, all in this ecosphere, all of it. You can look at our previous ancestors, earlier hominids, Homo erectus, Anthropocene, all of them, they also were in the Gaia ecosphere. There's no getting around this very simple fact. No matter what neoliberal capitalists, individualists, selfish people, no matter how they carry on and go on, and there's no escaping this essential fact of this existence, of this life. I could pile up all the money I want and all the gold bars. The contentment, the happiness, the satisfaction, what we're looking for in this life involves the natural environment somehow. Our relationship with it, our coexistence, our appreciation, our love for it all. Am I on the right track?
Oh, sure. I mean, I was thinking of the word interdependence, because I talked to you briefly, when we were talking this week about, the creation narrative, in the book of Genesis, and, the first command is not, like one of the 10 commandments. It's like in the, first chapter of the book of Genesis is, to the earth and to till it, and the word that's used there to tend to the earth is an modern English translation. To keep, I think was the word that was used, and it was the same word that Cain used to say, to say to God, "Am I my brother's keeper?" When God was saying, "Where's Abel?" And he's saying, am I my brother's keeper? And the implication is, is that, yeah, you're supposed to be. And so it's the same word using there for the earth. We're supposed to care for, just like you care for your brother. You care for the earth and you till it, which is, to do all the technological balancing things that it takes to.
Isn't that funny, Bill? Lately, we talk about no-tilling farming. The new trend is to not till. Yeah.
Well, and even there, it's talking about the, a particular way of tilling, which, as we know with modern life tends to, in many ways overshoot, what is required for balance. And so, technology and, modern agriculture and, non-organic means that a lot of, techno, non-GMO agriculture businesses do is to overshoot the balance and cause a heck of a lot of other problems while they're trying to extend unending growth. It's alive and well in the agricultural business as well as the economic business. It's all about unending growth and immediate gain and return on investment.
Yep. We're gonna get. I can read Pup's mind today. Pup does have a PhD in divinity, so he knows what we're talking about here, and I know he's got a dozen points for us, and probably the same most of what we're saying. That I don't know, Pup. The Bible and the environment, it does go hand in hand somehow.
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, right, exactly.
But what I want to refer everybody to is Genesis 1:28 out of the King James. And I quote, "And God blessed them, and God said unto them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish," and da 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 da. The key word and operative phrases here is replenish the earth. That doesn't say consume the earth.
Yeah.
And
And
number
you know,
two, and
go
number
ahead.
two, you can't subdue something that's fucking dead.
Yeah.
It has
And you
to
can,
be alive to have dominion over it.
yeah.
And I rest my case.
Yeah, well, and you know, you say dominion, and you know, the sense of dominion there is very likely to be, you know, a positive aspect of what, you know, a just king, you know, does with his dominion. You know, he cares for it. It kind of echoes the, you know, keeping the earth, caring for the earth, caring, you know, as a brother, as a sister, as a related part of, you know, the system, interdependent. That's,
Yep.
you know, dominion is seeing after that.
Yeah, and later, I forget the actual chapter and verse. I can go look it up if you need me to, but it's the parable that Christ talks about, where the father gives three of his sons a certain amount of money, and the first son goes out and says, he saves it. And sometime later, he comes back and, "See, Dad, I'm such a great guy. I saved all this money." And his dad looks at him and says, "Well, you didn't do a fucking thing with it." I'm
Yeah.
paraphrasing, obviously. The
Yeah.
second son goes out and blows the money. And, he goes back to his dad that sometime later. And, he says, "Dad, I blew it all. Can I have more?" And his father tells him to go pound sand. The third son went out and invested and grew that money. And so that parable, and again, I forget what chapter and verse it is. It's been a long time, but that also applies to man's interaction with the environment. He's supposed to grow it. He's supposed to help it. He's supposed to make it better. And by and large, globally, we're not fucking doing that.
Right.
So, anyway, by the way, I would classify myself as an atheist.
Black Hills, man. What is that? You're no atheist.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. I don't believe in any superpower, mythical, Godfather up there in the sky someplace. On the other side, I do like the smell of sage, white sage. So
Right on. So you don't believe in Elon as the superpower looking over.
not only no, but fuck no.
That said, climate spirituality, I've been on about it for a long time. I do have my ancestors who are New England ministers here, including Reverend Enoch Hale, who spent 50 years in West Hampton, Massachusetts, in a little country white church, preaching to his parish every Sunday for 50 years. Nathan Hale's brother. And I've been claiming that climate spirituality is a major league topic for environmentalists, for the climate crisis, for the assorted global poly crises.
Alex.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I tend to quote a lot of, or at least Lakota prayers, and the one in particular, talks about we are all relatives. We're all related, and that includes rocks and trees and everything else.
Yeah.
But I look at that from a more scientific standpoint, or factual standpoint, in that you know, we are part of a whole unit, that Gaia you were just talking about. So it isn't for me, it really isn't a spiritual thing. It's more of it's a factual scientific fact. You know, that we are one cog in a wheel of a machine that is much larger than us, and we can dramatically affect the operation of that machine, which we have done. And in this particular case, we got a bunch of broken teeth on the cog, and we're fucking it up. So I just, you know, clarify that. But
Yeah.
Well, Sage, when
Lakota
you
just express it in a more lyrical, spiritual kind of way, and I look at it more as yep, you're right. You got you know, from a 60,000 foot view, you got it right. Now let's drill down and find out what those interactions are, and
well, you know,
that's
when you
why I'm a proponent of regenerative farming, because they're drilling down and figuring out how that all works. Anyway, I'll shut up. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I was going to say, when you said you're atheist, but you like the smell of sage, and so, you know, there I would say, okay, so it's you know, I get the sense that, you know, you had that visceral connection there, you know, you know, in you know, in saying that and in expressing that. And as Michael Dowd would say, you know, he's a guy that Alex and I talked about earlier this week as well, that, you know, he's very much into talking about, you know, our definition of God and what our sin of God is and what our, you know, construct of God is. And it's always been, you know, for millennia, it's been so anthropomorphic, you know, to talk, you know, for God to speak in the Bible, that's an anthropomorphic idea.
Anthropomorphic among the European civilization.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's an idea that, you know, that by its nature, but, you know, by talking about it, by intellectualizing about it, by spiritual, you know, by theologizing about it, we're doing human activity that's going to draw, you know, going to make God into, you know, some version of a human, and
Well,
you know, and it's
immediately
much
have the "you shall have no other icon before me," and then you get all the ancient Greeks, you know, with their god Olympus and everything.
Sure. But, you know, when you're attracted to the smell of sage, you know, you're connecting to something that, you know, to me is an integral part of God, because God is an integral part of creation.
Right. But the native people would say he's with the ancestors.
Right.
Yeah. The ancestors are very, very important. We have Sioux often comes to talk to us. He is a Lakota medicine man. And he's taught us, many of us, so much. We are on Turtle Island, the location here, you and me and Pup. Many of the others are on this Turtle Island, where Pup's people, he tells us they've been here for 23,000 years. And in those years, they have gained great knowledge about these lands. My people are coming up on 400 years, Mike's people, but that's not 23,000.
Well, and in all fairness, Alex, you know, I'm going to interject that we came up with solutions and ways to integrate ourselves into Turtle Island, quite literally by trial and error. You know, I mean, we tried this, it didn't work. That tribe died out. Another tribe tried this, and it fucking worked. So it's like, oh, well, let's include that in our shit. I just spaced the word. Crap. In our dogma. You know, and yeah, okay, you know, fine. So you take what works, you know, and I'm going to use the example of Three Sisters planting. That works. Why it works, they had no clue why it works, you know, 20,000 years ago. Now that regenerative farming has started to decode and decipher why that works. Now we have the scientific evidence as to why Three Sisters farming works. They didn't have microscopes and all that fancy fucking tech 20,000 years ago. So
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, don't put us up on a pedestal. I mean, it's really, if white folk had been stuck into the same situation after 20,000 years, they'd have probably figured it out too. It's just we pay more attention to it. That's all, because we had to. Because if you didn't survive the winter. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Yeah. Well, it's always like petting the fluffy cows.
Yeah.
Deb has been waiting patiently.
And I encourage Omega to go out and pet the fluffy cows.
Hello
Hi.
again. I'm a Black woman, and I'm probably the rare unicorn in that I'm a Black woman atheist. I
Oh,
simply
Deb,
can't.
by the way, real quick, everything that you said when I came into the room, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Yes. I hadn't had enough coffee yet to hit the button to put 100% up.
Well, if you like that, this might really flip your noodle. Okay, so dig this. I just can't get with. I'm sorry. In this case, white people are exhausting to me. Anything that white people want to do or want to accomplish, then it's God driven, it's God ordained, or it's hell water, hell or bust. You got to get it done. And then anything that they don't want to do or don't want to accomplish or don't want to be bothered with, then suddenly you need scientific proof or a study for. And you have to quantify it and prove it with numbers and everything else. And just, empirical data and observation is not good enough. And I'm done trying to ascertain the will of God as far as the management of this planet. The will of God right now has got us wars across this whole world. It's got us battling for resources. It has us mismanaging everything. Even if we did actually listen to the will of God or listen to the Bible, we certainly would not be running the planet the way we run it. And the people and the powers that be and the greedy few who want it are using and manipulating religion to disempower the rest of us. And I'm tired of that manipulation. I'm tired of the murder and, destruction of the planet in the name of God. I'm just tired. Same scriptures that you all use to justify, that we should take care of the earth and replenish the earth. A lot of those people only focus on the word dominion. I have literally had, the first time I was like, dang, climate change is really real and we're going to have to do something about it. And this white man told me that Jesus is going to come back and fix climate change. That I swear that was the first time in a long time, because I was still pretty much involved in church then. But the first time I really considered atheism was when I was 7 years old. I understood racism. Of course, you can't get to be 7 years old in America and be Black and not understand racism. But what I didn't know was that people have fought over church. And as you get older, people start to teach you church history. You learn that we're not just Methodists, we're Protestants. You learn about the Protestant Catholic schism. And I said, hold up. You mean to tell me that white people are fighting over God? Like really, like over like the difference between Catholic and Protestant and King? That blew my mind. And at that point, I literally almost became an atheist at the age of 7 years old. I think if I had had any more agency than I had as a child, I probably would have declared being an atheist right then. But it shook me to my core, even at that young age, that adults just does not have their shit together or their story straight where God was concerned. And as a young child, I had always been told, you have to have your story straight. Don't come to your mama with a lie. Don't come to your mama with a half a truth or half a story. you better have your whole story straight. And adults didn't have their story straight where God was concerned. And it just blew my mind. And even within the Protestant religions, you got Methodists, Lutherans, whatever. I mean, you got all these different, nobody has their one thing together. Even with us, we were Methodist Episcopal. We split off and became the African Methodist Episcopal Church. And we have a schism with that, where you have the African Methodist Episcopal and the African Methodist Episcopal Zion. I'm like, this is just too much. It's too much. It's too much for people to try to ascertain the will of God and to sit here and try to figure this out and then use him as a scapegoat for whatever it is they do and want to do, which I have always been taught was wrong. You can't blame anybody but yourself. So the scriptures, that you all say, that you all use to say, hey, God wants us to replenish the earth and care for the earth. There are other people who are making the exact opposite argument. They use, that same scripture like, wait a minute, hang on. It says, lift up your eyes to the heavens and look upon earth. The earth shall wax old like a garment. Like the earth, they say the earth is supposed to wear out anyway. We're just supposed to use up all the resources anyway. Like that's what they believe. They have no intention of trying to preserve the earth or preserve the air and water. And so y'all don't have to get with them and have a nice long chat with your people about what those scriptures really mean. And if they really, I honestly think the only way forward for this planet is atheism. I think we're literally going to have to throw out the Jesus baby with the bathwater and just get on board with what is best for humanity and the empirical or scientific evidence of what works for us and what doesn't, what's real and what's not. And anything else, because that's how we end up with a Donald Trump. You have people making the cause for abortion or the abortion debate or the segregation debate. Segregation was a moral issue. People thought they were morally obligated to enforce segregation. And Martin Luther King shamed people and said, how can you call yourself Christian when all these Black people are Christian? You brought us over here, made us Christian, but you don't want to live next door to us or send your children to school. He made segregation such a moral issue that they couldn't use segregation anymore. So then they switched to the abortion debate. And that got a lot of Black conservatives and everybody else on their side. But it's the same argument. It's the same thing. And it's the same thing that's allowed them to take control of the courts. There's a documentary about that. It's called Bad Faith. I suggest you watch it, and it explains how they switched and why they switched from the segregation debate to abortion. But there's one last quote I'd like to leave you with. You probably heard it. Maybe somebody said it already. I don't know. But it says, man is the most insane species. He worships an invisible God and then destroys a visible nature, unaware that this nature he's destroying is this God he's worshiping. And I just cannot get with worshiping this invisible sky daddy anymore. I'm done with that. We need to focus on what's real, what's provable, and what actually works for human beings and what's best for us. And all these people who want to live in this backwards world where Black people are slaves and women are subservient. And even, oh my God, I just read this wonderful thing by Heather Cox Richardson. She talks about how the Taliban, of course, for decades has focused on enforcing the rules on women. Women can't go to school past the 6th grade. Women have to stay covered from head to toe. Now they've made it so women, they don't even want to hear women's voices in public. Outside of your home or school, you're not even allowed to hear a woman's voice. Well, now they've done just about everything they can to the women. So now they've started on the men. Men can't wear Western style clothes. Men can't wear jeans. Men over a certain age must grow a beard. If you don't attend their mosque, you got people knocking on your door, finding out why you were there, why you weren't there. And these men are like, hold up. We meant this for the women. We didn't mean it for us. And so they're like, now they're starting to think, well, maybe if we had stood up for the women, but now they're starting to crack down on them. And so we need to realize this whole idea of trying to ascertain what God wants and enforcing the will of God it's a long road to nowhere. It's going to get us nowhere. And if we're talking about the evidence of what we've seen, It's gotten us the Reformation and the Inquisition and the Holy Wars. And we still got people trying to fight over, who gets the family jewels, Allah or Jesus to this very day. They still blowing up all this shit thousands of years later over a simple misunderstanding of, who was supposed to inherit. It's exhausting. It's exhausting. And I have no patience for it at all. I do not want my boys growing up to fight somebody else's war over their vision of God. I want them to have actualized lives based on reality and any version of love and decency and compassion that I'm able to instill in them. And that's what we should insist on as mothers and human beings on this planet. But I refuse to reinforce somebody's vision of God, even for good anymore. I'm done with that. So no, all of us are not spiritual. All of us are not religious. All of us do not believe in your God. As a matter of fact, I think your God is a hindrance to the betterment of humanity. And that I will land my plane.
Right on. Very well said. A lot to unpack there in the process, without a doubt. Yes.
Yeah, Debbie, that is literally what my PhD thesis was about. A phone book thick PhD. I was churched at the time and participated.
Well, I'm sorry you spent all that money on what I learned on Google.
Yeah, I used a lot of Google to do a lot of the research. Anyway, no, the dissertation was on 23 of the 26 transliterations and commonality of phraseology and verses in there. And literally what I found out is exactly what you just talked about. Is there's 26 different cuts on what God's word is, and I'm like, well, God is this one thing. You can't have like 26 different. And you're absolutely right about one sect of Christianity says consume the earth because we're going to go to heaven. We don't give a fuck. And the other sect says King James, for instance, says replenish the earth, and take care of it, make it better. And I'm like, that was the final straw. That literally was the final straw for me. But ironically enough, the church decided that my dissertation was really useful and insightful, and that's how I got a PhD. Anyway,
I would like to. I was just teasing you. I'd like to read it though. I really would.
Don't bother.
I make a. There was this one lady one day, and she blew up the internet. It's been about a decade ago, but she was talking about how Black Studies PhDs were useless, and the way you read that was to read the dissertations. And then she didn't actually read the dissertations. She just mentioned some of the titles of them, and she pissed off a lot of people. And I have made it a habit since then to actually go and read PhD dissertations.
Excellent.
So yeah, I would love to read yours. And I read every one I read every one of those dissertations that she pissed on. I read every last one of them. And then if somebody says, "Hey, I got my PhD," I'm like, "Hey, I'll read your dissertation." I read them for my friends. I read them for people, And so I would really love to, if you got a PDF copy of it, or you can make a copy of it on the internet, I would love to.
It is so huge that it has never been digitized. And if I put it into a PDF, I couldn't email it to you because it exceeds the size as an attachment on to an email.
Well, that's okay. Like I said, if you ever find a way to digitize it, or even, I don't know, if you want to just send me a DM and send me a copy, I would love to read it. I really would.
I would love to send it to you, but to be quite honest, I'm not going to waste the time digitizing what is in excess of 1,000 pages.
Wow.
It took me 12 years to come up with that.
That's amazing.
It literally, there were many nights where my living room floor was covered in the very different transliterations. And I was going from one to another, to another, to another, to another. And I couldn't do the entire Bibles because it's just too voluminous. One human can't do that. I would still be working on it. So I chose predominantly the phrases that I was hearing from the pulpit all the time. And 90% of the time, a pastor or a reverend would use a particular phrase and take it. And I was one of those schmucks that sat in the back and would read 6 verses before and 6 verses after to get the context. And I'd be sitting there looking at this guy spewing out these words going, dude, that's so out of fucking context that doesn't even apply, and that was another impetus to get me into, well, what the fuck is going on here? Anyway, no, I have no desire to digitize it, to be blunt. I've got much better things to do with my life and time, and if nothing else, pet the kitty or floss the cat, is better use of my time.
Definitely, man. Pup, at some point, we've got to discuss Sandy's catalytic converter on her stove. She is repairing it, and I'm pretty confident you would know to the last iota how to do that.
Yeah.
So,
by the way, as a footnote, I DM'd you. I'm
okay.
trading in the Bolt. I'm getting rid of it.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, the reason is the DC charge controller has gone tits up, so I can't do a DC fast charge. But sometimes it'll run as long as 15 minutes, and then it interrupts out with an isolation error, which is an error. The DC high voltage DC battery is isolated from the car. Okay.
Yeah.
It has to be. Otherwise, you'd sit on this thing and get electrocuted. And it terminates with an isolation error, which means that the DC battery the propulsion battery at some point in time is dumping voltage. The controller is sensing that and going, fuck, this is dangerous. This could light the car on fire with a lithium fire. So I'm going to terminate the charge. I was down in St. Cloud last night, and at 10 o'clock, I decided, I couldn't get a DC fast charge. And I'm like, well, hell, I got to go home. I got home at 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
So, I located an Equinox EV. It's got 11 miles on it. It's got everything and its brother in it.
Yeah.
Other than a moonroof. And Monday morning, I'm going to give them, and they gave me a really good trade-in on the Bolt, by the way.
Well, there you go, Pop. There you go. The EV lifestyle. We do have to get to all these hands. I feel bad. I have usually.
I just need.
Sure.
I need to go, and before I go, I would like to say something about Deb. She has all the qualities we'd like to see in a politician. Maybe she should think about it. Yes, Deb, you're fantastic.
Thank you, Monica.
And I send my love to all of you, and it's been really, really, really wonderful being here again after so long. And my apologies if I wasn't clear during my messaging. Okay, I get highly excited, and then it all goes to pot. So my apologies if people didn't understand what I meant. But thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Monica. No problems at all. You've always come across very clearly. Excellent. Well done.
Thank you, everyone. I'll try to listen to the rest of the conversation later. Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Anytime you have time, you're welcome, of course. The discussion of Brazil is integral to the whole world's environment. A critical piece of the puzzle. And we don't have many other people from Brazil or knowledgeable about Brazil in our organization.
Do you know, I'm going to try to convince, Philip Fernside to join one day. I'm gonna
Well, I would love that. Yeah, and I am good with scientists. I can somewhat speak their language.
Yeah, he's amazing. So I'll try and speak to him and ask him to join. Okay. Thank you so much,
That would be
everyone.
outstanding.
Thank you.
Anytime, Monica, and I hope the family's well. I hope your daughter is super
Yeah.
well, and your parents. We need to discuss at some point.
Yeah, it's very, very hard at the moment, but we'll talk about this
Yeah.
later. Thank you. Thank you.
And the COP 30, the
Yes.
football, and all the important things of life, the recipes.
Yes.
Oh
So,
boy.
bye-bye.
Bye. Long live Brazil. Amazing, amazing nation. Great film. Brazil has a gigantic history of slavery, of course, that rivals the old USA here. So many difficult, profound issues. Deb that was an outstanding speech on your God and what have you done lately. And it's an interesting idea that she should consider running for office. Now, again, we've got Julian, Andrea, and Sandra lined up here. Normally, the co-hosts go first, though Sandra was a co-host. I have no clue what the order was.
Yeah, it's all right.
Sandra.
I was actually before Deb, but that's okay because I love listening to Deb. I hope she comes back if she's left or whatever. But I just wanted to go back to what Pup said and what everybody said about religion, what Deb said, what about God and all that. And I'm just going to sort of give you a plain view. I promise to make this short, Alex. I was an engineer. I did a lot of IT work. I put in computer networks. I built some parts of the internet. I mean, I had a very technical career. And of course, I had to, I retired. But anyway, 2.5 years ago, I started practicing this mindfulness and this meditation. And I have to tell you what happened to me. I was just a normal, I guess you could call me a Christian. Like, I believed that, I believed what I was told. Okay. And, that, but I didn't feel it. You know what I mean? I believed what I was told, but I didn't feel any kind of spiritual anything or any kind of good feeling or anything. But 2.5 years ago, when I did this start, I completely flipped upside down. My whole world flipped. So because I was, I've always wanted to know the secret of the universe, right? How does it work? How does all that work? And so when I meditate deeply, a lot of times that is always on the top of my mind. And I had an experience at the end of July in 2022 that just blew my mind. And it was an instant data dump into my head of a lot of knowledge about how it all works. And I was completely flabbergasted and blown away. As a result, and it was so moving and so beautiful and happy. As a result, I don't read scripture. I don't do religions. What I got out of this dump, this data dump, is that we are of a single consciousness field, and this field does not originate in our bodies. It originates in a non-physical way. And to Pup's point about ethereal creatures up in the sky, they're not up in the sky. If there is a non-physical world, the interface to it has got to be inside us in those subatomic particles in that quantum field, that whatever's on the other side of that and manifests through as life, okay, and I believe our consciousness field comes from the other side of that, okay? And I believe there's one singular one, and we are spirit beings that are actually having a human experience. So that's kind of what I feel. And I feel wonderful about it, but it doesn't get into my politics or anything, because what it did to me, well, actually it kind of did. It turned me into a pacifist. Well, let me put it this way, a realistic pacifist, because there are certain things we got to deal with still today. And I also believe firmly that, and it turned me to a complete peace footing, and the meditation folks and the deep yoga guys and all that, they believe that if enough people do this and have this change, that the world will change, because peace comes from inside you. You have to do it. Everyone has to do their part to become this peace. And I have done it through mindfulness. There are many other ways you can do it through religions and stuff. I just feel that all the holy men in the world were influenced by this consciousness field, the holy parts, or the nice people, the nice religious people, the people who do like Jesus work and stuff like that. But I think they could very easily well have been influenced by this field. And I'm not telling you this to say, hey, this is the truth. This is how I experienced a spiritual epiphany. And it was my experience, the visual I have about the quantum bits and stuff, all from me, because it was presented in a visual format the way I could understand it. And I'm just going to stop there and just say, everybody just try to be more mindful and, anyway.
Yeah,
That's done.
Sandra, good stuff. And we have our sailors here with us today. Let's get a quick word from Julian. He's always succinct before we find out what's happening in Manitoba.
I am always succinct. What a wonderful discussion this has been. These are really profound subjects. I love it how nothing that we talk about does not have to do with the climate crisis, even as distant as it may seem. It is totally relevant. I like it how people have spoken really personally about themselves. So I'll say some things that Alex knows, some things that Alex knows, some things he doesn't. When I was quite small, I was a militant atheist, I guess. I had scientific parents, so they put this into my head. And I went to school with my evolution books and got kicked out for this reason. And as I went on through life, I'm an alcoholic. And it's kind of an alcoholic joke. I'm not a drunk, I'm an alcoholic because I go to meetings. That's the only difference. And there you discover spirituality. This is well known. AA doesn't require you to believe in God, but spirituality will help keep you sober. I'm 12 years sober now, so I'm certainly not a very spiritual person. I'm no saint. I promise all of you guys that. And anyhow, having said that, I really want to get back to something that Pup said a while ago, which was about the Three Sisters farming. The Three Sisters method is absolutely everywhere in Mexico. The milpa technique, which is an ancestral technique, I believe in the 1980s, which was when the last big census of milpa and ancestral land farming techniques was conducted, 45% of Mexican agriculture was using the Three Sisters technique. So it's absolutely so well known here in Mexico. Of course, farmers in different regions, the Three Sisters are basic, but in different regions, farmers will incorporate different plants, different crops with different qualities, maybe sometimes 15, 16, even more species in one plot at one time, with each species of plant playing a specific role, controlling pests, restoring nourishment to the land. It's a whole complex system, and the wisdom is there for us to see. It's not a secret. These farmers know the techniques. They're happy to share them. It is us as a Western culture. It is up to us to open our minds and see these techniques, adopt them, and to reject the monocultures and widespread farming, industrialized farming that is coming for us. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Julian. Couple good points there. The congratulations on the 12 years. I'm at 16. I believe Lost is at 37. So we can start the AA meeting now. My name's Alex. I'm an alcoholic. And I'm really not sure about, now that we've lost the election, the plan was for everyone to move to Manitoba, live with Lost. I started researching Manitoba, talking to Kim. I think I might prefer to go stay with Torstein in Greenland. I am not sure about Manitoba. There are a few issues there I've learned about. The insects. Now the insects, the mosquitoes, the black flies, they might all be my relatives. But there's still some issues there. There's still some complications. Some of the issues are problematic. I don't even know. I love listening to Lost Sue. Of all the people in spaces, for me personally, I really enjoy my pal Joel in Australia. I enjoy Andrea, seriously, to listen to her in Singapore. My friend Dr. Mike is always comforting. Sandy there, so many of you, Robert. But really, if I had to pick someone to listen to on this godforsaken platform, I think at this point it would be Lost. I don't know what the man has, what he's thinking, why it works for me. The tone of his voice is excellent. His love for his people is beyond admiration, and what he teaches us about humanity, about nature, about the Mother Earth. For me personally, Pop, it just really works. I know the man. I know Lost loves a good laugh. And I know we haven't even discussed once the red hand in his icon there, what it means. The missing women and girls, they usually say, an extremely difficult, painful topic. I wish we could get to work on it. I mean, God knows these American politicians are just not going to get to work on it. But we do not forget here. I don't forget. Dr. Mike doesn't forget. Pup doesn't forget. And wherever Arthur is, hopefully he's having a good day. He doesn't forget. And Oliver doesn't forget. And Kim doesn't forget. And so many of us don't forget. So with all that said, Lost, I don't know if you need the speaking stick, the soapbox. We are somewhat respectfully gathered here to listen to each other. I would love to hear from what's on your mind today, man. How it's going, how you're feeling. I don't know. Lost. Speak to us, man. Hi. Hi.
Hello. Or in my people's language, Apatun Washte. Hello, everybody. Apatun Washte.
Apatun Washte.
Geez, there's so many different topics and subjects that's just right there. First, you cannot trust a religion that wants you to be a sheep and cough up all your wealth while they're molesting and raping and torturing and murdering little children. You cannot trust any religion that does that. I'm sorry. I don't, I don't want to in any way, shape, or form shatter someone's a truth. And we have to look at reality. The reality is very simple. These religions have been used to genocide, exterminate, and enslave people all over the world. Like, you know, I know we talk a lot about when it comes to acts of genocide and slavery and stuff, about like, you know, different places around the world, like, you know, most indigenous places and stuff. But somehow we never seem to remember that it started back in the Crusades. These priests were doing this shit way back then in the Crusades to force people into believing in a religion that's not real. It's a made-up construct. The construct is, yes, they took papers from the law, from the Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff, and they sat in council, in the Council of Nicaea, hammering out how best to control the poor folk. That's you and me. How best to indoctrinate us. So that way there would always be a royalty ruling class, and there would always be the rest of us. And that those in the ruling class, royalty class, would always be in there. Doesn't matter who it is. So it used to read that you have, the Bible used to say, if you have a God-given right, if your government does not do anything and starts harming your population of humans and people, that you have a God-given right to remove that government. It is your duty to God to cleanse the land of that corruption, that filth, that evil. Now it says, bow down and kiss their ass. We should be grateful for their disgusting habits and actions. Because God wants us to be that way. Funny, isn't it? How they twist it. You know, as my cousin here, Pup, was saying, they go in, you go into a church. I never heard about Jesus going into a church except to destroy it, tear it down, because of all the vile and disgusting and filthy things that was going on in it. When reading the Bible, I remember reading the Bible as a kid because I was forced to. I didn't get to go to ceremonies as a kid and enjoy my people's culture and tradition and way of life. I had to go to a fucking church. I remember reading that Bible while, you know, Jesus walked in, seeing all the greed and the money laundering and all the horrible, disgusting things going on, and trashed it all to pieces. When he died, he shattered the church in half. They say in the Bible, right? So if in the Bible it says he completely destroyed the church, why do we still need a church? Jesus didn't go in and preach to people inside of a church. He did it out in nature. He did it out in the earth. He didn't ask them for money. Right? In the Bible, it says he didn't ask anyone for money. He made miracles happen. taking a loaf of bread and turning it into a whole bunch of loaves of bread, a whole bunch of fishes, one fish into a whole bunch of fishes to feed the people. Okay. Where was this? Oh, give me your money. The church needs money. I didn't hear that. Right? You wonder why churches get tax-free? They never have to pay any taxes on any of their income or properties and stuff. You wonder why? Because they work in cahoots. The 1% rich, the government, and the church. It's a trifecta. It's not the Holy Trinity. It's the unholy Trinity. Filled with genocide, theft, slavery, and all kinds of other disgusting things. That's unhuman. Your government isn't supposed to be there to demand that you cough up all your money to them and they don't help you. It's supposed to be there to help you, to make sure that your life is okay, that you have a home, a roof over your head, that you have food in your fucking cupboards and fridges, that you're not worrying about where your medical supply or attention is going to come from, or how you're going to cover it and pay for it. Their job is to maintain your health and your education and your environment that you live in. Well, we don't see that, do we? All we see is give me money. Oh, the tax man knock at your door. Wait, I thought the United States removed itself from control of England and the Crown of England due to taxation without representation. Interesting. Yet, what, 3 months out of a year, you have to cough up out of your wages to the government in taxes? I don't know how that's, that's taxation without representation. The education is educating our kids to be dumb. It's not educating them to be intelligent. It's not a place of great minds to go and discuss and debate and work and hammer out issues and try and find solutions to things. It's now just a fucking, pardon my language, but it's now just, a place for you to learn to have slaves. You become a slave here to the 1% rich and their corporations. That's all you are, a mindless slave. Yes, it is a bit different than chattel slavery, but that's because chattel slavery is disgusting. But it's not like slavery ended. The 13th Amendment in the Constitution literally states no slavery unless found guilty by a court of law. Whose law? Whose court? Considering that people of color are the majority of people getting draconian sentences. You have a life sentence if you're a person of color. Sounds to me, in truth, slavery never ended. They just found another way to cover it up. You can't take the word of a group of people who can't even honor a treaty. I'm just going to say it that way. You cannot ever respect or believe or have faith in or trust any person that will violate and break a treaty. They have no honor. They don't know what that word means, honor. They don't have any understanding of that concept of it. But they love to throw that back at you. Oh, you know, I got honor. How come you're not honoring it? They do all that kind of stuff. The most important key to remember, okay, is no matter what they do, you cannot let it change you. Believe me, they almost won that on me when I was a kid. I don't know how many people, you know, I don't know how many people might know what I've been through. But I was part of both the 60 scoop and one of the last remaining residential schools up here in the fake ass colony calling itself Canada. They beat me, tortured me, and raped me, all in the name of Jesus Christ. And wanted to turn me into a monster. That's how they raised me, to be a monster. To be a savage, a merciless savage. I chose different. I chose. There are many people who have similar stories to mine. The important part here to remember is that you have an illegal extraction industry pretending to be a government and pretending to be a country. It's not a country. It's an illegal occupation. Anyone who's from Africa should understand that. They just finished getting rid of apartheid. Same thing with Haiti. Many other countries too should understand that, right? This is what you're looking at. This government isn't about fairness and equality and, you know, yay! Taking care of the population. It's never been about that. It's always been about extraction. And it hasn't changed. The president right now for their extraction industry. Because they know that their time is running short. So they need somebody who's going to be able to amp it up so that they can get every ounce of penny wealth out of this land and out of this planet that they can. That you look at where they've ended apartheid and they've ended the illegal occupations of their lands. Prior for the ultimate fast-paced extraction of the wealth of that lands for their benefit, not ours. And when these ass clowns get up and run, they're not taking you or me. Hell no. To figure it out. While they move on to their next agenda of where they need to extract. Nature and existence of greed. It dictates that. That's part of its doctrine. if you will. Because your votes have been bought and paid for and sold long before you were ever even born or even a twinkle in your grandparents' eye. Doesn't matter who you vote for. You're still voting for the same thing. Just one's more extreme than the other. One's more blatant about it than the other. Yes, we can make headways. Yes, we can achieve victories. Yes. And we should love and enjoy and celebrate those. Every little victory that we gain, we should celebrate them. Because if we don't, that road becomes an unsurmountable mountain. So we celebrate every little victory. We Indigenous people understand that 100%. I had a nephew once ask me, Uncle, Ade, why? Why do we celebrate this? It's nothing major. We didn't win our freedom yet. Said to him, because it's the small victories that we celebrate on our path to the full freedom of our people, our nations, and our lands. It is those victories along the way that give us heart, that give us strength, that give us the courage to continue on, to keep moving forward. No matter how many steps back they enforce and push upon us. It is those victories that we must honor and celebrate, no matter how small, because it gives hope. What's that?
Well, outstanding speech. I am thinking, where did Adam go? Adam had his hand up from Cameroon. I don't know if he'd like to come up and speak. Adam was our winner of the Speaker of the Year of 2023. Lawsu is clearly in the lead here as Speaker of 2024. Dr. Matsanga of Uganda was awfully good as well this year. He simply held court for an hour. Jacqueline Keeler has not spoken in this space yet. She could probably give everybody a run for their money. Everybody else has had their hands up for a long time. I'm at a loss. What Lawsu's speech is almost a lifetime of material to work through. I don't disagree with anything he said. I listen. I take notes, and I do want to hand this over to Adam in the nation of Cameroon in Africa. He identifies as Indigenous. Adam is a young man, our dear friend. I'm so curious to hear what you have to say, Adam. Take it away.
Hello, Alex. Good evening, everyone. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, thank you. I think today has been a very, very interesting conversation, especially from my own viewpoint. Looking at spirituality is really something that was just, well, we just grew up and we met it the way it is. And funny enough, at some point, I'm sure most of you must have passed all of this because you you've been long enough, you've been around longer enough than most of us, still quite young in all of these things. I feel like I'm at a point where it's like, can I say, in every question I ask myself, the answer seems to be the same. It seems to be, I just keep on getting the I don't know answer, because whenever I look at, maybe I try to say, okay, let me try to be much more religious and see how it goes and see spirituality, how it helps me. And at the end of the day, I always end up looking at what really happens around it. And I'm like, ah, this is really, really not the way to go. And then when I try maybe not to be, just be like, oh, I don't want to be spiritual and all that stuff. Well, again, there's this emptiness that you feel that, I don't know, maybe because of the social constructs that we already have around us, it makes you feel, to me personally, it makes me feel like I'm at that point where I don't know if I should go forward towards, being much more spiritual or religious or whatever we call it, or just, leave the whole thing and just be, the Star Trek way, like you guys who watch Star Trek call it the Spock way, just be logical about life and, live your life and whatever. But that too comes with its own problems. So, yeah, but I'm sure that most of you have passed this stage, of I don't know, of I don't really have any direction. But to me, honestly, at this point, especially we, the young people, what we've met is not something really ideal in terms of religion. It's not really ideal. And even looking at maybe the other part of it, which is maybe the social part, which has nothing to do with religion, maybe atheism and all of that, it's still also not really ideal, because at some point it goes into a whole lot of other things that I don't really want to get myself mixed up in. But at the end of the day, this is the situation where we young people now find ourselves, because it gives us, when you always pose questions and you come up with the I don't know kind of answer, it gives you, it kills your reasoning. You start feeling like, oh, maybe I shouldn't think about it much. And then at the end of the day, you have us not wanting to think about it, and it builds some sort, your defense becomes the ability to not think, meaning you don't try to explore maybe which one is better, which one is worse, because wherever you put your head, wherever you try to look, there's a lot of, bad negative things coming out of it. So to me, I feel like that's why most of us, we don't really want to think anymore, because whenever you try to get your head worked up around maybe an idea or something, what comes out of it is not really, it's not really something that gives you a sane mind. Let me put it that way. It doesn't give you good sleep. Like, for example, you might want to think about, trying to be more spiritual, trying to, you know be more religious, if I might put it that way. And then you start thinking about what happens around it. You start finding maybe there are, as churches here that operate maybe hospitals, and then you find members of the same churches who can't even afford to pay bills in the same hospitals that are run by their churches. And you start seeing things like that, and then you say, but that's not something that you want to explore. And then you go the other way again, you become empty, because there's this societal construct that has been built around, you have to believe in something, you have to live in, some kind of norms and all of that. So it gives us, especially us, the young people now, a very, very tough time, because, well, at the end of the day, we then now grow with an attitude of I don't care, I don't know, and then you don't think, and then finally you become a worker bee, like Pop was saying, just training us to, you get up in the morning, you go to work, you come back in the evening, you get a bottle of beer or something, and then you go to bed, and then the next day you go to work, and that becomes your circle of life, because at the end of the day, if you don't think, you cannot go out of it. So it's, to me, well, I don't want to be all over the place. So I just shut up.
Thank you, Adam. Getting the
I gotta say, Alex,
yeah,
sorry, but I
no
gotta
problem.
say, Adam, spirituality has nothing to do with religion. Just to clarify. And I know I know they like to push the ideology or thought and belief into people, that religion is spirituality, to try and give it some, how do I put it? Some, like, validity, but it's not. It has nothing to do with spirituality. Clearly, because a spiritual person would see somebody sick and want to help them without charging them money. They just do it. A spiritual person would see someone suffering and do everything and bend over backwards, give the shirt off their back to help them, to uplift them. Right?
Yeah, I actually do get it. The point I'm trying to pass is that gotten to a point where we, coming up, you don't meet labeled under, either Christian, Muslim, Jewish, whatever, all of those different brands, and you don't have that spiritual component of spirituality being what it was or what it should be. So sometimes it's difficult to find yourself now to, put yourself in a spiritual state without belonging to any social construct or a group of, how people think and stuff like that.
Can I help you out in that, Adam?
Yeah,
I
go
went
on.
through that too. I went through that too in my early 20s. Okay.
Yeah, it's around that time. Everybody.
I'm 52 now. I'm 52 now, and I don't know if you heard, but I lived through. I'm a survivor of the genocide of my people on my continent. I've lived through it. And what I found helped me was getting back to my ancestors' way of life. That helped me. That helped me make that connection, give me a drive, give me a purpose, find my humanity, something to live for. And I think more and more, because what we're looking at even today is still dealing with the leftover or the residuals or still the result of colonialism and colonization. And it's greed and it's brainwashing that it does, and that its whole entire system is based upon. And when we find ourselves in that situation, we have to turn back and look at our ancestors, where we came from, who we are, and find that connection again, rebuild and re-strengthen that connection that they worked so hard to break and shatter. But we have to find that within inside of ourselves to make that connection again and be who we are as a human being and as a person and as a people. We have to throw out of the bathtub, if you will, the ideology that our ancestors' way of life was either barbaric, savage, demon worship, or uncivilized, because it wasn't. Our ancestors took care of our population. They took care of our people. They made sure the community didn't starve. It's savagery. That is what we live in today. With all of these things of poverty, and one class gets everything and everybody else has to suffer and pay for them to have everything. That's savagery. Even the greatest minds throughout history around the planet have all stated you can judge a society on how it treats its elderly, its children, its impoverished class, and its disabled people. Hell, even anthropologists have discovered that, what are they? Oh God, what is it called? What is that group of people called again?
Archaeologists?
No, the group of humanoid species that they used to say was like really extremely dumb.
The Neanderthals.
That's it, Neanderthals. Thank you. Even Neanderthals, they found a body, a Neanderthal body that was disabled. And it was fed, looked after, cared for, fed. And they were using all the medicines that they had at that day and age to try and help him to heal him or to heal it. I don't know whether it was a man or a woman. I'm not sure.
Can I speak for a minute?
Sure.
Yeah, all the way, my name is Jim. I'm from the Gambia, West Africa, I don't know either you guys about the country, The thing is, I'm here, to join you guys in space, The thing is, I'm 16 years old. I live with my granny, We lack of food and clean water. So if anyone could able to sponsor us to get food, I would really appreciate it with my granny, with my siblings,
Okay, Jim. We have an order here, so if you could raise your hand, we have a lot of people waiting to speak. We will get to you in the Gambia, but let's let the conversation continue here. Lost?
Okay, no problem.
No problem, right? Okay. Lost, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I can be real quick. I know there's a lot of people waiting, so I just want to, I want to tell you there is hope. Okay? There is hope. Even in the darkest of dark, there's always light. There's always going to be a light that'll come. Okay? Just as the sun recedes for the moon to come out and darkness to come, so does the moon recede and darkness recede to allow light. That's the way of nature on this planet that we are a part of this ecosystem of. My whole entire point is to try and give people a little bit of hope, a little bit of faith, a little bit of strength in some dark times. And I use the understanding and teachings and the history of my people, my ancestors, to help people to understand that, to see that. So with that being said, I know we got a lot of hands, so I don't know who you're going to toss next into the pile, Alex, but go ahead, bro.
Well, you know how I look at the hands and I decide who's had the most sauce. That's the order we go in, by those who have had the most sauce. Andrea is the co-host and really kind of gets to speak, sort of. And then there's the Anglo thing, the ladies first anyway. Lost said a mouthful. Adam said a mouthful. I'd love to comment on that stuff. But Andrea has waited an awfully long time. From the island nation of Singapore. I saw Elo the other day, Andrea, a film that was shot in Singapore, a really good movie, if you know that film.
What was the film
Elo,
called?
ILO, about 10 years ago. Very
Right,
good.
so
Yeah.
I don't know, but thanks for putting me after Lost Sue. Like, really appreciate it.
Andrea,
Fucking
am I
hell.
a hard act to follow?
No, mate. Look, I'm listening to everything you're saying, and like one of the things I really love about what you're saying is that you're just really speaking from such a deep truth and experience. And I'm a most people think of me as a bit of a fun and sort of I like to bring the hope too by being a fun person, but at the same time I'm an incredibly serious person and understand the complexity of the times that we're in, right? But I've been listening to this religious conversation. It's been going on, I don't know, for about an hour or so, and I hope Dale kind of comes back and doesn't feel like he's been beaten up
Oh,
here.
he's
But
fine. I talked to Dale on the phone for 2.5 hours. He's been listening to many of these spaces. He is a IT guy for Methodist Church in Nashville, Tennessee, but has read all the books and talked to the people. He knows his stuff.
yeah, well, so I was raised as a Catholic, and in the Australian version of Catholicism, it's all about growing up with guilt. And Sandra was talking about an experience when she was 7. So one of my earliest memories, I was 3, and I walked out of the church, and my mum was standing around smoking a Kent with her mates, and they were bitching about other people in the church. And I walked up to my dad and I said, hey, Dad, didn't the priest just say that we shouldn't be doing that? And yeah, so my skepticism about the church started quite very early, first memories early, and I've there's been a couple of sort of chats where there's somebody in our community that is really right, like dissing religion, and I'm so like I totally get where they're from, but at the same time, the people who are into religion, then I mean you can't change their minds. And one of my great fears in the coming years is religion is going to rise like real like the Christian nationalism that we're seeing in the US. It's when people have, because one of the things that people don't seem to appreciate is that people when people are in fear, they do weird shit, right? So there's a lot of fear in the world, and religion sort of feeds that. So I'm sitting in Asia where I'm surrounded by Buddhists, Hindus, Muslims, Zoroastrians, Druze, you name it. They're here. So when I hear the Christian perspective, like it's the only perspective, it's just like it's like the whole world ignores that the vast majority of the population of the world does not follow Christianity. They follow other ideas, and these ideas are quite old. And Sandra was talking about the epiphany that she had sort of moving into meditation a few years ago. So I spent, because of my religious background and trying to extricate myself from it, I spent 20 years reading religious books right across every religion, but going back thousands of years, trying to understand why do we even have it in the first place. So it's something I should have put, Papa, I should have put my 1,000-word doctorate together on the understandings. But the fundamental thing that the conclusion I came to is religion it exists. It existed. The original reason it existed was to explain things we couldn't understand, which were simple things like a comet in the sky. And today it's to control things, and it's been the control thing for a very long time. But I have a very deep belief that no matter who you are, no matter what you believe, I will respect it. I'm not going to argue with people about their faith. I don't want to argue with people about their faith. Just just be who you need to be. But then you listen to Losu's sort of story and the people who've been impacted by religion in that way. You kind of like, I mean, that's really why I turned away from the whole fucking debacle. And it's so fucking patriarchal. It's so revolting in that way, you know, and any religion in the world, like the what is it, the Anglican Church in the UK, you know, the head of it had to resign because of some guy that was raping boys at Christian camps over years and years and years, and he knew about it. It's like any organized infrastructure, especially where faith is concerned. But you know, the Boy Scouts in America almost went bankrupt from it. You know, it's like anyway. Give you a bit of I want to give you a bit of an update on what's going on out here in Asia. So I don't know if you've noticed, but last week Lahore in Pakistan was the most polluted city on earth, but this week it's New Delhi. We had some conversation in the club where people are talking about it. Just want to be really clear about what's going on. I've been living with it's called the haze out here, and it's cyclical. And I remember when I first moved to Singapore in 2003 and the first haze hit, and it's about this time of year. And I'm like, why is this happening? And people are like, well, we don't know. I'm like, why don't you know? Why would you not know? Like, this is so shit. And it wasn't as shit as what they're experiencing in Delhi and Lahore right now. And it's a burning. Basically, what they're trying to do is that they're burning. So that they're cultivating their crops and they're burning what's left. That's the reason it happens at this time of year. But as this region has become wealthier, there's more and more people who can afford better produce. So the problem's getting much worse. Now, Singapore's done a lot to tackle the haze because it's happening in Indonesia and coming over here. So Singapore's done a lot, and there were a lot of Singaporean companies that were like paper mill companies and stuff that were involved. But when I'm living in Phuket, and the haze in the north of Thailand is coming down to Phuket, you know, and like schools get impacted, everything gets impacted. It's God, if you've ever been into a haze environment. So in India, it's this burning off of crops, right? Versus, you know, because they have to turn the land over quickly to plant the next crop and plant the next crop. So that's what's going on. That's why it happens at this time of year. Vehicle pollution's an issue. Factory pollution's an issue. There's lots of issues, but the main reason that it happens this time every year is because of that. The other thing that's happening in this part of the world is the Philippines is about to be hit with its fifth typhoon in less than a month. And so Vic, who used to work for our family for 18 years, who's gone back to the Philippines, rang us the other day and basically said, can we help her financially? Because their entire crop got wiped out in a typhoon. And so understand this, right? The population of the Philippines, it's not just the infrastructure that's being destroyed, their crops are being destroyed. So they're not going to be able to feed themselves. So they've had this record number of typhoons, and it's decimating the country. And another one's about to hit. So, you know, a lot of the conversation here can be a little bit more focused on the Northern Hemisphere, which is totally fine. But when you know, so Vic was basically saying, she's Filipino, and she's like, I want to go back to Phuket. And if she wanted to go back to Phuket, we would make sure that we would help her to get back to Phuket. But the reality is, it's not the right time to be a foreigner in another person's country because you're not going to be taken care of. I was in Phuket during the pandemic. The last people that were being taken care of is the foreigners, including the Farangs, as we were called, the white people, right? We all need to be in a country. So a friend of mine said to me, he's thinking of moving to Vietnam from Singapore. He's Australian. I'm like, you don't go to fucking Vietnam now. It's like the hottest country on earth. If anyone's been to Vietnam, we were there years and years ago, and God, it was so hot. It was so hot, but it's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. So you need to be in a country.
So let
where
the others speak, please. You're not alone. It's great what you're saying, but let the others speak. That's I would say.
Never mind that, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But it's important to be a citizen or a permanent resident in a country so that your country will take care of you, because if you're in the wrong place, you're not going to be considered, you know. So anyway, it's late. It's 3:15 in the morning. That's why I just wanted to say hi and to sort of just give you a bit of an update about what's going on in Asia. But yeah, there we go.
Well, Asia is where 57% of the world's population lives. Asia, I mean, look at the Indus Valley civilization going back thousands of years. I mean, something like 3,000 years ago, 3,500 years ago, they had a serious caste system right there in the Indus Valley. The 4 levels you were at. You were born into one of 4 levels, and you stayed there your whole life. That was it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You wherever your parents were at, you were 1, 2, 3, or 4.
The caste system is very, very alive in this part of the world.
Well, it is in the club too. We need to assign everyone a number and try to figure that out. That joke is just going to die in our backwater democracy here. We could put Dr. Mike in charge of assigning everyone a caste system that would keep him busy for the rest of his life. He's such a fair man. It would be just overload his brain to try to figure out who got superior status. It just doesn't jive with the true American way at all. Like, I don't know if Mike and I are the only ones left, Pop, Sandra, but you know, true Americans are truly about equality, and not a caste system, not nobilities, not kings, right? A real American, if at least there are 4 of us left at this point. So lots of great stuff, Andrea. It was a valiant effort on top of Law Sue's speech. And the Australians, Joel is back. He took a 2-week vacation around the election. Now he's back with authority, and Joel and the Australians give me so much. My leisure time, my relaxation, some laughs. You can't do this serious stuff 24/7. You can't do it 16 hours a day. You've got to sit back some of the day, or some of the week, or some of the month, or some of the year. At some point, you've got to recharge the batteries. You've got to reset. Mindfulness. You've got to do something. Watch a football game. You can't do this stuff all the time. And Joel has been so helpful for me. I don't know what it is. Just giggle. We were giggling about naked Republicans the other day. I don't know why it worked. Which one would be the most awful to see naked?
Ew.
Right?
That's cut. Yeah, ew.
Right?
I know, but there's some graphics out there that are showing them naked. It's pretty revolting.
Yeah. So we've got to kick back at some point. We are humans. We love fun. Well, you know, the Native American genocide is one of the heaviest topics in my life. Then there's that goddamn Mong Zarni who got to write me every fucking morning, the genocide expert. I get all his latest thoughts. And he hates the United States and the empire and the imperialism. He's pretty sure that America is responsible for all the evils of the world. And here we are, still doing our climate crisis, environmental poly crisis thing. Oliver and I, many of the rest of you, Kim, if she's here, are determined that we actually can have influence. We can change things. We are absolutely, Robert, of course, is actually determined that we can change things, that we can do this. There's nobody else who is going to do this. Elon Musk clearly is not going to do this. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett and whoever else you got, Modi, and all the rest of them, they are not going to solve these crises. We have to do it. So we are doing it. Yeah, Dale is serious. He's a real environmentalist. He lives in Nashville. He's an expert on this eco-theology. Instead of Oliver, no, it was Erica Rand's Art Space on Wednesday that I was so looking forward to getting into some good art stuff. Instead of that, I talked to Dale about environmentalism and religion for 2.5 hours on the phone.
I missed her as well. Yeah, annoying.
I'll
Can I
let-
jump? Can I dive in and just ask Andrea about the burning of the leftovers, because it just seems so old school to do this, to burn. I know they have to because they're in a hurry to replant, but it seems so old school to burn in order to create a bit of fertilization and then grow back with it with the next crop. There must be people in the field, especially in India. It's very progressive when it comes to agriculture, very open to new ideas, who could actually turn this a bit, turn it so they don't have to burn everything. I mean, there's
Yeah, I mean, I mean, you know, like what they're burning can be used in other ways,
Yeah.
right? So, you know, obviously it makes sense, but they can't afford the machinery that's required because it's only for a short period of time, right? So, like, if you think of the farmers in the UK, there's a period of time where they kind of share these machines and they rent them and use them, but it's a very short window
yeah, gotcha.
of opportunity, and a country like India, the farmers just don't have that. So Vic, you know, who's in the Philippines, I mean, the farmers are absolutely getting decimated. You know,
Yeah.
they're just decimated. You know, they're the percentage of profit that they make, so they're not going to be able to go out
No,
and
I got you.
buy the machinery or rent it,
Baling
right? So
machines,
it's
basically, and then you get Mitchell.
I mean,
you get Mitchell.
there's solutions.
I get
But you know, like, you know, they're asking for, you know, more trillions of dollars at this COP in developing countries, which would be able to fund this.
absolutely.
They're not doing it.
No, they keep exactly. It's all part of the same culture that Lost
Yeah.
was talking about, and you've been talking about as well. The whole idea of the rich getting richer and the poor being trodden on. It's all part of the same thing. It's part of the same dynamic. And you know, baling machines don't cost much. I mean, Mitchell, who's in the club, I thought he was going to give a chat today about this actually, but he wants to take that detritus from agriculture and he wants to bury it in the deep ocean for CO2, entrapment, whatever it's called, CO2 storage. Whether it works or not, I don't know. It doesn't seem to work very well for seaweed, but it might work better for agro business, leftovers, as it were. And that would, that'd be a wonderful thing.
Biofuel, right?
Yeah.
Biofuel. Better than chopping down the
Well,
trees.
exactly, yeah. And then even if they don't do that, there's got to be a better way, a more of a regen ag way of growing stuff these days that they could really get into in India, because they're so very precise about how they do it. They're very emblematic and they embroider very well. So you literally embroider the agriculture in a way that is very detailed and very precise. They love all that sort of thing. But to burn it, the whole idea of burning this stuff and then everybody's lives for thousands of miles around being wrecked because of it, just seems so old school, But
yeah. So a person in New Delhi, their life expectancy is reduced by 10 years.
Honestly.
So,
God's sake.
can you guys
Anyway,
please
that's what I wanted to
understand
say,
my
Andrea.
situation?
Nice one.
Been a while, I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you guys,
Yeah. We got a few shout outs here. Dino. Is Dino gone? Dino was
So
from. Yes, Jim, what's up?
I will able to see your guys support, I'm from the Africa third world war country, Gambia, I'm waiting for you guys. You are talking, that's why I don't want to interrupt no one. So I'm here to ask you guys for donation.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, so just see what you can do for us, you guys, to get food and clean water, Starvation is no one with, but
Yeah.
there's no option, We need to ask you guys for help.
We hear you, Jim. Again, this is a climate crisis club meeting, the global environmentalism. There are 9 million people a year that starve to death. We look at the root causes of that. You come up with a neoliberal capitalism in the global north. We are working on it, Jim. I get so many requests for monies and funds every day. If I answered every single request I got, I would not be able to work on a climate crisis. Is that what you would like, for me to quit the climate crisis and work instead on something else? I can do that. I'm often tempted to do that. People have to be disciplined.
No.
Yes.
I'm not asking for money. There's a way called Tranga. You guys can send us food to get food for the family. So if I have that, I would appreciate
Yeah,
it.
we do have Judith Callahan. If you look down below and see Judith Callahan, she works very, very hard with people on the continent, and does just an outstanding job. We always, it's unbelievable the work Judith does. So she does do work with people on the continent. So send Judith a DM there, and she will be able to help you.
If you guys will able to do that, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Because we lack of
Again,
food.
send Judith a DM, and she will work with you to help.
So
That's
if anyone want to help me, can you please send hi to me?
yes, I told you what to do, Jim. Send Judith a DM, and she will work with you. That's how we work in this club. That's our process here.
Okay, no problem. The
No
situation
problem,
we are
man.
living here, it's been hard
Yeah.
for us.
The Gambia is an amazingly beautiful country there in the Northwest Africa along the Gambia River. And we do hear from, yes, our friends there in the Gambia. We do hear from them. We do care. I could get into the whole African story, the Pan-African philosophy, the 48.
Yeah.
Yes, I could discuss it, the 48 sub-Saharan African nations and the issues there. It's a major part of the global environmental story. We try.
Yeah, nowadays.
Yes.
Nowadays, Gambia is very hard, because the government we have, they don't look for the poorest, they man only their business there, So nowadays, I'm 16 years old. I live with my granny, with my siblings, Age of 14, I live both of my parents, in accident, So I focus on manpower job. I can feed my siblings, bro. And I live in a village. To get a good food and clean water is a problem, So that's why I'm here to ask you guys for support.
Yeah, I told you how we give support. Send Judith a DM. Okay, we have to get to Pup here. He's been waiting a long time, Jim. He's our good friend. He is part of the indigenous Americans, the people here that were
We're not
genocide.
Americans.
Excuse me?
We're not Americans.
They are not Americans. The language gets complicated, lost.
America is on our lands.
I hear you. I hear you. I am not a wordsmith. I am a mathematician. I am not meant to be talking English. This is the best I can do. I am sorry if my words offend.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
I can talk in Greek if that would offend you less, but nobody would understand what the fuck I was talking about.
No. You didn't offend me. It's all good, Alex.
Greeks do not like Italians. Americus Vespucci was Italian. The Greeks aren't big on Italians. There's a rivalry that goes back. Matter of fact, we trashed their asses at Troy over 3,000 years ago. We destroyed them and they moved to Italy. That's how the Italians and the Romans started. It's like talking with the Nigerians. They do not like to call their country Nigeria. They think it's an insult. And then I'm like, we got to call it something. Give me a word to refer to that land. Pup likes North American natives. Can
you guys please understand my situation,
Yes, we understand. We're working on it. We do have order here of some kind, basically whatever I feel like. And I will threaten to quit. And then Oliver and Robert will persuade me not to quit. We seem to do this about twice a week.
Sorry, Alex.
Yeah, Pop, you've never gotten me to threaten to quit, which is totally to your credit. It is one of my regular routines. I'm going to go. The North Atlantic right whales really have my heart. I want to just go help them, or work, continue to work with the North American natives. So
Yeah, I just wanted to from about an hour ago. I just wanted to chime in after Sandra's what should I call it? Dissertation. Anyway, yeah, when I walk out into the woods, I'm aware of everything around me. I've said this before. Uh, you know, I know, I feel literally everything around me. The trees, I know whether they're happy, they're sad, whether they're going to sleep, whether they're waking up. I know, even though I can't see them, hear them, or smell them, I know there is, for instance, a squirrel up in the tree, or a bobcat about to pounce on my young ass, or a wolf pack, or, I just get it. Now, I don't have another word for that. People would call it a spiritual experience. Okay, let's go with the word spiritual. It isn't really a religion in per se. I mean, there's no dogma. It isn't written down anywhere. There's no other interpretations of that. Now, do I feel like I'm part of a bigger thing? Yes. Do I have any desire to analyze down to the interior thread? Do I have any desire to do that? Not particularly. I'm just comfortable being that way. And the other side of the coin, to be quite blunt here, is I don't have the brain power to do it. I'm not educated enough in that particular arena to do it. Number 3, I don't have enough years left on the planet to actually do a
Bob.
Oh no.
Oh no! I thought it was me.
Yeah,
for a second.
I got
Hey,
an incoming
Pup,
call.
you just came back.
Yeah, I got an incoming call. It was a veteran buddy of mine. I got to call him back in a minute. But do I have any desire to, spend the rest of my life trying to figure it out? No. I'm just perfectly happy knowing that I'm in tune with my environment. I feel it. I don't, if you want to call that spiritual, okay, call it spiritual. I don't have a word that describes that. All right. There isn't a word in any language that I know of that describes that. Spiritual is about the closest. Is it a religion? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys. I'm not calling it a religion, but it's just, I feel, when I'm in a city, I don't feel that way, right? I don't feel that way. When I'm, again, when I'm out in my, walking around out in my woods, I feel like I'm a part of something. And there's probably there's all sorts of theories about why, and I mean, anyway, I'll just leave it there. But I'll just leave it there.
Thanks, Bob.
It's called Toshba and Matakyo-san.
Interesting.
Toshba meaning family.
Toshba.
Matakyo meaning all my relations.
Matakyo. All my relations, my relatives, my cousins, this
Sounds like
life.
attachment. Sounds like attachment
Yeah.
to me.
Attachment.
Just Alex, just a quick add to Pup before I forget. I just want to say I agree with you 100% about the nature thing. That whole visualization crap that I do, and that quantum entanglement and that whole consciousness field I talk about goes through the entire physical universe, right? everything's connected. So
Yeah.
100%.
Well,
Out in nature is wonderful. That's all I'm going to say. Anybody else can talk.
right. The entire universe is pretty big. The environmentalists, many of the indigenous peoples like to just stick with this Gaia-sphere here, our life on this planet. And I'd like to hear from H, who I think is in Germany. We have so many great German friends. Hi, H.
Hi, Alex.
How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm working in Berlin, yes, as IT in IT management.
Yeah.
And I'm living outside near the halfway to Poland. And I have one neighbor, and living in the woods. 2 weeks ago, living with nature. 2 weeks ago, I was going with my dog with my bike. He's running. You hear? Maybe you hear him now.
Yeah, you heard the word dog. That got him started.
Yeah, and I was coming out of the wood, and I was seeing. Yeah, I was coming a fox. What was a gray fox? Is it very gray? Oh, it was a big gray fox. Oh, there was a wolf, and there was a second big gray fox. And they're coming me 30 meters to the boat against to me, and then they see me, and they turned around and going away. We have here around 6 old and 6 young wolves around here. I was going out of Berlin to live here, and this is a big forest. Yeah, and then comes now Tesla. We have here Tesla, the Gigafactory, a new Gigafactory here, and they become bigger and bigger, and they take away the wood, and they are very. I'm not against solar as a windcraft. They took it in the wood. They took it in the wood. They said, okay, we there were some people here against that. So me too, yeah, and but it's all the infrastructure coming with it. They will build streets in this wood, and to transport it around the 90 degrees from the streets, the long tile, the long. Yeah, it's they took away from the nature. This is bad, and not from the agriculture where we all eat, or this from eating meat. I have one neighbor. She's my ex-girlfriend. I have one neighbor, and she's she's studying with 45 years veterinary. Yeah, she's diploma geologist. Yes, already, and she's started already to the veterinarians. And today we have a dog here. Yeah, they do hunting for the wild. Great hunting action. We had a dog here. He was lost. The hunters came here. We called them by phone because GPS was not ready. We gave them the dog to drink, and wow, it's this is nature here, and this is I can only say we have to start ourselves, not eat or not consume animal products. This is my intention, to start that again. Yeah, my company was hacked last year. It was the hardest year in my life, and I lost this and I restart to live vegan, and this is not consume, no animal products, not consume unusable products. What I don't need, I don't buy, and fight for all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do remember UH and the ex-girlfriend who lives next door, that we of the global north live in these hyper-consuming societies. And that's been our life. You know, why we have to go shopping like maniacs all day, every day, and fill up our living spaces with stuff is just beyond me. And faster and burn more and more oil. It's terrific to be a vegetarian or a vegan. That simply reduces your impact on the land. The 8.2 billion humans, especially the top 20-30% largest consuming humans, are destroying the ecosphere. We who are in that group, I am in that group, we have to make the effort, make the attempt to reduce our impact on the land. That's the environmental ecological side. Then you start talking climate justice, oppressors, colonizers, neoliberal capitalists, and on our conversation goes. Andrea, we have Dino from Australia with us. He's the one guy you want at the beach at night with a guitar by a fire, and his wonderful wife is an artist. We have Green Kraut. Is Green Kraut here? He was here anyway. We love Green Kraut, who works in the bicycle shop in Australia, gives us excellent reports. Dino is here. Green Kraut is here, both in Australia early in the morning at this point. I hope the coffee is tasty. If there's one thing I like in this life, it's drinking too much coffee in the morning and listening to music. The amazing thing for me doing these international spaces, I'm interested as a scientist, as observing what happens. I talked to Oliver and Robert. Robert's been trying to speak UK. I talked to Kim Lasu, whether he thinks he's in Canada or not, I'm not sure, but I talked to Lasu and Kim and Mike 1963, and Andy was here earlier. Hugh, so many Canadians. I could go through the Canadians. We talked to the UK, the Canadians, the Australians, the New Zealanders. We're even talking to Stuffy Cat. And then we talked to the Germans. These are the people at this point who are closest to the United States people. When we're forming these international alliances, those are the people I trust instinctively, without thinking about it. If we see this as a crisis, those are the people I want as my allies. The indigenous people of the world, the colonizers, our histories, the stories, what happened, how we got here, how those people got all the power, why they don't use that power to make this world a better place for all of us. Those are the climate justice stories. Pup, as always, he talks to us on Saturdays, teaches us stuff, entertains us. And that's what these spaces are for.
Well, I'm going to depress you. Yeah, I just, that was a veteran buddy of mine.
Yeah.
Called him back, and he was calling me to tell me that his wife is got cancer for the 4th time, and the regimen they want to put her on is a pill that costs $1,000 an administration once a day, and Medicare doesn't cover it and VA doesn't cover it. So he's looking at watching his wife waste away and die in front of his eyes because he can't afford
Is that the chemo pill, pup?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. My mom was considering that, but there's a lot of bad side effects to it too. I'm really sorry to hear that
Yeah.
about your
I
friend.
can tell you that if there was not Nan Golden in this world, Nan Golden's a very good artist in New York City. She took on the Sackler family and won. Took billions of dollars away from them, got them to apologize on the camera. Nan Golden is a big pharma activist, one of the best activists in America, certainly. And she's on top of that cause. If Nan Golden wasn't out there, that would be part of our umbrella as well. Big pharma are so fucking evil. I don't even know where to begin, man. Of course, it's $1,000 a day. It's unbelievable. It's not $10,000 a day the way those motherfuckers are. I'm terribly sorry to hear, of course, Pop, about your pal. That's this life, man. We can all give our words. We have our feelings, our empathy, and we have Germans, man. I love Germans. I'm joining the German campaign. We have Jennifer, we have Eva, and our other German friends. They're standing up. They are joining the movement with determination, with faith. They really are. We'll go with Green first. I have no idea which German was first. I'm not sure if Green is German Australian now. It's something like 6 a.m. He got his coffee, and bicycles are always an answer.
Hey, Alex.
Hi.
Great to hear, guys. And yeah, I'm really sorry to hear about the diagnosis and the cost of that treatment. I really hope you can pull off like a fundraiser or something like that. Yeah, best of luck.
$1,000 a day, man. There's no fundraiser under the sun. You need Bruce Springsteen.
It's 1,000 people chipping in $1 a day. That's it.
Well, the thing about that chemo pill, and I know this from talking to the doctors about my mom yesterday, is, and I don't know if your friend relayed this, but it also requires multiple like blood tests every week, and sometimes you have to do inpatient stuff. And yeah, okay, so it's not just a pill. And honestly, and I say this, my mom has, she's really gonna switch to hospice and palliative care here now pretty soon. But there's not a lot of choice when you get really old, like she is. She's 89. But like surgery is not an option. It's just there's not you can't do chemo because her veins can't hold it. So there's always something. Like when I heard about the chemo pill, there's always some drawback to the way we treat cancer medically because it's poison. Oops, and I have had a past history of researching before the internet existed. A lot of cancer stuff, and it just appalled me, the whole pharmacy and all that. So anyway, I didn't mean to take up that much time. Thank you.
No, their situation is they are not married because if they get married, she loses her Social Security, and they are quite literally living off of their individual Social Security. Now, Buck is, a veteran, so if they get married, then they lose her Social Security, but the VA, will then cover the cost of the pill. So, but then they don't have enough money to eat, and pay rent and blah 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 blah. All the things, all the costs of everyday life. So you know, I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. I don't have the money. God, I wish I did. I'd give it to them in fucking 2 seconds flat. But you know, they don't have the time, you know, to do a fundraiser or GoFundMe, blah 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 blah. And Buck's not digitally savvy. He wouldn't know how to manage that anyway. I mean, he's just.
Does Mark Cuban's program help? That Mark Cuban
I have
program?
no idea.
Does it? Yeah,
Um,
okay. I'll look that up.
Melody Pup is really good at that stuff. If you want to
Yeah,
do
maybe
that
I'll
with-
touch.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll DM her.
Yeah, and she loves DMs, and she's very kind, of course.
Alex, can you mute me because my mic's not working right, and then I'll unmute
Nope,
myself
I
if I need
cannot
to.
mute you. It's not.
Oh.
I have
damn.
you as host right now, which is kind of cool. I wouldn't worry about it. I can hear you. That's the functionality. Unless
Okay,
you're making,
well, if my cat
Right.
jumps, my little kittens jump on me and make me scream. That's
well,
what
I
that
do
is, I
always
think.
remember the time Near was talking away and he took a piss, like he just totally forgot.
Oh my God.
That was an absolute.
That is literally a fear of
Yeah,
mine.
yeah.
Like, I won't even get, like, all my conference calls, I don't take the headset or anything into the bathroom.
Well,
just
this
in
is
case.
all part
Oh
of
my
being a
God.
Spaces host. There's much to the technique. Another thing Near did one time in the Climate Crisis Club is he fell asleep and started snoring. And for the life of me, I could not figure out what that sound was. And then one day Near and I got in a fight over, people protesting, and unfortunately, but I did always enjoy chatting with him. And hopefully we will chat again in the future. We did interrupt Green Kraut, though he's very polite.
Hey.
Yeah. Hi. If you want to continue, my friend. Green.
Sorry. Now my micro is open. Sorry, my micro.
Yeah, you do have H's here, so it is a slight loss of face there that your tech went down, but onward, upwards, as they say.
I just want to share a little story with you guys. I think I told you that I'm part of like a advocacy group for traffic calming in our town. So it's a country town in Australia, and we have heavy trucks. We have people with too large SUVs and utes being overconfident and overaged, and we like to change that and make our town more pedestrian and bike friendly. And our council conducted a road safety study, a survey, with a consultancy company from 2 flight hours away. They were from Gold Coast. So these guys came in cold, literally, to conduct this survey. So I wouldn't say hijacked them, but we prepared them. We gave them a 10-page brief to point out all the issues we see, we have observed over years and years, and gave them, like these consultants, like the perfect material to work on. And we just received this week this report from that consulting company, and they picked up every single point we pointed out beforehand, plus highlighted further issues. So there were some things are a little bit sad, because on the one hand we have 3.5 times as many commuter cyclists already in town compared to the national average, which is absolutely huge. But on the other hand, it turned out that only 8% of the population is not scared of cycling. Only 8% consider themselves as strong and fearless, or enthusiast and confident. And the rest is interested but concerned, or no way ever. 1/3 of the population is not riding a bike because they don't feel unsafe. it breaks my heart really, because like if you think about the impact, I told you last time about emissions. Yeah, you fill up your car 13 times and you've emitted the weight of the car in CO2. So if you think about 1/3 of the population could do better but won't because they don't feel safe on the road, it's outrageous. So however, we got to see the positive in things. Now we got this data, we can share it, we can highlight it, we can work further on our community and especially our council to do better, to apply for grants, to allocate money, to change this around. So yeah, that's the only thing what I want to say. It's about self-efficacy. Yeah, just do it. Yeah, it's a big, it's the slogan of a big sports brand, but if you don't do it, maybe nobody will do it. So bring yourself in, yeah, work in your community and change things around. It's possible. Thank you, guys.
Thank
I,
you.
I,
Yeah, sure.
I want a quick story, which is an addenda to what Greenkraut just said. So 20 years ago, I wanted to put up a wind generator. So I figured there might be some zoning restrictions on that. So I trundled my ass into the county courthouse and walked into what is they call environmental services. They're the guys that issue permits, building permits, that kind of crap. And so I walk up to the counter, and this nice old lady comes walking up to me, and she goes, "Can I help you?" And I went, "Yeah, I want to put up a wind generator." And I just, I need to know whether there's, if there's any code zoning. Do I need to get a permit? What's the deal? And she got this scared deer in the headlights look. And I'm like, oh, I'm thinking to myself, oh, I fucking stepped in it now. I should have just put the damn thing up, and asked for forgiveness later. And she goes, "Don't go anywhere. Stay right there." And I'm like, shit, I'm fucked, She goes wandering off, and then this guy comes walking out, and he looks at me and goes, "So you want to put up a wind generator?" And I went, "Yep." And he says, "Why?" And I went, "I generate all my own power, and I want to add a wind generator to the mix, And he goes, "Well, to be honest, there is no code and zoning in Cass County. Would you be interested in writing the code and zoning for wind generation systems here in Cass County?" And I went, yeah, knowing full well that if you write the rules for Monopoly, you win every frickin' time. So over the course of about a month and a half, maybe 2 months, John and I, who happened to be the director of environmental services, we wrote some of the best. I'm sorry, I'm going to ring my own bell. We wrote just absolutely perfect code and zoning, what it requires. We classified everything from small wind to big wind, what the requirements were if you want to do any one of these projects. Are you going to attach to the grid? Are you not? I mean, this was, a small book. John then took it to the county commissioners and got it enacted as law. And so now, if you want to put up a wind generator, anything from a little, 500-watt air all the way up to a 1.5 megawatt GE wind turbine, there's code and zoning for that. And there's a very defined process for each one of those different types of permits. Interestingly enough, over the last 20 years, other counties have had similar inquiries. And what they've done is they've, all these directors of environmental services in the various different counties, they talk to each other. Zoning, it's blah, 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 blah. Oh, cool. So what's happened is that document that I helped create has now started to permeate its way all the way through the state of Minnesota. It's like a out is if you take the time and generate the rules for them, they'll go, holy fuck, I don't have to do that work. I'll just include that. And oh, by the way, that really makes good sense. Let's do it that way. It's the same way that laws get created. And wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Whatever jurisdiction about it, anything from small government all the way up to the federal government in between. Just, what I'm trying to say here is go play the game. I mean, it literally is just a Monopoly game. Take some time, write some documents, and submit it, but you have to get involved. Anyway, I'll land it there. I'll shut up.
Okay, Bob. I am really big on game theory, and I am thinking of Law Sue's words and Adam's words. I do believe in keep trying. I don't know if it's spirituality or what the hell it is, but we get up another day, get a good night's sleep. And get back at it and try again. Just keep trying.
Hey, Alex. Can I do a quick experiment here? I'd like to mute everyone for a second and unmute and see if my mic comes back, because I've got to go downstairs with my mom and I don't want you to hear
I
all
could
that.
send you down and bring
hold
it
on.
back up again. That would probably fix it.
No, that's sometimes, hold on, let me just try
that.
this. No, it didn't do anything.
Do you want
Okay.
me to
You can
move
send me
you
back down.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna be, I gotta move down. This is the time of day I gotta go with mom,
hear you.
so you'll hear us.
Okay, we took care of that. And the lawsuit's words, again, some of the biggest stories, certainly on this continent here, and these people here, are that some of the big, very difficult issues. Adam, to the African story, 1914, every single place in Africa was colonized and occupied except for Ethiopia, the scramble for Africa. We've discussed that story so many times. And the genocides, atrocities, tortures, massacres right now around the world happening. God springs to mind. Nobody's explained to me the murder of 17,000 children. Those children are not enemies of anyone. No one's able to explain that to me. I don't want to go off on that train. I just get in trouble. But I want to reference these kinds of issues that are extremely painful and difficult happening now too. There are the historical issues, but the issues happening right now where people are being oppressed, abused, tortured, killed all around the world. Myanmar, Mong's country, Myanmar, is having a civil war. Their innocents being slaughtered. We know the civil war in Sudan, something like 10 million people are refugees, and just one case of atrocities after another in the nation of Sudan right now. Let alone, the Ukraine and other places, these conflicts, these atrocities today. So what can we do? We don't want to feel powerless. We don't want to be overwhelmed. So we keep going. We keep trying. And many Americans are completely defeated by a recent election. And Mike and I and Sandra, many others keep trying to work with that, trying to reorganize this American intellectual left. Again, the global climate crisis, environmental poly crisis, Is it a crisis or not? That is always an issue. People who don't think it's a crisis just think it's regular life. That's what they think. We're here to try to move people towards understanding crisis, climate crisis, that this is serious business. Those temperatures are still going up as we're talking. The temperatures are rising. Temperature is average kinetic energy of molecules in the atmosphere. That's what we're talking about, air temperature. Though most of the heat is held in the ocean, the specific heat of water is much, much higher than nitrogen and the other gases here in the atmosphere. That temperature keeps rising, and it's not going down. It's not stopping. So it's I don't know. Is it 62 degrees Fahrenheit is about the average world's temperature, something like that, and that number keeps going up. We know if we don't stop this rise of temperature, we truly are headed for the extinction of the nation, the extinction of civilization, and possibly the extinction of human beings. Nobody can survive at 170 degrees, 80 degrees centigrade or something very long. And that is a crisis. It's an existential crisis to the nation. But most Americans, for example, don't think it's a crisis. They might think it's another tough problem or something, but they don't think it's a crisis. So it is our job to get people headed towards the notion of crisis, at least to think about it. We need to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases, man-made greenhouse gases, particularly fossil fuels. We need to reduce globally those emissions. There are some signs of hope that in next year might be the maximum usage of petroleum that the human race uses. There are some signs that it might start going down after that. Solar is starting to pass, various forms of making electricity. There are good news, but it's a long haul where we can get discouraged. Much like fighting for civil rights of a people. It's an uphill battle, Oliver.
Yeah, I just think if Trump is just obsessed with drill, baby drill, and he talks about the what was it, the golden liquid or whatever, something like that.
Liquid gold.
With oil. He's so obsessed with oil. That means they are going to drill a lot of it out, which means as soon as they drill it out, they will start, refining it and burning it. So wait and see is what I would say about oil, because this is going to be a new frontier for the oil business. They are hopping up and down with glee. Whether my own feeling is that if renewables can go up against them on a level footing with the same subsidies, exactly the same subsidies, because they're at the moment a quarter less subsidies than oil. If they can go up on the same subsidies, then game is on. Your gaming theory would be right out there, hard. It'd be absolutely fantastic to watch. You just don't know what sort of corruption will go on in order to make sure that oil does prevail as it does now. But if it doesn't, and if it's a fair game on, then there's a pretty good chance renewables will smash oil to pieces, just on cost, cost to the consumer, cost to the business. We'll see anyway.
Yeah, we will see, and Trump and the guys will have 2 years controlling the Congress. They'll have 2 years to crank all the oil projects they can, but those projects are pretty slow. You can't just go out in the Arctic Ocean and start building oil rigs. They're not finished in a week. And the people on our sides are experts at stalling and yeah, man. For what?
Oh, I just realized they.
Yeah.
I get you.
Okay. Then there are people, Oliver, our far left compatriots, right? The radical left, who think that there's no hope in renewables either. It's more of the same. More multinational corporations, more oppression of the people.
Mm.
We're
It'd
not
be
here to
exciting
fight
see.
them.
It would be exciting to see anyway. I think it's there's always a flip side to the coin, and this might be it if it comes about. But you know, it'll take some courage to set it up, and I don't know, you know, how much corruption there is out there. And then there's a whole big world out there as well. You've got, I mean, the US is just one country amongst many. Okay, it's the biggest, I think, on oil at the moment, but for some reason, don't ask me why. But it is only one country amongst many, and all the other lot will be following suit. Of course, they love it too, but we'll see.
I think the countries know with this democratic ebb and flow, the U.S. will be out of commission for 2-4 years here. So everybody, you know, France and Canada will pick up the slack. That I think they accept that when, you know, if France gets a right wing, far right leader, they're going to go crazy over profit making through energy. I think they all kind of have it in their rhythms. You know, when Argentina's off the rails now, like when a nation goes off the rails, you work with the nations that are still heading in the right direction. H has been waiting here for a while. What do you think, H? How's Germany?
Hi, Alex, thank you. Yes. Wow, longer discussion. But it's I'm honored to you trust in Germany, but this is a very thin ice, so I would say. Yeah. And we are losing, we lost our government, and now it's a scandal. You can read it in the newspapers, I think. Our future is not clear. We will go more right now, in the right direction, in the popular direction. So it's very, very hard. And yes, it's very difficult. I see we are losing globally. We are losing our knowledge for our children. Reading books. Who here on the round is reading books? Really reading books? Who of the children is reading books? Germany was the country of we say thinkers and lyrics, and this way we are losing this. Nobody is losing. We are going out of that. Yeah. We are losing our. We are going in a multimedia world. I'm grown up with that. With both worlds. I said I programmed my first computer game in 1986. Yes, and I'm still reading.
Hey, I was making games, man, in 1975.
Okay, cool. yeah, man, cool. Yeah, so and we are losing all this, and this Lost Sue. Yes, he spent as hope. He said hope is a very important thing, and hope and fight. This is very important. We have to do that. My brother is in the family tradition a hunter. He is chief master of a big one of the biggest cities in Germany, and he managed all the COVID. He did all the COVID management, and he said nature will do this. Nature will solve that all, and so He's very relaxed on that. I'm not. Yes. I'm more the fighter. Yeah, I will fight for that, and we have to fight the first against ourselves. So, and to say other people how to do that, and yeah. So this is what I want to say.
Thank you. It's the politics. I mean, the far left intellectuals, the medium moderate left intellectuals. I've actually finally started talking to the moderate right a little bit the last few weeks. It's I am my father was one of them English Americans. My mother was Greek, and okay, so I'm a Lakota man says the Greeks are not white. Greeks are Greeks.
Kalimera.
Well, technically, you're
Doesn't
not.
matter.
Like, I mean, Lakota man's not exactly wrong on that. Like, many different people that, like, if you're not like English or in that area,
Yeah.
like the English were the only ones for a long time that were considered, and still even today, they're considered the true whites. Whereas everybody else was elevated to whiteness, that were previously not considered to be white at all.
Correct.
You weren't even considered to be a human being. You were a savage.
Merciless savage.
Yeah. So over time, and that started over on this continent, when they started bringing people over to overflow and overrun this continent, they realized that there were too many people that they did not want joining together with the other ones that they wanted to oppress and continue to oppress, because there was too many people in that area, too many of them. So they decided, well, we're going to uplift people out of what we previously considered not white into white. And this is where that began. This is where that whole process began of somebody becoming like, where, Greeks and many other different groups, Italians and many other different groups that were not considered to be white at all, according to England, right? Even France, some of the other countries too, that, and then they're like, oh, well, hey, you know what? If there's too many of them. If they all gather together, we're fucked. All right. Time to uplift some. Those that we can uplift, we're going to uplift them into whiteness. Because whiteness is just a made-up construct. It's not an actual race. There's no actual place on this planet called whiteness. Even if you say the Caucasian Mountains, that's Caucasian, that's not white. Right? So
yeah, well, those are in Asia, those mountains.
Yeah. So the philosophy came and the understanding came, right?
Sure.
The understanding is that when you start to look at your roots and your ancestry, then you start to understand the history, right? Then you start to understand yourself and who you are. That's the key, right? Understanding.
Yes, there can great. Germany has the baddest history of all. Yes, of course.
A little rough, yeah, a little rough history.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
rough. And I was in Amsterdam this year. I was going very much around, visiting all the museums, and they have on the streets. They have there are not only the street names, but also the people the street is called by. And there was a a young socialist. He was in the Netherlands resistance, and he was shot by the Germans. And so it came to there was in Amsterdam, it's called Verzets Museum. It's a Netherlands resistance museum. I'm going inside. There were only 8-year-old people in the entrance, and they asked me which language I want my audio guide. I said I'm German, and it was a really bad experience for me. What Germans did in the Netherlands. This was very hard, yes, because you remember there's a film, The Bridge of Arnhem. So Netherlands were separated in 2 parts, and the resistance didn't. There was the Allied for the Allied forces. They have one part of the Netherlands, and the Germans had the other one. And the resistance worked in the German part, and so the Germans took away from them any food and any water, and you see the experience of the people. A young guy said, "I've seen a man. He falling down in the street, and he was dead." Yes, and this is wow. And German has far along away colonialism. Yes, there's called there's in Berlin. There was an old GDR palace. Yes, the East Palace of the East government. Yes, they took it away and they rebuilt old Kaiser building. Yeah. And there they invented the Humboldt, Alexander von Humboldt. It's a very known man who was going in young years to South America. It's very modern, and there's inside a very interesting place. They have a ship there. It's, like a house. It's a complete ship of in the Indonesian area of these islands. It's complete, but it's old colonialism. They get it from this, and it's they get it. German has a bad history. This is very hard, and but we have to look forward. This and we have to remember history, and we have to see back, and we have to go forward, and this is and keep all in mind. Yeah, this is well. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well said. The nation of Greece lost 11.7% of their population during World War II. Certainly, an entire generation of people, the silent generation, literally dealt their entire lives with coping with the after effects of World War II all around the world. When we talk this 1600 to 1914 European colonization, usually it's England, Spain, Portugal, France, and the Netherlands are the main colonial countries. When you look at the nation of Sweden, they had about 4 towns around the world. That was their mass sum of colonialization. They didn't colonize much around the world. Normally, it's those 5 European nations we're talking about. Germany actually wasn't included in a large scale in the early days of the colonization. And some people see that as major psychological motivation for World War I and World War II to catch up in the colonial hierarchies. I am not German at all, but I have lived in Greece before. Yeah.
we are still living. Sorry. We are still living. We are in our rich. We are in our rich countries, and we are still living in a colonialism world. It's just
Correct.
we are just still living in a colonialism world.
That is correct. That is what our friend Lawsu was talking about. And it is absolutely intertwined. You cannot separate the modern colonialism from the environmentalism. They are intertwined intimately forever. That only by decolonizing, ending all this colonialism, do we have any hope whatsoever of having a greener, bluer world. There's no getting around that fact. The neoliberalist capitalists cannot buy us that greener, bluer world. The colonizers cannot create that greener, bluer world. It's not going to happen. So these issues are, and we call it climate justice, normally speaking. I am half English American. I don't like the English. They killed my ancestor. We had a horrible war. It is a quarter of a millennium later. I'm still not happy about it. Though, I do recognize the existential moment, World War I, World War II, the nation of England, the UK, is a terribly good friend to the United States right now. I'm trying to work with what we have. I do have revolutionary blood. If I thought a violent throw of the United States was a better course, I would advocate for it. I see it as a far more disastrous course at this point. But I still have my issues with King George III. Those are our grievances. Everybody would have rather just stayed at home and not gone to war. They would have rather just paid a little tax and carried on with their life. But when the situation gets bad, people, they take up arms against the oppressor, and God bless them. There's Frantz Fanon, there's Walter Rodney. There are all kinds of great books and people to explore. There is John Trudell. All that said, no matter where you're from, whether your people are colonizers or those who were colonized, we all have ancestors. And perhaps, as Loss suggests, we certainly learn so much from thinking of those ancestors of ours. That is a truism for all of us. We can make progress.
If I may, even those with colonizer ancestry can look back further beyond the colonizer ancestry and find ancestors who weren't that way. Hell, you can even look through the whole colonizing process of that ancestry, and find ancestors who weren't that way. Even in Germany, you can find ancestors who helped the Jewish people and population and other people escape and try to help them, because they did not believe that kind of actions was acceptable. You can find that. And I want to say, everybody, everybody likes to shit on Germany for Nazi Germany. But the truth of the matter is Hitler copied what the United States and Canada did over here on this continent. He copied it, but he felt that the long-term form of genocide was too barbaric and uncivilized, and it would take too long, and it wasn't efficient enough for him. That's the only difference. I like to say Canada and the United States is both one of the longest standing ongoing illegal occupation and genocide ongoing on this planet to this date. It is one of the longest standing, still going on, hasn't stopped. There are other countries who also can jump into there as well. That's why I say one of instead of the only. Right? So I think what I like to try and do especially when I know there are different people from different backgrounds and ancestry who may have some, questionable histories in their ancestry, I try to tell them to look past that and find where you find the good stuff, the humane stuff, and focus on that, bringing that back and improving upon that. Because I find too far often when you push someone too much or you bring that kind of history too much, it leads to zealotry and hatred. And that's exactly the road we don't want people to take. We want people to find the good parts of their history, of their ancestry, and focus on that. Yes, we can look at the bad parts and we can see and understand it and examine it and understand it so that we can work towards making sure that it never rears its ugly head again. But we must also balance that out with the good things and bring those to the forefront and bring those things forward and moving forward for each generation coming. That's the important key. Okay? That's the important key.
We listen to Lasu. He often lays on us a really heavy truth. And then after a bit, he keeps talking and then he starts cracking up in laughter. That's being human. I think all of us are trying to be better humans each day, each month. And it's, what is it, Sandra? It's
getting, you know what? I've only been doing these spaces like 2 months, and I sort of immediately gravitated toward Dr. Mike and Alex for some reason. And when I started listening to the stories of Lasu and Pup and Luna, and it just blew my mind. Now I knew of things in the past history that like were never taught in school, like boarding schools and things like that, those horrors. But I have gained so much new perspective just listening to the stories of their reality, right? That it's like I'd like to form that Buffalo Party you guys
yeah,
talked
Loie
about,
did start the
because
party, Sandra. It's called the Wilderness Party. We found out the Buffalo Party really exists and is a conservative party in Canada. So Loie started the Wilderness
okay.
Party. It has started.
Awesome.
The
But
little
anyway.
emblem is a little pine tree, the little pine tree emoji.
Okay. I'll look for that. But I've learned so much from you guys about the things that actually really need to be done and the things that actually really need to be protected for the next couple of years. Hopefully we'll be able to flip the Senate and the House and put up some protections. But I just want to thank you guys for opening up spaces for these kinds of talks.
Absolutely. And Oliver and I certainly did it by accident. Thanks to Doc Valerie, who is back. She's decided she's a mystic. We don't know what. Doc Valerie is a PhD neuroscientist professor at the University of New Mexico. She told us to go get a space, and here we are 2 years later. I spoke to Jacqueline Keeler the other day, the Navajo storyteller, and she has a way with words. She went on and on and on with words and stories. And it means so much to me. I get some inspiration, some hope, some regeneration, some ability to keep going. The Greek people they're having some problems with the climate crisis themselves: drought, wildfires, floods, heat, and losing all the tourists. But the Greek people are fine today. They have a pretty good nation. They're in the EU. They're doing pretty well. I as an English American, my father was 100% English American. I can feel that colonial stuff. I understand. I didn't do it. I was in the oldest boys' school in America. I went to the Ivy League. I could have gone down that path. I had it all before me. I could have become a major league colonizer, greedy person. That path was a possibility for me. I know what it's like to be able to be that white billionaire male. I could have gone down that path. The horrors of apartheid when I was 20 years old did me in. Just put me on this path. What they were doing to the people in South Africa in the 80s was too much for me. I really didn't care about being a trillionaire anymore. I wanted to work on this path, and here we are. And yet, in 40 years, we've solved a few things, but there's still major problems going on today with these issues. You can look at Gaza and 17,000 dead children. Nobody's explained to me why murder 17,000 children. They're just not the enemy. I don't understand it, but perhaps that's a topic for another space. The ability in these spaces, Sandra, Oliver and I, Pup has been with us a long time, Effie, Wilson, many others, Paul, of course, Judith. Nephorist has been around for a long time. Andy has been here since the beginning. He's still here. God only knows what happens in Edmonton. That we designed this stuff, Sandra. This isn't just an accident. We don't just talk away on Saturdays like a get together or a party. We have deliberately designed this stuff to try to get some results. Over in Manitoba, that loss there is influential in his circles. That his pals, his family understand him, know he's that smart guy, know he's that medicine man, and they listen to him. He has a wide circle of influence up north there. That if we can give him an idea of some kind, if we can help him with some kind of understanding, he takes that understanding to his circles. Same thing with Pop and Oliver and Effie and Dale and Eddie and everyone here. We know they're all quite smart and influential. So if we can get something across here that then everyone can take out to their circles, it's powerful. Getting this good information out to people is what the name of the club. That's the name of the game. And it's very.
I'm just a humble human being, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, humility, humbleness is central to Greeks. That's one of the Greek things going back at least 3,000 years. when Icarus flew too close to the sun. His father told him, "Don't fly too close to the sun. Your wax wings will melt." Icarus, being a young guy, of course, he immediately flew too close to the sun. His wax wings did melt, and he crashed and died. A classic story of humility and humbleness that the Greek people still have today. It's one of the core values. You don't.
I have.
His father
I
was
just want to add.
his father was Daedalus.
Go ahead.
His father was Daedalus. Father of Icarus was Daedalus, and
Daedalus, yes.
yes, yes, and to say with Losu, I'm working, but I'm living in the woods, but I'm working in Berlin, and it started with helping poor people. You see an old woman collecting the bottles for 8 cents or 20 cents, and so so I give them €5 or something like that. It started with a simple thing to for that, and to I was as an IT. I'm always had a profile starting with platform starting. So I had also on Facebook. I had for 20 years now. I have an account. Now I've activated them to do something on that. I have this since 20 years, and to see what it is. And I had a Twitter account. I was a long time on Twitter, and then came Elon Musk. I deleted all my account. I lost all the connections. It's very hard, and but I had seen to see what's going on. I came back. Yeah. It's very hard. I lost all my connections, and there's like Losu or other people. I had a very interesting. I have to look around. I had a very interesting contact to Borneo. This was an doctor of biology and environmental doctor, and he I have to find them again, because he was fighting for the his environment, and this is the advantage of social media, to connect to these people and to support them, to really support them, to find the real. There are many accounts betting for, give me money, or something like that. But there are people here really they need help. They need subscriptions or maybe money. Yes, maybe. Yes, and we are living in a rich world. We are living in a rich world. We are the colonialists. Yeah, we are the rich world. We are in Germany. We are world master of traveling again. We are back. We are really back. We are a world master of traveling again, and all people here are, oh, it's so bad. It's all bad here. Yes, and we are world master of traveling. Okay, it's very. No, it's what should I say?
Yeah.
It's important to help each other. Yes,
It is. That's going to make us happy. We could go shopping all day. We won't be happy. We need to help those. who are oppressed, who are suffering. I mean, I'm stuck in the slaughter of the innocents, but I am thinking of Daedalus. The first reference to Daedalus is 3,400 years ago, and he did make the dance floor of Ariadne. So Daedalus, an architect, an artist, an inventor. A shout out to my Greek people, though Floofy and Johnny are not with us. What do these conversations do? The humans have been talking for 200,000 years. From the very beginning, when the first people started talking, they just started blabbing away. The ancestors going back hundreds of thousands of years were talking away. This is what we do. And Oliver and I, 2 years ago, started this particular talk. And here we are. It's, as I'm sure he would agree with me, it's wildly successful. To meet so many interesting, good people here is simply outstanding in my book. And especially the last 10 days with the great political defeat. I've really, really appreciated it for once. We will add more wonderful, intelligent, kind people to the conversation. We know the topics. Everyone loves talking politics, government, economics. We got sports, we got literature, arts, mysticism, geography, science. You name the topic, we've got it. We cover all topics. We stick to English for convenience sake. And in the Climate Crisis Club, we have high hopes that we truly can have an impact on environmentalism. Sandra is in our great state of Michigan, surrounded.
Yeah, I wanted to throw something out there, and of course, you guys, I'm new to like the deeper stuff of this, but something came across my feed yesterday I thought was really cool, and I wanted to know how realistic you think this is. But it was the kind of a concrete structure that took water from, I assume, a river or stream and diverted it, and it went down into kind of a whirlpool and then came out. And supposedly that structure could, and the water could, and it wouldn't harm the fish, could be power for 300 houses. Is that something that is actually reasonable, or a part of a solution, or one part? Anybody know about this?
Well, that's using water for electricity. Is that what it is?
Oh, you got, okay. So yeah, it's a concrete. It's like they divert maybe part of a river. The water's coming in. It's almost like a, kind of like a bobsled course or something, but it's not huge. And then it looks like it goes down a flight of stairs,
Right.
which is really kind of a spiral that is safe for the fish. And then it goes out, and at some point in there, it accelerates, and then that is what generates the electricity. But all this was a video and a person saying this could, what do you call it? Electrify, 300 houses. So I didn't know if that was real, but I thought at some
semi-real, Sandra. It's the particular one you've seen is probably the less effective version, the one which acts on the basis of a vortex. You have to build it through, and you also have to site it, and you only rely on the watercourse that it's positioned on. So it's a little bit special to, it relies on that water basically. Now, if you've got a
so it's not a common thing.
no,
right?
Exactly, but
it wouldn't.
More interesting are the ones which are basically an old mill. You know the water mill. Remember the water mill with the turning great big wheel that turned. And it moved, and it it used to take the power from the mill to grind the corn and so on. Well, they've got some now that you can actually relay it from the riverbank, swing it out over the river, position it on a good, and it's really solid, and then draw the same power, if you like, from the river itself without affecting the river in any way whatsoever. Fish usually, duck and dodge. You might lose the odd one, but that's
It's nothing too sort of desperate really. But these ones that swing out into the river on a metal arm or a wooden arm are, I think, much more interesting from that point of view. You can have a number of those on the river without disrupting the river at all.
Yes, I can explain it. Maybe I can explain it better. Yeah, this is it's an old principle of gaining electricity from a river to do this to stop it, and then to get the river velocity and gain electricity, and then put and take another way for the fishes around, and but it doesn't work normally. Yes, the problem is it doesn't work. This doesn't really work really good, and the problem is we have a very dry. We have very dry times, and there's coming many rain in one day, like in Spain. Yes, so you can build a big lake with a help me, Alex, with a stopping area and a big lake,
A dam,
and put with a dam and put the electricity, and to keep the water inside. This will be in some areas this will be the future, but it's really better to renature the rivers, and to keep it to keep the water in the area. And I've seen there's a beaver. Yes.
Yes.
There was a beaver. I was going with my bike, and there was always a beaver, and there was a large field, and it was never used by the man who owned that. It was never used for agriculture. It was never used. Yes, but in Germany it's so. When you never use it, so it will become a nature area. So one day the beaver was away. I think he killed them illegally. The beaver is secured by legal. But they don't. They illegally took the beaver away, and the beaver had make it ideally. He took the water away, so the water could not go away, and the water when it was raining, it was and here's a very dry area here in Brandenburg. It's the driest area of Germany, and it was ideal renature. Yes, but German law says if you don't use this land and it's become too much nature, you have it becomes secured by law. So the owner comes and say, okay, before I lose my country and cannot use it in future, he never used it for 10 years. So he said, okay, I took the beaver away. So this is very hard.
Yeah, the problem with dams is that we pretty much dammed up and made hydroelectric dams pretty much everywhere in the world that we could. It's sort of maxed out at this point. And so there's not a lot more available for the future.
Well, I don't think you want dams from other reasons, from river health and for Native American ceremonies, for the salmon ceremony and so on.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, they are actually pivotal in unbuilding, let's say unbuilding quite a few dams already. So if they keep that up, that's fantastic. I mean, it's hydroelectric power as a form of power is rubbish anyway. It's dangerous. There's huge accidents. It always ends up going wrong. There's an enormous amount of maintenance, a vast amount of concrete involved. I mean, half of China's dams are falling apart. They don't know what to do with them. They'll have to take them down, won't they? Simple as that. Every other form of renewable, and hydro is considered a renewable. God knows why. They divert water from one place to another. They starve other places of water in order to grow crops, and those other places will die. You can see that all over the world, particularly in Lake Chad and Lake Turkana and so on. They're just ruined both of them, the whole area, in fact, through dam construction. So, I mean, dams have had it, really. I mean, they really have had it. It's a huge, hydroelectric industry, but they're rubbish. They're just useless. We know that solar is much better. Even wind is far better, far less intrusive. And rivers need, by their own being, they need to run their course. They have to run their course. Otherwise, it's like, it's like getting cirrhosis of your veins. It's, you're starving your body of the nourishment it needs. The world needs its rivers. We know that. Look at the Amazon right now, for God's sake. What they've done to the Amazon, the largest, by 25% of the world's major water flow comes down the Amazon, and it's now drying up because of all the stupid things they've done to the surrounding area, including dams, of course, as well. So yeah, dams suck. They really do.
But they're pretty much maxed out. Regardless, they're not going to provide 50% of our electricity in the future. And certainly the river health has to be considered, as H was saying there, to rewild, re-river. There's no doubt at all.
The problem with dams is thanks to capitalism, it hasn't had a proper upgrade or upkeep at all since its conception. So therefore, because they want to save the cost to further make their profits, therefore, yes, dams will not give us any hope or any full amount of maintaining an electrical supply. If it would have been given the proper respects and have a whole entire with less damage to the environment, I think it would have been a tremendous thing to maintain the amount of energy and electricity that we need. But unfortunately, once again, thanks to capitalism and its desire for profit over longevity, we currently are literally like, we don't have a whole lot of options. We have ideas, we have some inventions that might work, but there's not enough going into it perfected, if you will, to where it will do the utmost harm to the environment while still maintaining the things that we need to survive, if you will. So I know some people like to talk about, finding a nuclear solution. I'm not really for that because of the simple factor that there's nothing made today that can withstand the test of time. And even as we know with like Chernobyl and stuff, you get a really wild earthquake or whatever, and it's just done for. And so is that whole entire huge swath of area for at least a decade or more. So I always try and tell people, keep yourself still connected with, your availability to still have, a good wood stove. Things that are that don't require electricity, in that sense. Because I think even after capitalism is dead and rears its ugly last fucking howl of a dead dinosaur that should have never came into existence in the first place, we still have a whole entire in between time, right? You have that time between, however long that may take, to where we can build, some futuristic technology, so to speak, that we don't have to worry about a lot of things. But until then, there's that whole time period in between, right? Where yes, there will still be people who will know engineering and be able to, upkeep and maintain and stuff, the system, so to speak. But there's that time period between, right? Of where we're going to want to push, for a more healthier, and environmentally aware, systems of existence, rather than what we're dealing with today, which is the fossil fuel being forced and shoved down our throat and presented as the only available option. Even the electric vehicles are so extremely costly today, that it's impossible to think that the general population is going to be all riding around in electric vehicles. Are still, the main source of travel, for their income and profit benefits, while causing tremendous amount. Even still today, I chuckle because it plays a part in it. It's like a spider's web, and it's meant that way. It was designed that way, so as to make it harder to remove it, to move to a better solution, a better way forward for generations to come. It was purposely done that way. Like today, most people walk into a corner store, and if they don't see at least 3 or 4 or 5 aisles of the same type of pop, although it's different name brands, but it's basically the same pop, they freak out and think there's a shortage when they're only going in there for one type of a specific pop that's fully loaded on the shelves. That's the problem that we're dealing with. A part of that problem, right? We're so used to, how do I say this? Simplifying and pampering ourselves, the things that we don't necessarily really need. But it's been pushed on us to think that we need it, you know? And we've gotten soft, if you will, comparatively, right? We've gotten soft. You know, most people nowadays, if you tell them, yeah, go out and chop wood for firewood so that we can have dinner or keep the house warm at night, they look at you and go, what the fuck you talking about? Turn on the fucking electric stove. Turn on the heater. You know, that's all we need to do. What are you talking about? Chopping. What the fuck? What? I'm not gonna dirty myself that way. You know, that understanding that living within the ecosystem and balance of the planet, that we are a part of a species that is a part of this planet. Going forward, it causes more harm. And I think that's some of the things that we're all stuck with dealing with and trying to help educate people and help make people aware. There's so many different things that they just don't get because they're so used to it, right? You're born into, it's like a lion born in captivity. It doesn't know it's in captivity because it was born into it. It just thinks it's natural, it's normal. Right? That's that same understanding. Because we're still stuck in it. We were born into this system. We've allowed ourselves to be convinced and pampered and, how do I put it, over dollars. You don't need a shoe that costs $50,000. You don't need a watch that costs $100,000 when a simple $5 watch will do the same thing. Right? We've allowed ourselves to be lulled into this kind of weakness, if you will. Sense of security. I wish, maybe, hopefully, you know, our younger to break those chains. You know, many different people, like I even think of, like, you know, some very influential and famous people who have literally said, you know, like, imagine you're close to Chatham, And that's not to ever take away from our Black relatives who have went through and lived through chattel slavery, but we're still in a form of slavery. And we're allowing ourselves mentally to be a part of that slavery, to accept it and carry that chains and yokes of that slavery in our minds that still keeps us here, stuck in this same old thing and doing more harm to the one thing in this universe that supports our life, our very existence. Food for thought. Just food for thought.
Chime in. Let me.
Sure.
Great that. Yes.
Yeah.
I
So
cannot.
I'm going to keep this simple. So,
I'm stopped from.
if you're talking about hydroelectric power,
I'm stopped from.
any river that is worth damming for hydroelectric power has already been dammed. And I'm not saying that they're good, bad, or indifferent, but you're not going to. Electrical demand is increasing, and there are no more rivers that are worthy of building a hydroelectric generation. Regarding nuclear power, the way we're doing it and have been doing it for the last 60 years is ridiculously stupid. And the reason we're doing it that way, or did it that way, is exactly your 1%. We've had much safer, better designs on the table since the early 1960s. But it's the 1%ers, in particular GE and Westinghouse here in America, that have said, let's keep doing it the wrong way, because we make a ton of money doing it. And by the way, radioactive waste out of those conventional power reactors, my God, you're not talking about 10 years, dude. You're talking about 200 years, and then it becomes low-level nuclear waste, which they encase and put in metal drums. They encase it in concrete, and the concrete is not going to last as long as the nuclear waste is going to be radioactive. It's just a fucking stupid way of doing it. It's bad for the environment, bad for people. It's wasteful, blah, 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 blah. And and to close, I got lazy and bought a wood stove. For the 26 years I've lived, for the last 5-6 years, I cut and split 6 cord wood. That's what I needed to stay warm in the wintertime. I got old, I just couldn't do it anymore. So I got lazy and bought a pellet stove. Anyway, I'll shut up. Keep going,
That's
brother.
the great thing about grandchildren, Pop.
There you go, man.
I wish I could put them to work, but they're all busy doing the wrong thing, like you just said. And I will disagree with you that they're not getting smarter. They're not going back to the old ways. But I think that the current president and his ilk, they're going to throw us into a recession. And guess what? People are going to be out there cutting hardwoods again, drying them for a year, and then burning them as firewood. There isn't any other way around it.
Yeah, I've been chopping the wood out here 30 years.
And I'd go back to a stove in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah, I'm right next to it.
I would just, instead of cutting the firewood in 2 months or 3 months, I'd have to start doing it in springtime.
Yeah, well, I cut
the
firewood all year.
Oh, and like it.
That's what
I'm lazy.
Lazy, huh? The old Zen saying is chop wood, carry water. Right? Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. That is what I do.
By the way, Lost, I'm starting to grow white sage.
Hey, Pop.
because I like the way it
Bob,
smells.
can you hear me? Nah, he
Can
can't.
you hear Alex?
He can't hear me.
Negative, I cannot.
Okay, we'll take care of that. We'll go to Wilson is up next. He gave an excellent speech earlier. Wilson is somewhat indigenous out of Hawaii. He doesn't talk about it much, so I will talk about it for him because I have learned a lot. I have great respect. And the earlier speech, Wilson, was simply outstanding. The pep talk, the feelings of this life.
I gotta say, Alex Wilson, aloha.
Aloha. Oh man, I mean, it's funny because people will throw these phrases at me, and like, I'm not too versed in the Hawaiian language, but I do remember some things. We got taught that a little bit when we were young. Actually, in the 6th grade, I had to take a class on it, and unfortunately, that was one of those classes that I did not pass. I have to say I'm not really good outside of English, but writing and everything is my jam. So all the lessons that I've learned when I was young is it really does matter. But I one thing, like, I didn't mean for earlier to get all political. I really didn't mean for that, but we got there, and then I ended up dropping out because my phone died. So that's where I was. But talking about damming and power and power generation and electricity, one of those things that I was really looking to try to motivate people towards was an idea of ending coal in America. I think that's just for me, logically, I think that's just where we should start, right? Is that there's still Americans out there that are still hooked up through coal, and we all know how absolutely just dangerous the coal industry is. And I think that if America really tried, right? If we really did this and started, decoaling America, first of all, I think that would be a process that would have to take, maybe 10, 20 years, right? It would take a substantial amount of time in order to, say like, create new power plants in order to replace the coal plants, and I mean, even if we switch to oil, and we know we don't want to switch to oil, but even if we switched from coal to oil, that would essentially cut the amount of pollution by half, and I mean, not to mention that I like the act of coal mining is absolutely terrible. So ending that as well would be an added bonus. It's not really something that they always calculate is how it would affect coal mining. But literally just to switch power plants from coal to oil, we would cut half as pollution. And you know what? I honestly want to see what would happen if we made a change that significant. We cut off of the pollution that we're producing through energy, and we should definitely at that point take a look and analyze, like, what was the actual potential, what was the actual benefit of that. I think, to me, like, logically, that would just be the way to go, is to start with dismantling coal here in America. I think we shouldn't be using coal, like, at all. And then, after those 10, 20 years, we'll have a new challenge of how to get rid of oil. And, at that point in time, I would like to see the kinds of technology that we produce at that point in time, 10, 20 years. I think there's a lot of emerging technologies that I would personally invest in. I would like to see.
I think we can cut out oil too, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we can cut oil and coal out at the same time. We can even switch to like ethanol, corn oil. There's plenty of other different types of oils out there that are less harmful to the environment. and to ourselves and our lungs, that we can surely switch to in the meantime between from, to reduce that carbon footprint until we can find something that's more ecologically balanced with our planet that provides us
Guys.
with life, right? Yes, Pop.
Guys, yeah, Wilson, that transition is already happening. The transition of large generation facilities away from coal is already happening. And it's an economic reason. They're not going to oil. They're converting them to natural gas because natural gas is so fucking cheap, and because we produce, in the process of digging up oil, there's just a voluminous amounts of natural gas that we literally just throw away. So a lot of these plants are already making the transition, and they literally just change out the burners in these plants from coal dust to natural gas. Now, so that's already happening. The problem lost with using alcohol or biofuels is now you have to cultivate more land, or you have to divert crop production, most notably in the case of ethanol corn, because we do that wrong here in the United States too, from food production into fuel production. And the other thing to know about ethanol is it takes more energy. When you're using corn, it takes more energy to produce a gallon of ethanol than there is in a gallon of ethanol. That additional energy has to come from someplace else, and traditionally that's been from the fossil fuel industry. So alcohol is not a solution. The other thing I would like to interject here really quickly is 5 years ago, I was mentoring at the local high school and in their science classes. And we put together a team of kids. These are teenagers. And we got a 1998 Ford Ranger donated to us. And we converted that Ford Ranger from burning gasoline to burning wood smoke. It ran like a dream. Started better in cold weather, and initially we were using wood pellets in the pyrolyzer to create the wood smoke. But after that, we went to a hammer mill and then a pelletizer. So we were taking wood chips, and it can be any kind of wood. Popple works, oak works, maple works. I mean, you could do it with balsa wood, for Christ's sakes. And we were making our own pellets to put in the pyrolyzer to run the Ford truck. Anyway, we can do it, and we can do it off of renewable fuels. But
see, I don't know everything, and I'm glad. I'm still learning. I like this.
Now, where that technology came from was during World War II, there was a shortage of fuels, because it had to go for the quote, quote, war effort. And when the Nazis, for instance, invaded Scandinavia, they absorbed all the fuels. The Nazis just literally took it. Well, so what the inhabitants did is they said, fuck, we're going to pyrolyze wood. And you'd see these taxis with these big, huge pyrolyzer drums made out of 55-gallon drums sitting on the back of a taxi. Those were operating in Tokyo until in 1974. You could still see these taxis with these big, huge pyrolyzers on the back, running around, literally taking wood chips and turning it into a motor fuel. I looked at doing it, getting a 1,000 gallon used 1,000 gallon propane tank and I build a pyrolyzer and then using an air compressor to compress the gas into the tank so I would have gas storage. And by the way, in the technical world, they call that syngas, spelled S-Y-N-G-A-S, synthetic gas. It's mostly methane, which is what natural gas is. So if you have a stove that runs off of natural gas, you can, without changing a damn thing in it, you can burn syngas. Anyway, I'll land my plane.
This is not really true. Scandinavia, Norway is really, it's like that. Norway is one of the it's on the coast, and Norway is Scandinavia, yes, and it's a big oil and gas producer in the world. But they are leaving of that because all the cars in Norway are electrified. Yes, they have only electrified cars.
Right.
Yes, we still need the gas technology and the oil and for all that for many industrial things we will ever need oil for many things, and we will need gas for many years, but the way is away from that. Yeah, to go away from wood. In Scandinavia, this is a big problem. In Scandinavia, there's one of the biggest furniture. Yeah, the biggest furniture producent in Europe comes from Sweden, and this is very bad because they took away very many forests in Scandinavia because my table is too old. My table is too old, or my this is I have to buy a new one, or my furniture is too old. I have to buy a new one, and so I'm going absolutely with the zoo. We have to stop the consume and to reduce it, and we still need the oil and the gas, but we have to reduce it and go for renewable. USA is a it's a continent. It's a continent. USA, Canada, it's a continent. There's so much space. You have a new president. It's very bad news. Very bad news.
I wanna bring up something that was said, that was messaged to me by a relative. I guess one of the things that we could probably look at that would probably be far better and much easier and less usage of good crop space is hemp.
Yeah, absolutely. The real
For
gun
many different things: housing, furniture, all kinds of different things can be made out of hemp, including, I guess, oil and stuff too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm pretty excited about the upcoming hemp battery. I really want to see how that pans out. Very interesting technology going into that hemp batteries. But another stuff about hemp, right? Like that stuff can be what do they call it? Like regeneratively grown, right? It's one of those plants that actually benefits the earth. Rather than just completely sapping nutrients away from the soil. So I've actually heard some interesting things about growing hemp. I've been told that once you start growing it, it's hard to stop growing it. That actually getting rid of it is kind of a pain. But from everybody else, I've heard a lot of really good things about it. Especially just economically, financially, like it's honestly think that if we started growing, significantly change the environment for the good.
I'm checking out the news. They caught this guy in Peru in the airport, taped to his body. He had 35 adult tarantulas, 285 juvenile tarantulas, 110 centipedes, and 9 bullet ants. I see another Outer Banks home falls into the ocean down there in North Carolina. We have Jim in Texas, and he likes talking about food and sustainable food. Clearly, if we could feed the world with sustainable food, we'd probably be about half the way home if that job could be done alone.
We focus on regenerating the buffalo on this continent.
Yeah, that's an excellent idea.
The buffalo, if we regenerate it properly, to bring it back to its former glory of existence, was at least 3 times the size of the tallest man that we know of. They were huge. They can fill the whole entire village, just one alone. Maybe a couple at most. Thus, producing all the necessary nutrients for the earth to grow things on this continent. I know maybe other continents might have different natural animals and stuff that bring forth the most best and produce and productive yields and growth and living, if you will. But I think if we can avoid doing it in the way in which they've done with cattle, I think we'd probably be far better off. So even those who might be vegans could actually enjoy wild meat instead of the current processed meat that brings forth so many different illnesses.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is wrong. 2% of the living animal mass in the world is wild animals.
4% of mammals.
Or maybe 4. Maybe 4.
We need to make that.
So maybe
maybe
some percent. In China, they have a sort of high tower, where living 100,000 pigs. You cannot. Now we have maybe 4%. You cannot give all the meat to the humans of the last 4%. Yeah, these are happy animals. Yes, they're fine, but you cannot. We cannot do that. This is the killing effect.
I'm saying that because natural wild animal meat is far more healthier for all humans.
Yes.
Than what we currently find in our grocery stores, right?
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt.
I'm eating.
I'm saying like I'm not
one time, and what my target is one time in a year, at Christmas.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm eating meat, and this is
Yeah.
from a wild. This is from a
Good.
wild animal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
one
This
time
is this
in a
is
year.
this is where I'm like,
And
if we can bring if we can work on
the
bringing
rest the rest
we can
the
bring
rest
it
of the
back
year
in harmony and balance.
the rest of the year without animal products.
Well,
The
yeah,
target is
currently animal products currently are extremely unhealthy and they bring extreme diseases like
this
cancer
is
and all
very
kinds of other
healthy.
shit, diabetes,
This
whatnot.
It's much
Okay.
more healthy. It's much more healthy to eat no meat, everyday meat and pommes and burgers and all this. And this is very, very unhealthy to do like that.
I have to I understand that different nationalities have different food sources that is much more ethical and beneficial to them but for us indigenous people it's been a balance and harmony between wild meat, berries and plants.
Indigenous people is an exception. This is
I
this
think
is-
all human
this
beings have
really, I'll give you right. I'll
meat.
give you right. Indigenous people should have this right. Only these, but the rest of all of here.
I don't want to tell non-indigenous people that love meat that they can't have meat. But what I do like
gotta tell you,
what I do like to see is that we actually have a healthier healthier meat intake that is more healthier and more beneficial to our bodies as human beings, no matter what nationality we're from, instead of the for-profit meat that is horrifying to the human body. And I use as an example. I'll use an example. Prior to 1492, the life expectancy rate on this continent was anywhere between 100 to 120. In 2024, for us indigenous people, in 2024, our life expectancy rate is between 50 and 60 years old. And there are those, to the exception of the rule, who live longer than that, but the majority is between 50 and 60 or 65. And that's with the meats and everything that's being produced by corporations today. So how did that exist? How did we live from 100 to 120 to 140 as our life expectancy rate in 16 blah blah blah, whatever, in the 1600s, prior to first contact, and for quite a few years afterwards? How did we live that long? Right? How was our life expectancy that long? Well, that's because we ate natural and healthy foods. We didn't eat the consumerized food industry that we have today.
Yes, you're right. You're right. It's another. Indigenous people can eat meat, and you can. It's in Europe the same.
Even Europe,
like
had
in
meat, like you had reindeer and all different types of meat, right? Lamb and stuff.
Like in Scandinavia. Like in Scandinavia, they have no vegan food or vegetarian foods. It's naturally for that, and you can do that. Yes, and it's it's fine. You can do that. But for the rest, it's
I think
you
it's
have
just a
to.
matter of respecting
No,
our
no, no, no,
differences.
no, 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 no.
No. Hear me out, hear me out.
You have my
Hear me out.
you have my full respect. You have my full respect.
No.
But
It's the understanding of our different
Yeah.
nationalities and what
Absolutely.
works with our body for food and for the best
Gentlemen,
possible healthy
Lost,
life.
I want to just take a pause here because Jim has been waiting forever.
Oh,
We have
sorry.
a lot
Yeah,
of
go ahead,
hands.
Jim.
And I want to add, when it comes to the global carbon dioxide budget, that what causes the climate crisis, outside of petroleum, that eating beef is causing this, is a major cause, and rich people in the global north simply have to reduce their beef intake as is. All these other things are correct, and we get into them. But Jim has been waiting forever, and he's a true friend and ally. Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, a couple of topics. We were talking a lot about energy and renewable energy, and one thing I think I brought it up in this forum a year ago or so, but in Texas, we have the largest amount of wind power per capita in the entire world. The two countries with the largest wind power per capita are Germany and I think Denmark, but Texas has more. And from an economic standpoint, it's interesting how we got there, and no taxpayer money goes toward it. They put windmills on farms, and farmers pay nothing, and they collect a royalty. So they love it. Farming is a very economic, uncertain thing. So it's nice to have royalties coming in. Okay, so and the people who do wind ventures, they pay for the build out of the windmills, and they collect a profit, right? And the third piece is the interconnect to the grid, and that is paid for by ratepayers paying a surcharge on their monthly bill. Something that they're probably not even consciously aware of to much extent. But so anyway, the world's largest wind power build out happened without people lifting a finger to do it. I mean the common ratepayers. But so that brought to my mind, can we go further with that concept and have a monthly electric bill that has an optional checkbox that you can buy a solar share for $10, and the current payback rates, you'll collect such and such a dividend over a year, and people will. It's like nudge theory that says make the right choice, the convenient choice. And so someone who has no commitment or political bias one way or another, they just say, oh, if I check this box and pay an extra $10 on my bill, I'll get a better, I'll get a dividend that reduces my electric bill. So anyway, that I think that's an interesting concept, because people who aren't fully committed to environmental causes would just do it, and it's simple, and the state takes care of the build out. But on the subject of food, yeah, I think we can argue till the cows come home on the health benefits or problems with different diets. But I personally think that the Eat Lancet Commission's recommendations for a planetary health diet are the right path. But that's maybe an argument.
Two things from
But
me.
I think I just wanted
real
to finish
quick.
one thing real quick.
Sorry, Jim.
I think that the viewpoint of trying to promote a plant-forward diet is probably the best path, all in all. Urge people to eat more beans and other plant sources of protein, and kind of back off on meat being the star of the show, and it's more of a garnish. All those types of efforts that can bring in a net lowering of meat consumption, and we can argue, but I agree that especially red meat consumption is the greatest stress on the environment. So definitely bring red meat consumption down quite a bit. Yeah, so chicken's not as bad, but one of the submissions that I submitted to the Biden administration's request for proposals for food waste reduction, one of the concepts I submitted was starting to use black soldier fly larvae to convert food waste before it goes into compost, convert it into chicken feed. And black soldier fly larvae, they just eat any organic matter, food scraps, and they turn it into protein-rich feed that chickens love. So that's like food for free, and it sure beats the hell out of cutting down forests in South America to grow soy to feed chickens. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
I
Excellent.
agree with
Real
that, Jim.
quickly.
Go ahead, Pop.
Thank you.
Real quickly, guys. So I generate most of my electricity with solar. I do buy some power from the grid, but the power I buy from the grid, I buy it at 5 cents a kilowatt hour. It's wind power from southern Minnesota, because if I buy just regular power, it costs them 7 cents a kilowatt hour. So I make the choice for the power that I buy from the grid to do it from renewables, because it's 2 fucking cents a kilowatt hour cheaper than doing it from oil or natural gas or coal or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Texas is now up to 29.6% of the nation's wind energy. And what Jim said, we know Texas is rather a red state. Most of the people there are against renewable energy, believe completely in more oil, more drilling, don't believe in climate change. And yet it doesn't matter what the people believe. They're investing in wind energy like there's no tomorrow anyway. Those plains of Texas have great winds across them, use the wind energy. Nancy also,
I think it's also like I agree. I like Jim's idea, but we also have to take a look at the other factors that go into it, like Pup just finished saying. The price gouging for electric and other things is outrageous.
well, yeah, the neoliberal capitalism, it never ends globally.
Yeah. It's outrageous, and I think we should be focusing also included in making it affordable for every single person, not just a small few who can afford to have the heat running in their home all throughout winter and not even blink an eye at the bill. It's challenging for them, right? Like, sorry, go ahead, Pup. And then
yeah, real quickly, there was a huge. It started like 15 years ago. A bunch of farmers, a farmer got together, bought a GE wind turbine, a 1.5 megawatt wind turbine, put it up on his property, and it worked so well that he was making more money off the wind power than he was farming the quarter acre around that wind turbine. That caught on to a bunch of other farmers in the area, and they created a co-op called Min Wind. And 15 years ago, they had 26 wind turbines up. And for farming, they plant one of these things in the middle of an 80-acre field, and it only takes up a quarter of an acre, but it generates more revenue than farming soybeans or corn, for Christ's sakes. And this is why it's Southwest Minnesota, where there's a ton of fucking wind. That's why all these goddamn farms down there have fucking wind turbines planted, I don't know, a quarter mile apart. I can send you pictures of it, but it's a farmer's co-op that's doing it. One farmer started it about 15, maybe 17 years ago, and it just caught on. I mean, they'd meet in the coffee shop and they say, "Hey, well, how's that wind turbine working?" "Well, I'm making $33,000 a month off it, gross." And they were like, "What?"
Right.
Well, how do I do that?
Right.
Well, and it just grew, and it just fucking grew anyway. But yeah, they're selling power at 5 cents a kilowatt hour,
and yes,
as opposed to Great River Energy, who has natural gas and coal production, and they're selling power at 7 cents a kilowatt hour, which my local co-op then says they have to mark it up to 15 cents a kilowatt hour so that they can make a little bit of money and pay their staff and have all these trucks and maintain the distribution lines, and a lot of graft and corruption at the directors of the company.
Yeah.
So renewables cost less than fossil fuels. That's the bottom line. And industry is going to move that way because they make the same kind of profit.
We got people here from all over the world. There are people listening, not just from USA, but from all over the world. So we're trying to, I don't know what we're trying to do, man.
Quick question.
Sure.
Quick question.
You're up next anyway, Nancy. I was trying to get. Yeah.
I know.
You're in the beautiful state of Kentucky. Great state.
the great hemp state. And anyway, quick question. I was in the environmental business years ago, and my husband just retired as an environmental engineer this year. But I've just lost touch with the newest technologies out there. But back in the day, the cheapest way to desalinate water out of the oceans. I mean, our oceans are rising, and potable water is a necessity to grow food and to feed and to nourish ourselves and our animals and our plants. And back in the day, the most efficient way to desalinate water was reverse osmosis. It was just so expensive because of the membrane filters. I'm curious as to what is out there now, because I walked away from that 20 years ago. I haven't kept up. And I'm just curious if anybody out there is familiar with the desalination process and if reverse osmosis is still the most efficient and if the price has gone down. That's all. Just a question and see if anybody knows.
The prices come down dramatically, And you can literally walk into Wally World today, Walmart, and buy a reverse osmosis water filter. Look in their camper section, and they have reverse. They don't say it on the package, but it's a reverse osmosis membrane. You pick them up for $25, $30.
Right, but now these were huge. And so you're saying, and like I said, once again, I don't know. So if that's the case, because these membrane filters were extremely, I mean, just, you know, but they use them, you know, down in the islands, all these, anywhere in the Caribbean, on the East Coast, on the West Coast, you know, where they need water, especially the West Coast, they desalinate. Has it dropped that much that it is affordable? And if so, why isn't that how we get potable water into the parts of California that need it, into the parts of wherever that need it? Somebody educate me and update me, because I've been out of it for 20 years. Thanks.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah, I don't know why California doesn't do it. I know that I looked at buying a whole house reverse osmosis. You know, it's a frickin' tube, and I think the cost is like $70. It'll flow like 10 gallons a minute.
Yeah, there's
Now that
the bigger picture again, Puck, that the global fresh water, you know, water for everybody, for all 8.2 billion humans, is a gigantic monster issue. Many people think the future wars will be over fresh water.
And probably is going to be over fresh water. Like, let's face it, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, like, there are a lot of things that we can be looking at that doesn't cause a lot of harm to the earth, like we're doing right now. You know, and yes, I do not like the clear cutting of the Amazon forest. You know, for half of it to be used for cattle farming and the other half to be used for soya bean, all done by the same company. That both is the owner of the meat industry as well as the soybean industry, so that they can make profit off of both sides of the coin. You know, capitalistic business sense, right? Never let profit go to waste. You must always take any side and look at whatever it is that the general population is leaning towards, and you must cater to that in order to make profit. You must do all of it, because all.
And I'm lost. Why are like the vast majority of the billionaires like white men still today? You know, at least if you're going to do this, stealing all the money, you can have the billionaires be representative of all the people.
You know, there are a lot of different things, right? So, like, I don't know if we need to be digging up the earth for lithium. That causes a whole entire issue within itself.
The mining crisis, we get into the mining crisis.
Yeah.
There are much more sustainable ways of mining.
Yeah. Also, like, there's lots of different things that we have to look at, right? In order to reduce the harm, not only to wildlife, but also to us human beings as well, from any of these things that we come up with. We can't just sit back and be like, oh yeah, that's good. And then, you know, in a decade or two or a couple of generations, we find out, oh shit, you know, we would have been smarter if we would have been thinking of something much more healthier for the ecosystem of this planet that we are a part of. We're not the owners of it. We're not the controllers of it. We are a part of it. And I say that because, has anyone ever tried to control a tornado or a hurricane? Has anyone ever tried to literally walk into a hurricane or a tornado and try and control it and tell it, hey, no, dude, you can't come this way. You got to go over there. Good luck.
Well, you can't even walk into an ocean wave. Never mind a hurricane.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So This is what this is what I mean by we are a part of the ecosystem of this planet. We are not better than, we are not greater. Because everything in this ecosystem and this planet helps to keep us alive.
Yeah.
Everything from the air we breathe to the food we eat. Comes from this earth. We are a part of it. When we die, our body we are somehow dominant is something that we need to remove from our head, because we're not dominant on this planet. We are a part of the ecosystem of this planet. And that's the key. That's the key factor, right? Is finding and understanding and looking and going, okay, so if windmills are going to cause energy issues or on this planet.
Absolutely.
Because
you get it. Man. You get it.
It's important and it's imperative, right? No matter where you live on this planet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? And I think it's important. But I noticed there's Marie still waiting to speak. Oliver did put his hand back up again. Sam, I don't think is quite spoken yet.
Yeah, Marie's up next. Marie,
Jim,
Sam,
if you can mute your mic, please, so that way it's not giving background noise. Thanks, Jim.
I guess I'm here. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi, Marie.
Hi, Alex.
How are you today?
I'm,
What's happening?
I'm okay, and I'm old and grumpy and short-tempered. I'm sorry. I'm just so grumpy. I love you, Alex. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Cool.
I've been screaming about, don't get me wrong. I'll say this in 1 minute because I cried so many years. I don't want to keep crying. It's just awful.
Right.
After a couple of years, stop it. But listen, this Trump win, they are really afraid. MAGA is so afraid of the IRS. And I've been very frustrated with the Democrats, their marketing. I'm sorry, the IRS can be our friend towards breaking up white collar criminal crime, such as what Trump does. And all I want to say, listen, because I'll be quick, I'm going to bring up a lot of topics and then I'm going to ask you a quick question, please, just one, because I've heard it all. And with Trump and them coming in, they are going to be drilling and the farmers are going to be fighting with the oil companies because they wreck up the land. I have oil land. I don't want to get into the discussion. I've seen so many fights for a decade. The farmers love the money when it first comes in, but when the money starts to run out and they start wanting to do like cutting off water lines. And anyway, listen, and also, please, I'm telling you, if you have any pull, tell all your Democratic friends, we got to keep the IRS going because those MAGA, they are scared to death of it. So please, I'm begging you because they're also going to need it. I hate to say it. Those MRFers want to go after all the hotel chains and 501Cs with the immigrants. Let me shut up. will go on to climate, but we can get them with anyway. Climate. Listen, I'm looking at two things. Arizona real estate. Listen, I'm just trying to live as cheap as possible. And you guys had talked about the water, but Alex, it's the Arizona real estate is really ridiculous. So please, I want to get to the point in like 5 minutes. Maybe this is something we can all study. Real estate cost. I'm into property rights, won't get into it. But the real estate in Arizona, to get like a lot, it's $500,000. I'm going, this is absolutely ridiculous considering their water table and stuff. What the heck is going on with Arizona real estate to give it so much merit that it should be worth that much money when they have a really bad water issue? I'm almost angry. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to get into my book and property rights right now. Why is Arizona real estate so overpriced? That's what I want to know. And secondly, listen, you please, I'm telling you, every one of you in this room, we need the IRS. And right now, I just tweeted out to Grant Cardone, I go into the MAGA spaces. But anyway, Grant wants to run California. He's in with Trump. I asked Grant, can you keep our money in states so that we don't have to support the rich Republican billionaires?
Marie, this is a global environmental space. American politics we discussed with Dr. Mike all week. This is for the foreign people, the non-Americans. This is getting really into the weeds.
Yes, sir. Why is Arizona real estate so overpriced right now? That's what I want to know. I will shut up. I'm going to listen.
Because it's stolen lands.
I understand.
Overpriced.
Thank you, sir. Listen, I saw Killers of the Flower Moon, and listen, my ancestors are involved. My great granddad was really handsome, and he married. They stole a lot of land. It's just, and they're trying to steal my land. I'm going to shut up. Why is it $500,000? This is ridiculous. Let me shut up.
It is ridiculous, Marie. And again, I appreciate when you speak with us. Good stuff. And land back, land ownership, Roman Euro land ownership, huge issues we can go on into repeatedly. The Arizona, where it's over 100 degrees, close to 40 degrees for 120 days at a time, 38 degrees Celsius. And they all have air conditioning. Americans insane. Most Americans, white Americans, are pretty goddamn nuts at this point. And we can get into all that, and we do. We had the great political defeat. Many of our allies here, white American environmentalists, are very, very upset by the great defeat. And we will continue to get into these issues. We will continue to get into Euro colonization of the global lands and how to start resolving some of this reparations, truth and reconciliation, always topics on the board for me personally for the last 40 years. Let's talk with Sam. Proactive and theoretical research in ecology and farming. That's exactly what we're talking about. Sam, what's going on today? How you doing? Sorry you had to wait so long here. What's up? If you can hear me, that is. Sam, we will chat with Oliver if you're not listening. If
Sam,
Oliver's
can
listening.
you hear Alex sound? Can you hear us?
I hear
I
you,
can hear you
man.
now. The sound just went for about 2 minutes, so I didn't hear anything at all.
He can't hear me. Let him talk.
Hi, everybody. Thanks.
Can you hear Alex?
No. I can't.
Okay, hang on. Let us put you down and bring you back up right away.
No, let him just talk
Okay,
away,
go
Lost.
ahead, Sam. Go ahead, Sam. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
We'll do it later. Go ahead.
So yeah, thanks for the space, and hello to everybody. I'd like to talk about this issue about meat. So I'm an ecologist and I specialize in herbivores. So this includes livestock, but it also includes all the wild herbivores, of which there aren't very many at the moment. But I also look at herbivores in history. So if we were to jump back about, I don't know, 50 million years, we would find that the landscape would be teeming with herbivores all over the place. Big ones, small ones, insects, the whole raft of a wide range of herbivores eating plants, which is what they're supposed to do. If you want to have a look at my pinned tweet, I give there's a thread that gives a rundown about what herbivores actually do in ecology. It's pretty profound actions that they take. They create vegetation structures, and these structures are the conditions, the habitats that all other animals evolved in and need to thrive. At the moment, we have lots of livestock on agricultural livestock land, but on arable lands there are hardly any herbivores because they mash up the crops, so they're not liked. And everywhere else in our forests, there's hardly any. And this has had a big effect on the health and the structure of our forests. So the meat issue is highly contentious from both sides of the environmental argument, or people have different opinions, but I try to look at it from the ecological point of view. Somebody spoke earlier about food waste, and we tend to think of food waste as being, part of the human food chain, the crops that we're growing, or the meat, or whatever it is that we produce on the farms and sell in the shops. A lot of it is wasted, either on the farm because it doesn't meet the specifications, or it just spends a few more days in your fridge than it should have done and goes off, and we throw it away because the sell by date, and we buy some more. So yeah, it is a big issue, but when you look at vegetation, the food waste is just on a scale, it's a million times bigger. So let me give you an example. On all continents apart from Australia, elephants used to inhabit them. So not just Africa, not just Asia, they were in Europe too, and North America, and even South America. The elephant family, so we're looking at mastodon, mammoth, Gomphothea, straight-tusked elephant, woolly mammoth. They were pretty much everywhere. And elephants, or a lot of them, like to browse trees. So if you live in North America now, which I know a lot of people on this space do, when did you last see a large animal browsing the leaves of a tree, the tree foliage, up to a height of about 6 meters? The chances are you never did, because those animals are long since gone. So most of our forests are now far too dense, and although there's an abundance of tree foliage, nothing is there to eat it. And because the forests end up being very dense, they shade out the sunlight, prevent rain from getting onto the forest floor, which would be supporting a whole host of other plants. And those plants would be supporting a whole host of other herbivores and other kinds of animals, such as snakes and insects and butterflies and birds. The forest should be teeming with life. They should be noisy, chaotic places. And if you walk into one now, they're pretty dead. And we've got half of the environmentalists saying we need more trees because they're good for biodiversity. But the biodiversity of the forest is probably about 3% of what it should be. The herbivores are the key for all of this. They create those structures and habitats that all of the species need. So my personal opinion, and I know this is probably quite contentious, is that we need probably double the amount of herbivores that we have at the moment. But the big problem is most of our herbivores are now livestock. And the wildlife populations are, what is it, 4% of mammals are wildlife. We don't have the amount of wildlife to do the structural work in the forests and the rest of the vegetation that is really needed. So my proposal, my suggestion, and my recommendation always is to initially increase livestock populations, take them off the farms into the forests in controlled grazing. We've got a few ecologists who are starting to get onto this, and graze them out. Even the Amazon, thin it out a little bit because it really needs it. Not clear cutting, not doing it on a grand scale, but thinning out with herbivores. And if we don't have the elephants, we can prune a little bit higher than the animals can reach, feed them the leaves, and get those ecosystems up and running again, because most of them are pretty dormant. So in the process of that, we can eat the livestock. So and meat is very healthy for human beings. The next point I'd like to make is that it is our natural diet, because I don't know if anybody noticed that we are super predators. If you're in any doubt about this, ask yourself, when did you see two opposing herds of giraffes line up on the
just
savannah
galloping,
and have
Sam,
a great
you're
big
just
fight on
galloping
who's
along
going to
here.
eat that
I've
grass
got to
or
cut you
browse
off, man.
those leaves? Herbivores just don't do that stuff.
He can't hear me, isn't
He
that
can't
right?
hear you, Alex.
Yeah, he was just rushing through a whole lot of. I'm going to send him down so he
No,
can
it's
hear
all right.
me.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Sam. Can you hear me now?
I want to also point out for anyone
Yeah.
that might not understand fully what land back actually means, that doesn't mean that those of you who are come here from your ancestors and have come onto our continent are going to lose your homes. That'll mean you actually will be able to keep your homes and you can live on them for generations, rather than some bank or some corporation coming along and saying, oh, well, you know, goodbye, we're taking it. It also is going to reduce the homeless population by 100%, because there are so many different empty houses and homes and apartments that are just sitting empty for corporation greed to make a profit off of, rather than actually housing people. So land back is not a crime. It's not taking away anything from you. It's giving you something. It's giving you something that this colonialism, calling itself capitalism, isn't about giving you. It wants to take it from you for its own gain. So I just wanted to clarify that land back is nothing to fear and be afraid of for those non-Indigenous people on this continent. It is actually something that you should be looking forward to. That means you don't have a landlord coming and banging on your door while not doing any of the upkeep that he needs to be doing, demanding more and more rent for you all the time. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I know sometimes people don't understand that fully. And especially when you get around a bunch of racist, bigoted pieces of shit who love to sit back and act like, you know, they're God's creation and every other nationality or race on this planet is subhuman to them. And that they think that they own everything when they don't own shit. Theft is not ownership. It's theft. Okay? When you look at, this is what we Indigenous people keep saying time and time again. Land back is not a bad thing for non-Indigenous people. It's a good thing for you. It'll take care of that. It'll literally reduce that, like Marie was talking about. Why does a chunk of land cost 500,000, almost $500,000 for a little plot? That'll remove that cost. The only people that are affected by it are the 1% rich. The rest of the 99% of the population gains from and benefits from land back. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that clearly, because I know there are a lot of idiots and asshats that run around talking a lot of shit about stuff that they have no idea about, because they never spent one moment of their day talking to us Indigenous people about what land back actually is and what it actually means. And they also get paid by the 1% rich to push bullshit ideologies to completely fuck people over. Why shoot yourself in the foot? Right? Wouldn't you rather have your foot whole rather than a hole in it? Do you know what I mean? When we talk about the ecosystem, us Indigenous people around the globe have managed and maintained the ecosystem of our continents to feed more, like on this continent alone, prior to 1492, it had a higher population on this continent of Indigenous people than the population today of all the people on this continent, not just Indigenous people. It housed, clothed, fed, and looked after all of them quite well. And yes, we do understand about maintaining our forests and making sure that the balance of the ecosystem is productive in the sense of not money-wise, but in the sense of living for generations to come, so that we can have a healthy environment on this planet to live in that is a benefit to all life, all things on this planet. We've done that for generations upon generations upon generations. And this is why we talk about these kinds of things, because we know and we understand what it takes. And I love it when Sam was talking about how the herbivores were almost completely wiped out of extinction on this planet for greed. For greed. And yes, we do need to. That's why I talk about bringing back and bringing back the buffalo into the strength that they once were, because the buffalo were also a part of that herbivore and maintaining the environment to being a healthy and productive. And they were huge. There are lots of different animals that we have lost because of greed on this planet that maintain this planet's ecosystem and helps give life and maintain life for all things on this planet, not just us human beings, but everything. We fucked as human beings, we fucked the balance of this planet. We are responsible for that. We allowed it. We also have to be the ones to no longer allow it and to work on trying to help heal it and to bring it back to the balance that it should be. So that way, not just every single species and every single life and everything on this planet can exist, but generations of us human beings can still be here too. And it's going to take multiple fronts of doing this, not just one. Some might be a little bit more so-called important on that scale to focus on. That might take a little bit more energy and more thought and more work towards, but all of them are equally as important to focus and concentrate on balancing this getting this planet back in balance to support life on this planet. I'm not one of these clowns like Musk who can go over to fucking Mars and terraform the planet of Mars. I think we need to focus on Earth and healing our planet and making it 100% life sustainable ecosystem again. And I think that's the important part. And I do know, because I know there, I've sat there, I don't know how many different times in different spaces and different places and listened to people talking about their fear of land back. Their fear of land back is a bullshit, forced lie. And it's forced because the 1% rich don't want to lose their profit. They don't give a fuck about you, whether you have a roof over your head or whether you don't. Get to work, slave. Make your master more money, more profit for your master. That's all they care about. We, indigenous people, when we talk about land back, we don't see other beings as slaves. Irregardless of whatever bullshit videos and lies that they have told about us, we are not merciless savages. We are not the enemies they have claimed we are. They are the enemies to human beings, to life, all life on this planet. The 1% rich are the enemies, not us. So I want to make that clear because I think it's important that people understand that. And that's no matter where on this planet you go. The indigenous population is not sitting back saying, you know, we're just going to take it from y'all and say, get the fuck out of here. No. You know who we're going to take it from? We're going to take it from the 1% rich and start dosing and handing it out to those who actually need it. The 99% of the population. Hey, you're unhoused? No, you're not. Here's your housing. Oh, imagine what you can enjoy when you're not sitting there having to worry about having a roof over your head. Imagine the healthiness that you can have personally without having all that constant fear and nervousness and worry about whether or not you're going to have a roof over your head. A basic fundamental principle of life, of existence, what every human being needs. When we talk about treaties, those treaties didn't include the consumerization and the commodification of basic fundamental human being needs to survive and live. But they killed off our buffalo and locked us on reservations through starvations. And while locked us on open air concentration camps that still exist today, they've changed that all around to fit their greedy little asses and fuck over everyone. And I'm pretty sure most of you in the US remember the 2008 market crash, right? Where the government coughed up a shit ton of money to make sure that you still kept your home and lands. That didn't happen, did it? They took that money and ran, shipped it off over into the UK, into their little banks that they like to hide their cash in, and left you homeless. Huh. Then they had a big investigation on that too, didn't they? What happened there? Huh. Maybe us indigenous people aren't exactly wrong when we're talking about there's a evil, demonic trifecta here, right? Church, government, and 1% rich with their corporations. A trifecta. Because they don't give a shit about you. You're an extraction part of the extraction of wealth. You're living paycheck to paycheck while somebody else, your boss, is enjoying vacation off of your hard labor while you're struggling paycheck to paycheck. Huh. That doesn't sound fair to me. That doesn't sound right either. You shouldn't have to struggle. Shouldn't have to struggle for food. You shouldn't have to struggle for housing. Shouldn't have to struggle for education or medical at all. That should be just automatically, because it's a basic fundamental human need to life, to the existence of life. And that's got nothing to do with communism or any other European copy of indigenous people's way of life at all. It's got to do with the basic fundamental needs of human existence on this planet. Period. But that's what they try to confuse you with, right? They regurgitate and throw all this garbage and all kinds of shit to confuse you. The thinking that you are not worthy to have housing or food or clothing or health care or education unless you're in life-crippling debt, or you spend the rest of your life working as a slave for somebody else to enjoy the benefits of. We're not lying when we say this is an extraction industry pretending to be a government in the country. That's not a lie. That's the truth. They don't care about the environment. Why do you think even most universities that do all kinds of different studies and shit are literally like, they literally are very well, it's like everything's underneath a paywall. Well, you want to do a study on, herbivores and the effects of the environment. Well, does it benefit the 1% rich in their corporations? No. Well, you don't get funding for that. And the price range for that funding and what you need to be able to do it is set at such an extreme high rate that only either the government or the corporations can afford to cover it, to pay for it, specifically on purpose. The game is fixed. It always has been. Since its conception, since 1492, the game is fixed. It's about extraction of wealth. It's not about anything else. And they've literally brainwashed people into believing all their garbage while they don't give two fucks. These 1% rich can easily crack their bank account open and not even make a dent in their bank account and literally end starvation. They could literally make sure that everybody has all their medical coverages and housing, everything, without even fucking breaking a blink on their bank accounts. Will they do that? No, that doesn't gain them profit. That's not what greed is. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with 1% of the population who does not give two fucks about any of us and only gives a shit about their profits. And that's it. They don't give a shit. You think a 1% rich gives a fuck whether whatever, what gender you are or what your skin color? They don't give a shit. They look at you and go, huh, slave, make me a fucking coffee, slave. Hurry the fuck up. Hey, you didn't do it right. I asked for this kind of foam and not that kind of foam. Oh, hard to get good slaves these days. Ah, horrible. Even the fucking guy from fucking Bar Rescue sat there on TV after they forced government to say COVID was over and say, well, if they don't want to go back to work, we need to push them all into poverty and make them realize who their masters are so they'll never buck up against us. We determine and say what goes on in this world. Really? They're only 1% of the population, folks. We're 99% of the population. Huh. Think about that for a little while. Let that seep into your thoughts, into your mind. And I know waking up from their bullshit can be a little bit, a little bit weird, be a little bit hard, but you'll be better for it. Because I can get here, they have all these, great.
Well, it's like the Matrix, man. Remember when the dude woke up in the Matrix?
Yeah. Yeah. You might puke a little. It's okay. It's all right. I mean,
we got to get all these hands lost. I hate to.
No worries. Go ahead, Alex. Go ahead.
That was outstanding. I agree with you. I know Oliver agrees with you. I don't know, Pup agrees with you. Maybe some in the club, Effie agrees with you. Maybe some in the club would have a few issues, but it's all good, man. Land back, colonizers, ultra wealthy, maximizing their profits, not really caring about the land or the other people. That's where we're at. Let's get back to Sam. I cut him off the last time. I forgot he couldn't hear me. There's a lot of claims that Sam made that I'm not clear about, and we will get into it in time. We will ask the other ecologists. From the climate crisis point of view, the global warming, we have to reduce CO2. I think everybody agrees if we keep increasing the CO2 count in the atmosphere. First of all, CO2 gets up to 5,000 parts per million.
Alex,
Yes.
What eats COP? What naturally eats CO2?
Life. Plants do. Trees. Yeah.
So you want to starve everything out of the earth. That's the most dumbest thing I've ever heard. CO2 is a food for all life matter. You keep cutting down the forests. Oh, now we got to lower the CO2. Let's cut down more forests. Now we got to lower CO2. Until when? We have no oxygen?
Dude, what are you saying?
What am I saying?
Yeah.
He's saying we need to bring back the nature.
Bring back the forestry, clean up the fucking mess we made. We're stewards of the land. We don't own the land. I am a fucking Micmac. This is not my land. No one owns Mother Earth. We've all been tricked. Everybody paid billions of dollars for land. For what? You don't fucking own it. You own only the rights to the land. You want to help fix the land? Help it fucking live. Help it breathe. Earth is a living thing. We don't keep lowering. No, we put back what eats the fucking carbon. Seriously, I hear people here, oh, the fucking cows, cows don't fucking fart, first of all. Number two, Jesus himself ate lamb, goat, and fish. He wasn't no fucking vegetarian. Animals are here for protein. It's a circle of life of humans, animal, fish, insect. We all have a purpose. Of course, if you eat an abundance of one thing, it's going to knock your fucking pH levels off in your body. You're going to get sick. You eat a fucking 50-gallon drum of ice cream. How are you going to feel? Come on, guys. We're supposed to be the fucking intelligent beings. I don't know, man.
I hear you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kola. I agree with you. And it's important to remember that.
Let's welcome Tartarus there to the stage, to speaking here. Good
Tartar?
stuff.
Yep.
I want to say that's the first time a citizen, a Micmac citizen, has spoken with us. For me, it's a really good moment.
Not
And
my first time speaking with a Micmac, but yeah, I get you.
well, but in our club proper, our Saturday space, our little format here, it's a good moment for us. I did not know about Tartarus, and many good points. I used to chat with Jeff Barnaby quite a bit, a Micmac filmmaker who unfortunately passed away, and I really regret that he didn't live to see these spaces, because he would have loved this format, and I'm pretty confident we would have had great conversations. As a global club of people from all around the world, we've got something like 125 people from 27 nations in our club. We recognize as environmentalists that we must work with indigenous peoples all around the world. As a matter of fact, we got to do more than work. We've got to be friendly, enjoy each other, coexist, sit down together, be respectful, and talk on. There is no solution to any of this stuff without indigenous input.
I always say,
So
I always
yes.
say, we indigenous people aren't the only ones who hold the final key or the ultimate key. We hold an important key, but we're just like everybody else on this planet that holds a key to the environmental and bringing this earth back to how it should be. And I say that humbly because I understand that none of us here are any better or any less than a blade of grass. We're all equal as human beings.
First thing we have to do, okay, now, first of all, I just want to say I'm passionate about these lands. I'm passionate about my people. Okay, you may not like the things I say or how I say it, but that's who I am. I'm speaking from my spirit. So, as all these centuries went on, and the Europeans came over to these lands, they had an agenda of riches, how to benefit their pockets. Okay. This is what we're going through again right now in a totally different way, in a new age. Now there is cloud seeding, weather manipulation. They can make it fucking rain in an area where it never rained before, or they can dry up an area that was raining for 100 years. They have that technology. Okay. They're force feeding this fucking bullshit that there's a climate crisis, that the world is all mixed up. Earth is fucking turning. It's all bullshit. They're creating these storms. A normal rain shower could be made into a hurricane with these technologies. All they have to do is Just watch this, guys. You see a little cloud? Let's start seeding it and turn it into a major fucking rainstorm. And here are the fucking idiots listening to CAN that the world's coming to an end. Look at all these hurricanes. They're made. Why? Profit. You know how much profit there is in mining lithium, getting all those young children down into holes, picking lithium in the Congo. It's fucking riches. They're feeding you a load of bullshit. Is there a problem with the earth? Well, of course, because we haven't been stewards to the lands for hundreds of years. You keep shitting in your bathroom without cleaning it, and what's going to happen? Same as the earth. You have to tend to the lands. That's why there's natural forest fires, because Mother Earth is cleaning herself. But now that they got lasers on drones and going in lighting fires after they, well, first of all, they called it a La Nina or La Nina. Yeah, that's weather modification. So they'll dry out a portion of the US or Canada for a few summers. They'll get some nice tinder. Go in and light it up. Oh, look, we have forest fires. Why? Because you directed the fucking rainfall from that area for 2 years. It's not rocket science, guys. It's not. Weather predictable. We can change it whenever we want. Look at Dubai. A part of his desert green again. Okay? So that's why they had that huge flood there a couple of months ago and their fucking airplanes were in 5 feet of water. They did a little bit too much. They got to play with it a little bit to get it right.
It's called climate change.
No shit, Sherlock. When did you get in on the conversation? I've said that. Weather
But it
modification.
sounds like
You butted straight in. You butted straight in. You came straight in. You crossed straight over
Oliver,
Sam.
Ollie, my friend, calm down 1 second.
no, he is spreading lies and misinformation, and I'm not going to stand around. I don't care if I'm being
Another
impolite.
liberal.
There are
Another
not
liberal.
machines creating the weather,
Right,
dude. They're not.
right.
You
Really?
followed the potion. You're wrong.
Really?
Idiots.
And
1 second here, everyone. Let me reset for a second. That Tartarus announced he's Micmac, right?
Alex, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He's spreading.
Wait, do you
misinformation.
hear yourself, Kim? You cannot say that being Micmac does not matter. You know that.
It doesn't matter if he's spreading climate lies. Who he is, it does not matter.
What does matter is he announced he is Micmac. That does matter.
Okay, what does that mean to the uninitiated?
There are the indigenous people of North America, correct? Of Turtle Island.
Turtle
They're-
Island, fine.
Yeah, they're one of
Why
the
is this-
tribes.
why is
Yeah,
this
they're one of
account
the tribes.
Why is this account protected? You can't see.
Alex, he's spreading climate denier disinformation. All
I
due respect to
understand,
every other
Kim.
Micmac I've ever met, and I've met a lot of Micmacs, I've met a lot of Cree, I've met a lot of Mohawks, and I've never heard anybody dish out that bullshit.
I understand how upset you are. I hear you. I also heard his words. I'm also the moderator and facilitator here trying to organize a group. That said, Tartarus is new to talking to us. I wanted to hear him out. And again, he's speaking English, that to hear out these things, that is critical.
He could be the Tsar of Russia, as far as I'm concerned. If he talks down to people, especially women, then he's not allowed on here.
Exactly.
Micmac or knick-knack, I don't care. There's no reason to use that position to be abusive to women.
I do agree with that, and I hear both of you. But I am distressed that you're both so upset.
Alex, sorry, can I just say one thing? You know
Sure.
what? Trump just got elected. I'm not putting up with people coming into this space and saying this type of stuff because we allowed it before. Look what happened. It's
I hear
time
you.
to separate, create the line. You're either on this side of the line or that side of the line. If you're a science contrarian, a science
What does
skeptic,
Trump have to do with it?
he spread disinformation so people wouldn't think that climate change matters and that they could vote for him instead of voting for someone who gave us a climate future.
And he's a misogynist pig.
Exactly. He's a misogynist pig. He's a rapist.
Okay, hold on. Well, you mean
convicted
Trump?
felon.
Yeah, Trump. Yes. Okay. Trump, right? We're talking about Trump.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanna make that clear. Because you
What does
can't
this have to do with
you
Trump?
can't throw a European ideology word onto an indigenous person whose culture and heritage has nothing to do with European ideology of misogyny and right. I'm just saying.
Excuse me, Lost. I was talking about Trump.
Okay, yeah, I just
What
wanted to
about
clarify
Trump?
that. I wanted to clarify that.
What about Trump?
I don't, the great thing about us indigenous communities is we don't always tend to always agree with everybody on every single thing, but we can always work towards coming together for things that we do agree upon. Right?
Right.
So,
right.
And I know Tartarus comes with a good heart for the love of his people and his lands. I don't think he comes.
But
I understand that yes, they have made some different devices that they can do weather controlling with. I don't think it's the reason for every single
it's not the reason for 99.9%.
Okay,
It's not the reason. The reason is, as you know, we are burning fossil fuels.
Yeah, I know we are doing things that are doing harm to this earth and everything on this earth, including us. I know that. Okay, I understand that fully. All right.
Denying what's going on in the world, Kim, you're actually hurting Mother Earth. That kind of thinking. And Trump has nothing to do with it because I'm in Canada.
I'm in Canada too, and Trump has everything to do with it.
Trump has
And
nothing
you're
to do
wrong.
with it.
I am not denying
Everybody-
anything that's going on. You are denying things that are going on.
Hold on.
And it is
No.
hurting your people. It is hurting the land.
I
It is
think.
hurting Canada.
Hold on.
It is hurting the trees, the
Hold
plants,
on,
the
hold on.
insects, you name it.
Hold on. Okay. Everybody, please calm down. Take a breath, please. Okay. I do know that they have made different technologies to fuck with the weather. I do know that. And like I said,
All they can do is seed some clouds, and it's very localized.
Yeah.
It doesn't really have anything to do with climate change. I'm sorry, no.
no, I get
is
that.
incorrect.
I get that. And I think it's important that we take a look at it all in its complexity. Like I said, it's like a spider's web, right? Like a spider's web. It's got so many different strings within that web, and that web was made specifically and spun specifically to confuse the 99% of the population. Okay? To maintain the dominance and control from the 1% population. Okay? Does some of the events have to do, some events that probably do have to do with them doing all different kinds of stuff. And there are lots of events that have happened that don't have anything to do with them using a machine to do it, that are just natural, that happen because we fucked with the earth too much out of greed. Right?
Right.
So I don't want the relative to go away with a bad taste in his mouth, and I don't want anyone else to go away with a bad taste in their mouth either. Right?
Right. Well, he did go away. And the communication is the difficult part.
Yeah.
The science, the native traditions, that part isn't so difficult. It is communicating to each other that's difficult, especially when we're very, very different.
Yeah.
Some of us might be more mystically minded. Some of us might be more scientifically minded. And we need, just like Dr. Mann says in his book, we need to communicate. The answer is social. We need to be able to communicate. And for me, Lost, these two, Kim and Oliver, my great friends.
Yeah.
So I'm very concerned when they are very agitated. They were both very angry. So there are a lot of different things going on at once here to consider. And it is in this communication. We communicate with you pretty good. You communicate with us pretty good. We communicate with Effie, and we communicate with Jersey and Dale and Paul.
Yeah, well,
and Tartarus was new here.
I'm going to put it to you this way. Not all of my people, and I mean my people as indigenous people entirely, are able to have a conversation like I can with people. Okay.
Oh, well, you're just exceptional. Your mastery of the English language is exceptional.
Well, thank you, but that's not it. It's the factor of like, okay, so
you say that the indigenous peoples are not monolithic. I've heard you say that many times.
Yeah, we're not monolithic.
Right.
You know, even within my own nation and tribe, some of my people can talk with people quite easily and just no big deal, right? Some have a little bit more harder time.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's true of, and that's true of all people.
Yeah. When I was in my 20s, I was just like homeboy that just came in. I was very blunt out there. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah.
I was a diamond in the rough.
I hear you, Lost. Why don't we let the people talk here for a bit?
I just want to say, like, we have to take in consideration of all aspects of things, right?
Absolutely.
And I'm not in any way, you don't hear out of my mouth saying that climate change isn't real, because it is real. We've been fucking with this earth for too long for 1% of the population's greed. And we've all remained silent for too long. Right?
Yeah.
So, there's a lot of different things that both US, Canadian, and other governments around the world have done that they do not tell the population at all about. They hide it. They say it's national security. That's the bullshit that they use to hide what they do. It's the same thing with MK Ultra and other different things that they've done. Hell, they even took a bunch of black men, gave them syphilis, and let them live with it without any treatment, without curing it, just to see what the end result would be of it. What would happen?
Yeah, sure.
Right? You don't see that as a general public information for everybody to know and understand. Right?
Lost, we got lots of hands now.
Sorry.
Man.
I know, my apologies.
Hands.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Good stuff. And we we not everybody could within this club, even with good intentions or bad intentions or whatever. We you know, so I know Sam was up next. Let's get back to Sam and the herbivores and see his thoughts. If he can hear me this time. He couldn't hear me last time. I don't think Sam can hear me.
Can you hear Alex?
Sam, can you hear me? No.
No.
Sam can't hear any of us, I think.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can. He's all right. Here he comes.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
My
Yeah.
sound keeps going. My sound keeps going for about a minute. I can't hear anybody. Is it my turn to speak?
Yeah, you're on the
Yeah,
you're on
can
the
you hear
you're on the
me?
delay loop, aren't you? You must be on a laptop or something. You're on a delay loop. You get that
Yeah, I'm on
from
the
the
laptop.
UK. That's what you get.
Uh-huh.
And it does sort itself out eventually,
Yeah.
but it takes about 2 years.
If I could add a little bit of context on climate change, we don't really know how it's going to play out. I don't think any of the scientists really know how it's going to play out. About 66 million years ago, this huge meteorite apparently came flying through space and hit the Earth and wiped out the dinosaurs. According to scientists, about 75% of species went extinct. And the remaining 25% kind of picked themselves up and dusted themselves off and carried on living again the best way they could through the dust clouds or whatever was happening there. And that was where mammals then became the dominant animal species or the animal group, and eventually filled all the niches that the dinosaurs had once held. Herbivores, carnivores, the whole lot. So healthy ecosystems need to be able to take those knocks. Yeah, whatever, we don't really know what's coming ahead in the future. That's why we need our ecosystem to be as healthy as we can make it, so it's resilient, as resilient as possible to get through those hard times. So I don't tend to worry about climate because it's going to do whatever it's going to do, and there's not a lot I can do to control it directly, but I can hopefully play a big role in getting ecological health back. I think that should be one of our primary concerns. So just something for people to ponder on. Thank you.
Okay.
I agree,
I
Sam.
can-
I agree, Sam.
Yeah.
The balance and harmony of the ecosystem of this planet is out of whack, and it needs to be put back in. And we need to do everything that we can to help it get back into balance and harmony.
Absolutely, man. Was Jersey or Cali next? I think it
Yeah,
was
and I
Cali.
don't think it's as difficult as we think it is. This is why I think herbivores are key to it, because they know far more about how ecosystems work than we do. The scientists are still lagging behind. They're slowly getting there, but I've worked with herbivores and they just instinctively know what to do. Nobody teaches them anything. And I took some sheep into the forest, and sheep are supposed to eat grass and live out in the meadows, and that's that's bullshit. They'll happily browse trees. They know exactly what to do, but so we need to put as many herbivores back in as many places as possible and promote native vegetation, the natural plants and trees that grow in all of our different regions, and have them grazed and browsed and trampled and impacted with manure and urine, and wildlife will just reboot very, very quickly. We'll learn a lot about all the other species because we hear a lot about things like wildlife refuges. the word refuge is not really the right kind of
Lost.
word, is it?
Can this guy hear
that means
me?
that wildlife
He's
are
just wandering
refugees.
on and
They're in the
on.
wrong place, or they're in the wrong kind of habitat,
I can hear you,
struggling to
Alex.
survive.
I can hear you, Alex.
Yeah, he can't hear me, and he's just wandering around saying nothing, not contributing to the conversation.
Sam?
You know,
Sam is.
you liked what Sam was saying?
Sam's talking about Alan's. He's talking about ruminants, and he's talking about the Alan Savory thing. I know there's a big argument between Alan Savory and Monbiot, but he's talking basically about that, and he's talking about it out in the wild, and he's talking about it in the forest.
He's talking about replenishing the herbivores on the planet. to help balance
Yeah.
the
Well,
system.
let's do one thing at a time. Let's work on environmental crises.
This is environmental. I mean, top end environmental. This is about restoring ecosystems that have been degraded and ruined. So he is talking about something very pivotal. He's actually talking about what you might call
let's start with big agriculture.
I know
and the
you don't
beef
like
industry.
it. I know you don't like it, but
Let's
I'm afraid.
start with the beef industry and their
Hang on,
effect on the climate crisis.
Alex, I love you,
Yeah.
bro. I love you, bro. But we also
Yeah.
have to be fair to Sam too, right? Sam,
Well, we do, but
very
he's spoken a lot.
right?
Callie's been waiting a long time here.
Okay. Well, we can move on to the next person. It's okay. But you know, we like you said, like I keep saying, and you say too. There's multiple different areas within this whole entire conversation, right?
Right, but I've heard from Sam several times before. I've never heard from Tartarus before. I didn't know his shtick. But,
Wish I hadn't heard
Callie
from
has
him.
been waiting patiently for a long time here.
Okay, well,
I'd like
I'm just
to
trying
get
to
to
make sure that everybody, you know, has a chance to share what they want to share. You know, trying to be a good co-host, and
absolutely, man.
To maintain
You're always
the
a good
ecosystem
co-host.
and the healthy and balanced ecosystem within this
That's it.
system right here. If we can't do it here, how the fuck we gonna do it on the earth?
We're not going to be able to. That is correct.
So who is next? You said
Callie's
Callie.
been waiting patiently. Go ahead, please, Callie. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Okay, so first of all, since this kind of went off the rails, I just want to say that I really wish one of my Native American female cousins or wonderful aunt was here, because they would all tell you that being rude to women is not a Native American thing. So I'm sorry, that is not correct. Okay, second of all, and I really was loving what you were saying before things went off the rail. I put in the purple pill and in the nest above, wonderful video of a very successful land back in the county of Monterey. And it's really worth watching because they explain what they're going to do with the land and how it's going to benefit everyone. And that includes the 1%. That's the one thing I disagree with you on, Lost, because you know what happens in California, including where I live, where we lost 900 homes, have horrible fires. And Native Americans and what they do with maintaining the forest so it decreases the potential for fires, it cannot be, saluted enough. It's just like so incredibly well done, powerful. Okay. Third, I want to move on to elephants and herbivores. So I spent about a year in India all total, and I lived in a wild area of India where there were wild elephants, and I got to watch them. I got to hang out with them. I literally had a pet wild dog I adopted, and we sat on this big rock, and we would watch this big elephant knock over the tree, okay? Not just eat the leaves, but they would push over the medium-sized tree in order to get to the leaves more easily, okay? So it looked pretty destructive to me. And guess who's for this kind of movement? There's a guy, RFK Jr.
Is it just me or did Callie cut out?
I've got a phone call. Hold
Okay.
on. I got to hang up on somebody. It's my daughter. Okay.
What? You got to talk to your daughter. Go ahead.
No. I
No.
hung up on her. Oh, God. It's terrible.
She's like, Mom, how dare you hang up with me? Don't you know I'm your daughter? What's wrong with you?
She's performing tonight. She does aerial art. She's like a Cirque du Soleil artist. I will go. Oh, my God. Okay, I'm going to unplug my phone. Hold on. Don't worry. I can unplug my phone.
I mean, you can just answer and talk with your daughter, and then we can
No.
for the conversation.
No, I'm not going to leave it.
Okay.
Okay, so let me go back to this guy. He is Mr. Plant-Based, and he has I'm pretty sure he's a Scientologist. He has a script. Oh my gosh, she's calling me constantly. And his whole thing to cure the climate crisis is bison, which sounds a lot like Sam's proposal. And the other thing I saw in India that was, interesting with cows was I literally saw a cow hooked up to some kind of tube thing, and they used it, okay, the methane. So, I mean, the more cow thing, and I'm just trying to envision cows wandering around our redwood forests and disturbing the underground part of the forest where insects and important little critters live. And, I spent time in India, like I said, where the cows just like wander the streets freely. I mean, is that what we're proposing for the US? I'm just kind of in shock. And
I think buffalo should be allowed to wander the streets freely in the U.S.
Have you seen buffalo attack a human?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I mean,
okay.
Problem is that we've allowed ourselves to be corralled as well. You know what I mean?
Well,
We're all stuck
let me finish up.
know about keeping the natural balance of the planet or of the earth or the land that we're on. We're stuck in a city, a concrete jungle.
Yes, I hear you 110%, and I don't disagree with 99% of the things that you say. But I want to speak lastly, and then I'll get off my soapbox. To do hurricanes man-made is the most ludicrous thing you could ever say. Okay, the amount of energy that it would take to do a man-made hurricane is, I don't know, 5 atomic bombs for one hurricane. It's just like the amount of energy. There's just no way. So I will land with that, and I will go call my daughter. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I just want to say real quickly. In no way, shape, or form did I ever say, or do I ever say, being disrespectful to women or rude to women is acceptable Indigenous behavior. I said calling an Indigenous person a misogynist, that's a white ideology and a white issue, a European issue, does not fit. It does not fit that subject, being that most tribes and nations are either egalitarian or matriarchal, and those are just barely even scratching the surface of that depth of how they truly are. So I just wanted to clarify that, and that's why I was like, wait, you guys are talking about Trump, right? Because I wanted to clarify that. Because far too often I find Indigenous people get stuck and thrown on things that have nothing to do with our traditional, who we are traditionally as people and our way of life. And that's why I was like, wait, because I had to make sure that it was Trump that you were talking about, to clarify.
I thought that was pretty obvious, but
Okay,
that's
well,
me.
no,
I
but
literally was responding when she was describing Trump. That
yeah,
I was
that's
talking
why
about
I was just clarifying to make sure, right? So there's no shadow of a doubt. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm a little bit confused, frankly. I'm not sure why this guy got such a pass for saying such obnoxious things to women in the space. I may not come back to this space again.
No, Callie, don't
This
run.
is fucked. It's fucked.
Don't
okay?
run away.
Sorry.
It's.
I want to lost 1 second here. What did Tartarus exactly say that I must have missed it? What did he say exactly that was so negative about women?
Oh, I can't quote him exactly. Kim, I believe, was the woman who was saying things at the time. Maybe
He said she was brain dead. He said she was brain dead.
Thank you. But he said something else
Okay.
as well.
Oh,
That
there was
wasn't the
other
only
stuff.
thing.
I was getting annoyed by it then, so I switched
Yeah.
off. As you do.
And Kim is very important to us. She's a central member of this club. She's a very
Right.
important person to us.
Right. And if you guys disrespect Kim that much, what chance do I have?
I'm not disrespecting him. I don't think I disrespected anybody here unless they start becoming racist.
You allowed it. You allowed it. I'm sorry.
I said
You
I
all
sat
made
back. I
excuses for
sat
that.
back and I allow all of you to say whatever you're going to say.
Okay, fine. He's a fucking misogynist pig.
Well-
There, I said it. Thank you for letting me say it.
I was not familiar with. the
I don't.
speaker.
I think. I don't. Look.
I don't know, man.
I don't.
We're just gonna get in trouble.
I've said before. I don't
Yeah.
always agree. Like us indigenous people don't always see eye to eye on everything 100% all the time. And we also at the same time have different ways of life. None of us are a monolith. I'm not responsible for any other indigenous person unless they're from my nation. And that's about the
I'm sorry, but anybody who's in the co-host or the host position is responsible for how the space is run.
Well, what would you rather me do?
You should have cut his mic. You should have told him that you can't speak to women like that.
I
in this
did
space.
eventually cut his mic. Maybe I was 30 seconds slow. I apologize. You know, this is not an easy job. The things I've dealt with as host. And I take so much criticism for being a host. I'm really kind of sick of it. Why don't people run their own spaces and take the shit, the complaints I get day in, day out?
Hold on, Alex. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold
Getting
on.
pissed off.
I know. I feel you. Okay, look.
I do apologize. I'm Greek, and Greeks are very passionate.
You also have to
emotional
understand.
people.
You also have to understand something. For many of my indigenous people on this continent, many have a lot of unresolved and unhealed things going on from 500 plus years of genocide. Okay.
Yeah, and could you
And-
please add into that Native American women are kidnapped and murdered? in
Yes,
higher
I
numbers
say that
than
all. What do you
any
think the
other
red
race
hand
in this
was,
country?
Callie? What do you think the red hand is there for?
That's
Well, yeah,
what the
like I
red
said,
hand means.
I agree.
That's
with
what
you.
the red
So
hand
what?
means. So
That's what the red hand means.
I allow my people to heal. Now, sometimes they can come up a little bit ornery or a little bit sideways. And that's a healing process. It's no different from you, Callie. If you came to me and said to me that some guy did some horrible thing to you, I would allow you to sit there and say all kinds of things to allow you to heal, and that healing process of healing that you need for you to have a wellness of mind, body, spirit, and emotion. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that I agree with how our relative handled that. I'm not saying that. I don't sit here and do that. And once again, I don't do that. But not everybody is healed to the point where I have healed. Not all of my people are at that healing level that I have gotten and worked hard to get to. There is still a lot of healing that needs to be done. Okay? Please understand that. Now, I'm not saying what was said or the way in which it was said was respectful and good and acceptable. No, it's not. Okay? But I'm also gonna sit back and I know and understand, because like I said before, when I was in my 20s, I was just that, like that. Because I had too much pain and anger and too much healing I needed to do. I grew up in a home where the two white people that bought me were raping me, beating me, torturing me, molesting me every fucking day. And they died being called good Christians. While I'm the animal, I'm the savage. That's the healing that I went through. I worked on that healing. Okay? To where I can sit here today and have a conversation with all of you and show you all kindness, respect, honor, and dignity. And follow the teaching of my people from the medicine wheel. And sit here and talk with you all in this way, in a good way. I can do that. And I say it again and again and again, not all my people have gotten through the healing process to that point. And it's no different from anyone else that has gone through it. If a woman came in here that was raped and beaten by her husband or boyfriend or father or grandfather or whatever, brother, whatever, I would understand that too. That there's healing that they need to do, and I need to allow that process of healing to happen. Because the only way we're going to get healthy is allowing each other to heal and giving each other the space and time to be able to heal. So if we cannot do that within ourselves and with ourselves, how the hell are we supposed to help the earth to heal? How are we supposed to do anything else to change the bullshit world we're stuck in into something benefiting everyone on this planet and everything on this planet? Right? That's where I come from. And I know, you know, I have had relatives, indigenous relatives from all different nations that have come in different levels of their healing and their walk and healing process. Okay? I've had Europeans come to me in their healing process at different stages within it. I've had all different types of walks of humanoid species come to me in their different processes and where they're at in their healing. And the allowing of a person to come and sit where they're at. Yes, I do not agree in any way, shape, or form that anyone should disrespect anyone. Regardless of whether you're a man, woman, child, elderly, disabled, whatever. Respect for all human life, for all things, is a key fundamental principle and foundation of indigenous way of life.
Okay.
So I sit back and I know that everybody in here is at different levels within their understanding or their healing or walk in their life. I have to allow that person, even you, Callie, or Kim, or Paul, or Oliver, Dale, Effie's, Jersey, Alex, everyone deserves that same opportunity to come and speak in a way in which and try to help them and allow them to speak, and then have a conversation with them afterwards about, hey, you know, calm down a little bit, homie. on how you're talking, right? Help them along their path. Help them along their walk. Help them in their healing process. That's not controlling it. That's not telling them how they can or cannot heal. That's helping them to heal, right? That's that process of healing, holistic healing within the medicine wheel.
Yeah, yeah,
That-
lost, no
Carmen.
doubt whatsoever. But again, Jersey has been waiting forever to speak here.
Sorry, Jersey.
And we got other hands. Good stuff as always from Wasu. But I'd like to hear from Jersey. Who? Hi.
Good evening, Alex and Lossie, Sue. Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to chime in when he was talking about that the 1% want to control the 99% of us. I think that we do have to protect, our land. We do have to stand up. We are living in very dangerous territory now that we do need to support one another. I was thinking that that we may, and I'm not sure it will happen, but we may go into a recession and maybe some type of depression where we do we'll have money. My mother used to say there will be a time where we will have money but we will not have any food. So I appreciate the space. I learned from you guys all because I think we may need to go back to growing our own food. That's what I wanted to add. I understand that there's different tribes, you know, and they also have a voice. But the only thing I was a little bothered is the disrespect for women. This is an open forum, and I respect the hosts and the co-hosts. But when you're in open forum, you want to kind of share your grievances and everything. You have to be mindful of the audience that you have. So that I thought it was disrespectful what he was saying in front of an open forum where there's women here. But I understand what Loss is saying, that everybody has to have a voice. Just people need to be mindful of the audience because it could come off as offensive. That's all I wanted to share. But I appreciate you guys. I think we have a lot of work to do. The only way to get this work done and learn from each other and support each other is to, try to stick together because we got some work to do going forward. We don't know what's going to happen in January. He's already kind of even, sometimes I'm thinking, oh my gosh, he's already planning to do all this stuff he said he was going to do. I just feel that we should not fear. There's more of us than them. Like Loss was saying, we're 99%. They're the 1%. Yes, they have the billions, but there's more of us. So we do have to stand our ground and protect one another for what's ahead. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Alex and Loss. Thank you.
Always, always. I do want to say I'm usually the one to blame. About 3 weeks ago, we had a Holocaust denier up here. I called him up by accident. I was a little slow to remove him. Part of the problem being a host is you want new people to appear, and you have to take a chance and bring those people up, and often it backfires. It's part of hosting. I've hosted hundreds of times, and it's part of the gig. You've got to take chances or the space becomes terribly boring. I could run it like a dictatorship, extremely strict, and only by the company doctrine. It would then become an awful space. It would be boring, and nobody would show up, and we wouldn't get any message across. It's a really hard job to get that balance right. When I was listening to our Micmac speaker, I was trying to respect his tribe and his people and trying to understand his language, trying to allow him to speak as I would allow anyone from anywhere around the world speak. We have had repeated confrontations in this space. Try not to take sides. I try not to get angry, which of course is next to impossible. And it is about reaching some understanding. Sometimes we simply can't work with some people. That does happen. It's not a reflection of their character. They might be very good people. Some people we simply can't work with. We are 100% pro-science here. That's not negotiable. That said, I allow mystics and fiction people to speak as well.
And by the way,
sure.
I got my Pfizer booster vaccine. Dad got his Moderna vaccine. And the only thing that saddened me when I got my Pfizer booster was the gentleman, the pharmacist, was like, "Oh, you get a booster every year, but going forward, those vaccines may not be available anymore and you won't need them." And I was like, oh my God, it's already happening. The RFK Jr.'s taking over and we won't have vaccines. Because I was like, oh my God, I believe in science. As you guys know, I think Alex knows I'm an RN. So I do believe in science. And I was like, this is actually telling me I won't need vaccines ever again. And I'm like, oh my God, polio is going to be running rampant and measles and everything. I'm not panicking. I'm okay.
Right. Well, again, Dr. Mike and I do the spaces all week on Blue American Politics. This is an international environmental space. Many of the people might not know what you're referring to there. That it's complicated doing multidisciplinary, multicultural communication. That the scientists will fight with the mystics and people from different cultures don't understand each other. It's a difficult thing we're trying to do here. I'm taking too much time up. Let's let Sandra say her piece as co-host.
Thank you.
Yeah.
First of all, Callie and I was not able to speak during all of this. So I'm sorry. I would have spoken up because I agree with you. It went a little too far. And I'll tell you something, 2 reasons why it went a little too far. One, women, especially when you get to be my age, we've been through a lot of trauma. I know a lot of other people have, but we've been through a lot of trauma with men, usually. And sometimes even you might think it's a mild attack, but it can traumatize a woman. So just keep that in mind. We've been I don't know. Anyway, but what I wanted to say is that that guy, and if he's in the room, I'm sorry, I am going to make a judgment. He give you my opinion. He sounded like a flat earther, MAGA Canadian. Okay, so basically, what he was full climate denial, and that other slur that he hauled out or said to Kim was, "Oh, another liberal," or some shit like that, right? So I consider that. Oh, and the other thing is a red flag. Go look at when I go look at a profile, if the tweets are protected, we got to think twice about letting them in. That's all right. That's just my 2 cents.
Thanks, Sandra. I didn't know that you were in limbo at the time, too. I always try to get a female co-host if I can. That's been just always. I know from experience the women in the room are more comfortable. I've learned a lot that for women to speak in these spaces, it's more difficult in some ways, or women need a little more of assurance that this is a safe zone, a little less of the men's locker room, whatever bar room behavior. And I have learned that.
That was more like QAnon behavior.
Well, again, I didn't know you were in limbo. I was allowing the conversation to proceed. I did hit the mute button a couple times. I mean, it's it's such a fine line between rudeness, comprehension, and making progress. Many of the people,
Just next, yeah, go ahead. So the next time I lose my ability to speak, I'm just gonna text you to drop me down right away because
right,
I
I
really don't
often
want to
am
have.
too busy,
Yeah.
Sandra, to read the DMs. What you do is do the hand waving thing like 8 times.
Okay.
Like that, like, you know, like
All right.
that. Just start
That's
doing,
good. Yeah, yeah, I can do that.
yeah, that's the
I
thing to
can do
do.
that.
Then
That's
I'll know.
all right. Awesome. Cool code.
That
I just
again,
I want to say as human beings, we both, men and women, both have a lot of healing to do on both sides of the fence. Because at one time, we all worked together without any issues, without any problems, in balance and harmony with each other. There's a lot of things that has transpired to make that imbalance on purpose and by design. And I say that because I know that fully clear. And I see that within my own community. I see that in all different types of communities, where it's put the older against the young, put the woman against the man, put the child against the parents, put every, you know what I mean? It's the divide and conquer.
yeah.
When we need to be focusing on all of us healing and working together
Right.
to
No
help
doubt.
heal this planet, right?
Exactly.
And I think, you know, we indigenous people have some different ways of doing things. I'm a little bit more understanding than some people when it comes to other people learning or not knowing our culture. I understand that because you were laden and bombarded with, you know, old westerns. Circle the wagons. The Indians are coming. Right? That's not who we are as a people. And like I said, the healing process just isn't just about healing the earth alone. It's about healing everything on this earth, because everything is out of balance. Everything.
Man, let's. I want to finish the space up at the top of the hour because it'll be 8 hours for me. I'm absolutely exhausted. I hope Kim isn't too agitated. I really do care about you, Kim. You know that it's been a long 2 years plus. We've all been working, and I am terribly sorry if you are still extremely agitated. It's a risk in these spaces. I know people, when they come to a space and they're new, often they're prickly, and in time they calm down and become some of our best people. Other times it's a disaster, and it's simply the risks we take with new faces here. That's sort of a known quantity. Anyway, Oliver, you too you got quite agitated, which is a rare thing. And
Well, I mean, I can see when there's something wrong. That's why.
Right,
Straight away,
right.
you know, you can tell by the way people speak and the words they use. It's pretty obvious. But I'm not going to talk about that now because I've waited 2 hours to talk about what Marie Louise was talking about, and also what. Let me remind myself. Oh dear, Nancy was talking about osmosis. There's one thing about osmosis. No, shut up. No talking. I'm talking now. Osmosis, reverse osmosis, and general desalination of water, seawater, both of them. The example I wanted to give, very simply, shortly, was Israel. Israel, they created a lift. They stole the water, first of all, from the Jordanians, the Jordan River, and then they started to removing water from the Galilee Sea, Sea of Galilee. And basically what they did is they lifted this water an enormous height, something like 100 meters or something like that, an extreme height. But as years went by, they discovered that they were able to start desalinating water, and that the cost of desalinating it was actually becoming cheaper than the cost of lifting the water from one level to the next. So what has happened over the years is they've been able to both keep using lifting the water, but also to desalinate the water and to give, this is the crucial bit, to give some of the water back to Jordan straight away, who they stole it from in the first place, Six-Day War. That's what it was all about, basically. The Six-Day War. It was about, the Jordan River. So that's the desalination example. It's worth looking up. It's an interesting one. Normally desalination is massive plants, very expensive, and it has a lot of it has residue that comes from it as well. It's difficult, but it's it's awkward stuff. You know that, yeah? I thought you did. Now the second bit, I can't remember. Mary Louise, what was she talking about? She was talking about something very interesting, but I've forgotten. But in the meantime,
But it was Arizona and the water. Yeah.
Was it Arizona water? Oh, real
and
estate.
the real estate
I
there.
thought it was Arizona housing and real estate.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Yeah.
It was.
And
it was
why
real estate.
housing cost why to get a chunk of land or parcel of land is
That's
500
right.
grand. Yeah.
And the same thing happens exactly in Miami, of course, which is very nearer to the current situation. Is that they are, what they have stupidly done in Miami is they have lifted the roads and some of the roads and the where the rich are living, in Miami Beach, and they have lifted some of the roads and the pavements and things like that. But they have forgotten that when it floods, they will be islands. They've lifted some of the houses as well. They won't be able to get to these houses because they'll be everywhere else will be underwater. So all the services will be, unavailable basically. So as a result, they haven't done a sensible, what they call a complete plan for flooding and adaptation. The Dutch have done it. They spent billions on working out exactly what's going to happen when the floods come, and they're actually ready for it in Holland. And one more thing, which is for Cali, which is the amount of energy that you need for a hurricane, to create a hurricane, is all the energy, human energy, that is generated in the entire planet for 1 year. That's how much energy you need to make a hurricane. Chew on that one. Oh, maybe you can't hear me now. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
can go to physics for you if you want me to sit down with a piece of paper and figure out the energy in a hurricane.
No, you won't get it. You won't get it. It's literally all the world's energy produced by man for 1 year. And then that's a guess anyway. That's the best guess. So any way that humans now, the 1%, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them, could possibly control a hurricane is absolute bullshit. Okay?
Well, in science and logic, one of our pals has Leguminati in their profile. I quite like it. It's this.
I agree. It's impossible to control a hurricane, although certain conditions can be done to, produce and bring forth certain things. They've even discovered how to be able to cut off a tornado at its choking point, with different chemicals being pushed up into the tornado.
When we get lost, when we get into strict science class, like when it's science class time and science only, the way scientists get in the lab among each other, that's one kind of discussion. And the thing with scientists is they have produced results. Matter of fact, this whole internet, all these devices, they all come from science. So there is that side of it. And I did want to be a scientist when I was a kid. I do really know quite a lot about that side. And I chat all day with lots of scientists. That's one side. Then we have the mystical side also that is very, very real and very, very important. And it's so difficult to have people who specialize in these different sides to have a civilized conversation, which is what we're trying to do. I do want to hear from Dale, who started the whole day off with the discussion of eco-theology, climate spirituality, and assorted language. Dale, how has your day been today?
Oh, it's been good, Alex. Thanks for asking. I wrote down a couple of things that that came up in in the big blow up that we had just an hour or so ago, and the theme that came back from that was like helping to heal, and which I was quite intrigued with and agreed with, and try to guide my own conversations with that. And I was thinking the stuff I was talking about when I first started talking this morning about eco-theology, and I realized that I used a lot of words that for a lot of people are very triggering, and I'm thinking specifically of the lady that came on quite articulate, and I can't remember, I think Debbie was her name. Is that right? Yeah, and so she had a lot of past history baggage with religious thought and people, and for good reason. I mean, as I listened to her, I agree with everything that she said, and I said I don't like that brand, that use of religion myself, and I totally understand how that gets oppressive, and specifically to Black people, specifically to Native Americans, with what Christians have brought down on them over the centuries. So that time to heal. That's the the main reason why I didn't come back and say but I just let that flow by, and I was agreeing, and I was putting up the little 100% as she was talking, and then the other thing I was thinking of that's also is sort of related to that herbivore thesis was that I saw a special on how they at Yellowstone they reintroduced wolves to Yellowstone, and how that reintroduction of wolves just totally transformed a lot of other environmental problems in Yellowstone, and just replenished a lot of things because of the presence of wolves, and how they cut down on the presence of deer that ate too much vegetation, just all this kind of stuff. And I found it very convincing. So, and that's that's another form of let it heal, get it back to the balance that it's meant to have, and good things happen. So.
Yeah, it does seem like forever ago that Deb was speaking, and she spoke very, very well 6 hours ago.
Yeah.
And I do remember it now. And that's what we're trying to do here is get to know each other a little bit better, but also learn and experience and process, even enjoy sometimes. And
Absolutely.
to heal is a big word, for sure. We've got Torstein here from Greenland. Greenland has the glaciers, has the Inuits, has the seals. Torstein is Norwegian who lives in Greenland, and he thinks a little differently than most of us. So please don't get agitated with my Nordic brother. He's a good person.
I can speak. Okay, thanks. I think I'm thinking differently, mostly because I'm a writer, so I'm not even normal for being Norwegian. I think how it is. Thinking a little bit outside the box. But I wanted to say about what was brought up earlier. I think what we need to keep in mind is that if certain weather events there to have been, generated or manipulated, we for sure wouldn't hear about it. I'm not saying they are. I'm just saying that we wouldn't hear about that in the media because it would be part of an operation, and we were not supposed to hear about it. So yeah, I think that's kind of the thing about it, that it's more on the mystical or spiritual side of it, because there's no verification, if that's going on or not. I myself think all of those are caused by climate change, but you have the old saying that a butterfly flaps its wings and then you get a hurricane in Scotland or whatever, right? So that is kind of a truism of chaos theory. And if you know humans right, they will always be curious about that kind of effects, and scientists, especially military scientists, I think, are eager to learn every way they can, harm their enemies in Russia or China or the other way, America. And so we just don't know, I think. But I still think that claiming something outrageous or sort of out of the box like that also needs special amount of evidence. It's not like we can say either or that it happens. But I must say that this summer has been exceptional for the amount of what they call car soup. Different cities all across the world, with the soup of cars, or a stew of cars running, floating through the cities, and maybe a bit much, but maybe that's how fucked this planet is. So that's basically my message today. And yeah, it was interesting. There hasn't been too much sort of climate focus today. It's been interesting, but I also thought that exchange was interesting, especially because it was an indigenous guy, and I never heard him speak before, and I'm curious to hear what native people think about sort of the climate narrative that we are hearing, because there's a difference between climate science, what is happening in nature, and the so-called climate narrative about how sort of these warmonger politicians are supposed to solve the climate crisis. I don't believe the latter. I don't believe the first, the climate science, I do believe. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you there, Thorstein. He does
I can say real quickly, Alex, hang on, sorry.
Okay, we got no hands. Rock and roll, man. Feel free. Go ahead.
All right, I can say honestly, the government and the 1% rich are not going to solve any issues. They're only going to keep making more issues. That's what they were set up for. That's what their whole business is. They don't give a fuck about anything else but extraction. We as human beings, the 99% of the population, on the other hand, have a sacred duty, if you will, to be good custodians and help nurture and do everything that we can to bring back the balance and harmony on this planet, from the unbalance that it's in right now. That is our sacred duty, if you will, and trust that has been put into us as caretakers, not as owners, but as caretakers. Like I said, none of us are more superior than, you can't even go to the beach on either side of the continent and sit there on the ocean and stand against a wave hitting you. You know what I mean? Hitting and coming in. You can't even do that. So how are we supposed to own or be superior to something that we don't have control over? It controls us and dictates to us what's what. And I think more and more people are starting to break out of the brainwashing that has been going on. At least I hope. And to understand truly our seat in the ecosystem on this planet and what is our responsibilities and what is our sacred duty and trust to maintain and keep sacred. I think we're never going to see the 1% rich and the government doing anything to help in any of it. They are going to find a way to gain profit because that's all they care about, profit. That's what they've cared about from the very beginning and construct and formation of them is profit. That hasn't changed. We, on the other hand, who are the majority of the population of humanoid species on this planet, have to learn, yes, to communicate with each other on a more healthy and balanced way and respectful way, and at the same time be able to work together to do everything we can to ensure that the mother that gave us humanoid species life is still here and fully abundant in all of her beauty and glory and abundantness for generations to come. That is our sacred duty and trust as humanoid species. And I think that was, literally brainwashed for us to forget that and to focus on other things that don't really actually mean a whole lot, and don't have a whole lot of importance. And like I've said, the web that the 1% rich, religions, and the governments have weaved has multiple different webs and strings within that web, all bent on maintaining separation, segregation, and confusion to forever keep, as long as it possibly can, the 99% of human beings on this planet from realizing that our enemy is at the core of that spider's web, not the little strings set aside and placed specifically to distract us. And I think that's something that we all need work on. And I add myself in we because I'm just like everybody else in here. I'm a human being. I'm still growing and learning, and I'll be growing and learning until the day I die. And even then, that's just moving on to the next journey, the next chapter, so to speak. So I think.
Hey, Lasso.
Hi.
Hi. I was going to try to get in before you started talking again. I wanted to tell you, I haven't told anybody this, but when I had my really download of spirituality or whatever, a couple of 2.5 years ago, I learned our purpose. And it was shown to me. And it's exactly what you said about caretaking. It is our sacred duty to take care of this planet, its ecosystem. If we ever expand out to space, it's our duty to take care of things, not harm things. Anyway, I just wanted to add that. Thanks.
We're really getting into this
Deal.
climate spirituality. Go ahead, my friend. Go ahead.
The old saying of some of my grandparents was, leave things better than how they were when you grew up.
That makes sense. So we have heard from the wonderful, intelligent, amazing Lakota medicine man. We have heard from the great sailor there from the United States Navy, the veteran, and thank you again to all veterans. We have heard from Dale, who seems to have brought a trend today in conversation, an eco theologian who also is tech savvy and is from Tennessee. Dale, I see Dee here is also listening to us from Tennessee. So big shout out, wonderful state. Torstein is Torstein. He has kindly simulcast this whole meeting, this whole space on YouTube. So thank you again, Torstein. And Greenland is the largest island in the world, 3.5 times bigger than that British island. Amazing place with the glaciers, and those glaciers are melting, and that AMOC slowing down. Kim, I'm still sorry. Kim got very agitated with the Micmac speaker. As far as I know, we have never had a Micmac speaker before in this space, and statements such as hurricanes are man-made are contentious. One of my points is whether people view the climate crisis as a crisis, whether they view the environmental polycrisis as a crisis, things like plastics, air pollution, mining, the biodiversity crisis, whether people see these things as crises or just sort of as bad news or general problems. There is a big psychological difference in that on and off state. If you feel these issues are crises, literally threatening the extinction of the human race, look at the planet Venus. This is science. There is such a thing as a runaway greenhouse gas event. The Earth's temperature is something like 62 degrees Fahrenheit today overall. That could skyrocket very rapidly to 90 or 110. That's what happened to Venus. It can happen here.
Except Venus is except Venus is 800 degrees now.
Little toasty. One end of the bell curve, the extreme crisis. It can destroy our civilization. It can destroy our nation, which is very important to some of us. And maybe we get lucky and it won't do much of anything. There are already severe effects today. So the best case scenarios if we do nothing. We know quite a lot, all of this. Quite a lot of this has been studied by, world leading physicists and climate scientists. So much of this depends if you think this is a crisis or you don't. If you're a techno-optimist, if you're apathetic, if you're ignorant, and you don't think this is a crisis. That is your choice. I'm really tired of trying to persuade people this is a crisis. Let them kick the tires and figure out if it's a crisis or not in their own way. And in that light, looking at this discussion from that light, when you think it's a crisis, you have to get much more efficient. You can't just go idly shopping. You just can't go wandering around, wondering what you're doing or daydreaming. Your behavior has to start getting more efficient and more. You have to sleep properly. It seems to me every day for years I've just been telling people to sleep properly. It's I don't know. And in that light, the idea that people are making hurricanes becomes ludicrous. That it's irrelevant. That people do not make hurricanes. It would make a great science fiction story. It's a great mythical narrative. So it depends in which framework we're having a conversation. We have to understand the 15,000 cultures of the world, the many different religions and histories of our different ancestors. So these conversations, I know our ambition here is extremely high. To be multicultural alone is extremely difficult. I did grow up in New York City, which is probably the most varied place in the world. It's certainly one of them, where you meet the most people of the most cultures and genders and orientations and religions and I don't know what. I grew up in the art world among everybody. So many different kinds of people. It might come slightly easier for me. And I've spent a lifetime in the arts trying to be multicultural anyway and acceptant of everyone. So that's a very hard ask for everybody, to learn all the cultures of the world and be able to talk to anybody. That I know that's a very ambitious, difficult ask. There's multicultural, then there's multidisciplinary. Our minds, we train in different disciplines, different ways of thought. Say Dale with the eco-theology. Paul loves his science fiction. So many others. Jennifer is studying journalism. That if it's physics, the physicists and biologists don't even see eye to eye within science, or the archaeologists. You have the scientists, the artists. Artists certainly don't see eye to eye. The musicians, the visual artists fighting with the performance artists. So we have so many different great disciplines in our civilizations to study and to learn, you know, what comes naturally with our talents, what we truly love and what we think will help people. And these are very difficult asks to try to understand a philosopher, if you're a scientist, to try to understand, you know, a mystic. These are difficult asks if people are thinking in ways that you don't think as. If you're a baseball player, to play basketball, these are not easy asks we're asking of people. This is the kind of methodology, though, that is required to solve these problems. And it's not easy. It's a stretch. It's, you know, what we need to do if we're going to solve these problems. Michael Mann, Dr. Mann, the great climate scientist, he is excellent on the mass media. He is excellent in his books and with his students teaching his classes. And then he gets on social media and starts fighting with people and blocking them. It's a problem I've tried to look at for years. I can't make any more headway. He fights and blocks environmentalists while claiming we need to unify, we need social cohesion. But we all have our limits of what we can do. And what I'm trying to do is next to impossible. It's okay, I'm from New York. I'm used to trying to do what's next to impossible. We see in our American politics, the election day mandate, we see the entire country all across the board in every way moved right this time. That's what the people want. They spoke. This is what they want. For environmentalists, global environmentalists, it's bad news. This is not a step forward. But we accept this. And other nations will have to pick up the slack. The Frances, Germanys, Japans, Australias of the world. So, with my lengthy time here on the soapbox, I do miss Red Cloud. He always cheers me up. He says nice things to me. He appreciates my efforts, but he does not understand the soapbox. That gets him every single time. He's intrigued with the soapbox, doesn't quite know what you do with it if you hand it off to somebody else. And we have spaces. D space on Monday is always extraordinary. I highly recommend D space. Kim has been hosting spaces and co-hosting. She has an excellent style, her Canadian nature, that great, great nation in the north with 9% of the world's forests. Amazing frontage on the Arctic Ocean, the tundra, the permafrost. There are the wildfires. The permafrost is melting. There are issues. The Hudson Bay, the Atlantic, all of it. And that's what we're here for on Saturdays, to discuss these things in as civil a fashion as we can manage, to listen, to be respectful. And I think it's working. It's been 103 Saturdays. Next week will be 104, which is 2 years. And we have absolutely no, we are not planning on quitting. We will continue, whether we're on Twitter, whether there will be Sky Spaces. That is the rumor, that Blue Sky will have spaces. It's a strong rumor. Whether it's Clubhouse, Chatter, Spoutable, whether we will discuss among ourselves how we're going to carry on, but we will carry on. I will continue to threaten to quit. It's part of my repertoire. And Robert, Kim, and Oliver, pretty soon it'll be Julian too. They always persuade me not to quit. We have to give this a try. Many on the far left, many progressive environmentalists think there is no hope at all, that we already are in a state of collapse. It's already over. Often Torstein has that view as part of that community. I think we have to continue to try. We're going to have 2 years of Trump here in the United States and the Congress and all the morons and the idiots and the retarded statements. I'm sorry if retarded statements you can't say anymore. I don't mean to offend. The moronic, idiotic statements they're going to make the next 2 years, we're going to have to put up with it. There are going to be outrageous events. There are going to be shootings and violence. There's going to be great injustices, and we have to put up with it. We have to continue on. I think Spaces and our grand social media community can do great work in those 2 years. I would say in my life, you hear all the friendly that I've known for time and years. It really helped me to see everyone and be like, yeah, hi guys, let's do this. I really felt that it really worked for me, the support of all of you. I'm glad you all listened to me. I'm never quite sure why you don't just leave when I start on the soapbox like this. I'm surprised Lost Sue has not interrupted me yet. My dear friend that I enjoy so, and I care about the Lakota people like there's tomorrow. I know it's problematic for the crazy old white guy to care about the Lakota people, but I think I'm proving it over time. And it is true. The missing women and girls is a major league issue. This is always on my mind. The mascots, the residential schools, and the relics, among other issues. Oh, she is writing a fascinating book on uranium and Oppenheimer the 521 open uranium mines on the Navajo Nation reservation, all the people who have died and suffered from uranium poisoning on that reservation in the water. She is working on that book. We had a long talk. This matters to me. The Native American, the North American Native people here on this Turtle Island, they have the greatest police brutality, worst those metrics. And I am resolved, along with Dr. Mike and many others, to do something about this if we do nothing else. This matters to me. And but I'm entitled to my Greek logic. We did have Floofy and Johnny here of the legendary Greek Twitter. And yeah, I have been at this for over 8 hours. So it might be getting time to wind down. Chloe calls herself a Spaces widow now. I over and Stephen would leave, I would say, oh, now we have after hours. We don't have to talk about climate environmentalism anymore. And in all these spaces, all these wonderful people. Jennifer has her German climate space tomorrow. Always outstanding. And I cannot say, I Klimater Tisch. I just can't. I'd have to look it up and get the pronunciation. But Jennifer does an excellent, outstanding job. Really, our main rivals right now as top climate space, though I'm confident. I wished I could have stayed. I was doing those stupid political spaces all day because in my judgment, I think that will further the environmental movement faster. So I know Americans, left-wing intellectual Americans, are not happy. We've been over and over through the anxiety. And the people that'll listen to the recording later, and anybody else that's listening on YouTube or somewhere else, Rumble or God knows where. I am trying to communicate to all of you that they don't try to communicate to us. They give us an infomercial with their propaganda. They're not trying to have a give and take. I want to hear from all of you, your thoughts, your feelings, your views, even the stuff we get wrong, our mistakes and our errors. That's human. I want to hear all of it from you. I love your stories. I like everybody's story. But they don't do that. They just lecture us. They just blast their ads like we're Noriega and they're Van Halen. So we will be strong.
On sale right now, I have some life-saving vitamins and supplements.
Yeah, man. You gotta have your vitamins. They are a coenzyme. They go in your stomach and help you digest the other food. They are
Isn't
part
that
of the
isn't that like a whole part of their spiel? Is they sit back and they tell you all kinds of shit that they don't know fuck all about, and
right.
try to act and pretend like they do. And then at the same token, like, in between those, every 15, 20 minutes, they're running an ad for their supplements that they came up with. That
Oh yeah, Alex Jones
Yeah.
had a whole bunch of supplements just confiscated, I think. But he's a right wing guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
assume everybody knows him. And he got his he had a whole supplement side business.
Yeah, and the Onion are making jokes about the stuff that they sell on Infowars.com. Good old Onion, they clearly won the week this week. To take over an outrageous far right. I don't even know how Infowars was legal, but the Onion has bought Infowars, and along with the Sandy Hook parents, the parents whose children were gunned down in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, here in New England. They also, every town for gun safety is now the official sponsor of Infowars. So yeah, the Onion from Madison, Wisconsin, they clearly won the week. This was unbelievable news, and I'm so curious to see what the Onions and Infowars does going forward.
Last you'll hear of Alex.
Yeah, man, I am 61 years old. I was born in New York City and raised in an art family, the American art world, and it's been a long road to get here. The environmentalists, I keep mentioning Kim because I see her there, but Oliver and Robert and Stephen and so many others, including Dr. Mann as well, welcomed me warmly, starting 3 years ago when I decided to just dive into environmentalism full time. And I've been very welcomed in this community, and I'm very grateful that it's been a long way from the days I wanted to do astrophysics and our childhood ambitions. I had a nice childhood, lost Sue. The funny artist people in New York City. I got beaten up a bunch of times in the streets. I went to school with black
Grew up
eyes.
in New York.
Yeah.
That's normal in New York.
It was normal. I wasn't stupid. When I was 12 years old, my best friend was 6 feet tall, 1.8 meters or something. He was a Finnish kid. His father was from Finland, Scandinavia. So my best friend when I was a kid was a big kid, and I'm still on this Scandinavian train today somehow. They like me as well. I don't know what in the world I have in common with Scandinavians, but apparently I do. I think because I'm stupid enough to go in the open boat and go across the Arctic Ocean and even say we're going to have a great time. So I had the black eyes going to high school. I have broken fingers from street fights. I have scars on my body. I was a tough kid, but still I had a good childhood, lost, and I'm very grateful somehow to have had a good childhood. I had a tougher time in my 20s. I was a terrible alcoholic and substance abuser. I smoked crack. I did acid, ecstasy, mushrooms. I shot heroin. You name it, I probably did. And somehow I survived, Sandra. You just have to survive. I don't know how in the world I survived. I should have been dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I know because I've got experience with some of that.
Yeah.
Sort of.
If we can survive
but I
those-
wanted.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sandra. My bad.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, if we can survive those things, we can survive Trump.
Yeah, Yeah, we can at least try to keep our head down. And like I said, if I can blend in and do some spy work, I'm more than happy to, but I don't think we're organized enough yet. I want to tell you something about my childhood that briefly. So I grew up in the Midwest, and we lived in a town called Perrysburg, Ohio. All right, it's about 10 miles south of Toledo. I was 8 years old, and the elementary school that I went to school was right across the street from my house. Okay, and we were probably, I don't know, maybe lower middle class at this point. But anyway, it didn't matter. So I'm out on safety patrol, right? You remember, you get the flag, and for the maybe one or two people that might walk into my neighborhood from school to go, home for lunch, right? And come back. So I was like the lunch guard. So I got no traffic at all. And then a white a white, kind of a dirty white with no shine, cream color maybe, VW Bug drives up, and these two dudes are inside, right? And this is 1970, so they got the long hair. And by the way, Alex, I see you with long hair. My son has long hair. I have nothing against long hair, but the hair and the handlebar mustache look from the 60s kind of thing. The two guys in there. I know. Hold on. This
I hit the
this
wrong
is actually a
emoji.
good story. So at this point in my life, I had no idea that people were out on the street trying to snatch kids. Okay. At no time during this experience did I feel in danger, but you need to hear the experience. So when this car pulled over, and they asked me where such and such a street was. And by the way, they both looked kind of the same. And anyway, and I was incredulous in my mind for a moment, because the first thing I said was, why are you asking me? I'm just a little kid. I don't know how to drive, and I don't know where streets are, right? That's, common third grade answer. And now I was about 15 feet away from them. Okay. And they were still in their car. And then suddenly in my head, my husband's complaining I'm talking too loud. This big booming voice that I do not believe was my own thought voice. And it said, don't move your feet. Don't move your feet. It was over and over and over again. And it was loud, and it was booming. And while these guys keep trying to get, and I keep going, go ask somebody who drives. And I'm, it's just going on. Again, I didn't feel threatened. This is the odd part. I didn't know about this kind of stuff, but I thought it was completely illogical why he'd ask a little kid. And anyway, at the end of this, he started in on, oh, you're cute. He made me blush, like, oh, I'm 8 years old. Okay. And he made me kind of blush about that kind of cute thing. And even at the same time, that voice is still going, don't move your feet, don't move your feet. And at some point, I guess I just annoyed him, and they left, right? And I didn't even tell my mom that this happened, because I didn't perceive as a danger. See, I'm sort of on that Asperger's scale too. So I didn't see the logic in why he was even asking me in the first place. So what happened is, I completely forgot this incident happened until I was in my 30s watching an Oprah show on how pedophiles try to get kids. And it all came crashing back to me. All right. And the reason, and that was in itself stunning, but what I'm going to go back to is that big booming voice that said, don't move your feet, don't move your feet. Okay. I do not believe that was my thought voice. It was male, or not mine. But I do believe, and my mom will say, that's your guardian angel, which fine, I'll take it. Spirit guides, guardian angels, whatever. But whatever that was, it saved my life.
Yeah. This amazing lives we lead, and we get, especially for us that are older, we got here somehow. You earn the wisdom. I should have been dead 30 times over. I don't know how in the world I got here. I did In 1990, I had enough, and I had enough of Reagan and Bush. I fully intended to become a Greek citizen and live out the rest of my life in Greece. I moved to Greece in 1990. I was there for the Persian Gulf crisis. I spent the entire Gulf crisis in a bar with a guy from Lebanon and a guy from Syria discussing life. It was one heck of an experience. And I really got off drugs in Greece just by drinking too much. I really shifted gears to drinking, and I didn't quit for 18 years after that. But after a year and a half in Greece, I realized these people are never going to do anything. They're wonderful people. They have great lives, great ideas, and they're very kind. Great lifestyles, great values. But they're never going to, they had no ambition. They weren't going to cure cancer. They weren't going to, get out there and do anything. They just left it to the Americans or the Chinese. And after a year and a half, I was like, I got to get back to America. I might not do anything, but at least the people and nearby are working really hard, and I'll support them. It's been a long, long ride to get some of this wisdom to get here, and to be looking at global environmentalism. And what do we have in America today that we didn't think when we were kids, when we were younger? 1985, I was at that anti-apartheid demonstration. 1991, I was at a Free Kurdistan demonstration in Athens, Greece. That's 33 years ago, and the Kurds are no closer to being free or having a nation or nothing. They're pretty damn abused out there. And we got racism and hatred today, and we know that Trump and the gang are going to bring it back, like make it back in style even worse. It's just I'm 61. You think Sandra's 62. You think that this stuff, well, it's not over. Okay.
No, I wanted to add, it was 91 or 92. I can't remember exactly. I did the Women's March on Washington then.
Excellent.
And that was actually because it was before 2001, before 9/11. It was probably more fun than most of them could be, because we had direct access. The crowd, we were throwing tennis balls onto the White House lawn, with things scribbled on it. But yeah, I did that. It's something that I would have loved to have done my whole life. Unfortunately, I went into the military, so. Anyway,
Well, you did take that USN diversity class, which is one of the.
Oh yeah, that was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I wonder.
Yeah.
I wonder if Pup went to that, because I don't think he's here. But yeah, there was obviously a big racial problem in the United States Navy. I joined in 1982. 10 years prior, there were race riots and wars on aircraft carriers. People were getting killed by the tens, by the dozens, daily or weekly. And, they just throw them off the ship. And of course, that's a complete death sentence. So what the Navy did is they didn't call it DEI class, but basically they had a kind of a DEI type diversity class, where it was really interesting. We were told to stand up and just say a typical stereotype about someone else in the room without, being cruel, right? So it was really quite funny, and it became quite enjoyable, because we realized how stupid all that was. It was really incredible. So I want to try to get that curriculum just to reread it, because it was pretty effective, especially when you have humor or positive emotions mixed in. We're not talking about anyway, it was just quite a class. Anyway, it did help in the United States Navy. And I'm a big DEI
Yeah,
person
we'll
because
just
not only
keep
does
talking about this Navy diversity class and make everybody go through it.
we should.
Yeah, I mean, it's that's what's needed. So I got back to the USA and got an apartment on Duke Ellington Boulevard on 110th Street in 1992. And I shared it with Ray Bees, a hardcore punk musician. He was the original drummer of Agnostic Front. He fronted his own band called Warzone. And Ray was Italian American. He also was a Navy vet, Ray, my friend. And a few years later, Ray died of pneumonia in a veterans hospital. A lot of people are suspicious what happened to Ray. It's an odd case, my dear friend Ray. Legendary in his circles, a true legend, a very good person. And he was so funny because he was a tough, hardcore musician that had to act tough. But when we were at home, you know, he was Italian kid. He was sweet as could be. He would tell me that you know, I could tell him whatever I wanted in private, but when we were out with the fans and with the band, he would have his band just totally organized. 3 guys with long hair. They had to sit in a row and they couldn't say nothing. It was like the military with Ray, and I had to pretend like I greatly respected him. He was so funny. He would be like, you know, you got to pretend like I'm a great figure here. And I miss Ray. Good guy. We have Tact here, whose daughter voted for Trump, I believe, a marine biologist. Well, we did have Tact. Did he disappear? So 110th Street in 1992. And it's been, and then I ended up out here in the woods in Massachusetts in the old family home that my great uncle built. And my sons are in college, and Tac's daughter studies marine biology. Tac, did she vote for Trump after all? Did it happen?
So she's on her way down as we speak, and I'm going to talk to her tonight about that. So I don't know for sure yet, but I'm fairly sure she did.
Yeah.
And even more surprisingly, my older son, who is 28, he said that he wasn't going to vote at all, and I tried to, talk to him many times about how important voting is, and then last minute he decided he's going to vote. And who did he vote for? Trump. And I said, why would you do that? And he said, well, Trump is going to now I forget what was the main reason. The main reason was that he thought that Trump was going to like shake things up. I guess that was basic understanding of it, that he wanted to change, break the mold of what's been happening. And I don't know, I get that, but it's at a great risk. So very dangerous.
Yeah, it's your story is a rare one for me.
Trump's going to break them all up. He's going to exceed even Hitler's fucking dreams. So yeah, he's going to shake it up.
But Tac's story is a rare one. It's his children. We've been dealing with the MAGA family issue here for weeks, and it's profound, especially with Thanksgiving. Nate from Pennsylvania had the line of the month for me on Wednesday. I asked Nate, well, how did it go? His entire family's MAGA, his parents, his siblings, and he said, well, at least the holiday season will be more cheerful. Nate's the blue and the red family. And
isn't it interesting how all of the fraud and all the breaks in the system suddenly vanished, You know, it's like all of it seemed to be there from their standpoint. You know, everything was going to be controlled and overrun by Democrats, and yet here we go, peaceful transfer of power, and but they aren't like shocked. They're just like, oh yeah, well of course. But if it was the other way around, it would have been like all hell. Like, oh, it was like a stolen election. They cheated us, and But it's just so such a double standard.
Absolutely, D. The topic of the week. Everybody should attend D's space on Monday if they can. What do you think, D, about the MAGA family issue or anything? Hi.
Yeah. Interesting. I've been listening for a while, doing some work, and I wanted to actually come up for two reasons to correct you. I had my last space on here on Monday. I will be continuing them. I'm in the process of determining where I do that temporarily until Blue Sky spaces are up and running. I'm still going to keep my account here. As you can see, it's locked. It's the first time ever I have done it. And, I have a lot of reasons, and some people do like everyone knows that I was one of those people who said I would stay until the wheels fell off, and I really meant that. But I do have kind of red lines for myself. And because of what happened, which ties me into some of your recent conversations, some of your recent speakers' conversations about young kids voting for Trump. And of course, we know the owner of this app played a big part in helping to promote his message and his campaign. And he's really doing here what they plan to do literally with our government, just really break it, throw sand in the gears. And my space is all about creating increasing civic engagement based on information, not just saying, vote for this person, but really making sure that people understand the necessity of being informed and being engaged, because what we're fighting is a huge information war that really has kind of flooded everything. And so that's where I direct my attention. And I don't feel that that mission is effective, is as effective here as it is in other places, because we are in a crisis. And for me, I'm all about energy. And I've heard some of you talking kind of on spirit, but I'm very conscious of my energy and how I use it. And we are going to need all of our energy. And so I don't want to be in such a toxic environment to be able to do that work any longer. I drew my red line. I drew my red line with Zuck in 2016. I mean, if you're willing to sell off our democracy and basically, kill it and also expose us intentionally to toxicity, I decided I've drawn the line. So I'm going to stay here to keep trying to gathering my community and help them know where I'm going, because the work is still going to be the same. But I was laughing listening to you and Sandra talk about the Navy class, and see in the military, I'm a veteran, and I'm a little older than you guys. And so I'm also an Army veteran, and we had to deal with those things too. And I still remember and have often, well, not often, but occasionally referred to something that we used to do. We had rap sessions, literally. Because when in spaces and stuff, sometimes I used to say that I didn't want to be in a kind of stream of conscious rap session with a bunch bunch of people. And that's what it reminded me of. Not that it was not useful, because I do think it is useful. And that's the other thing, because what I'm seeing here in these spaces and stuff, people are having conversations, and conversations need to be had. So that takes me back to your previous speaker. Like, I mean, you obviously know the danger that the man they voted for poses. So I'm just curious, throwing a question out there to you or anyone else that would care to answer it. Well, first of all, are you doing anything to help them understand? If so, what? Because I do think that it is very important that people have these conversations, and people, kind of, I've heard people talk about attempting to have them here. And I really don't think that is very productive or effective because, one, you don't really know who people are. Not really. On this app, they can present themselves in any way they want. I think those conversations need to be had with people that we have an in real life connection with, whether that's a neighbor, we live in the same neighborhood, same apartment complex, we work in the same place, and certainly those people in your family. And while I know they are difficult, they must be had in order for us to regain our democracy. And I
Okay,
hope
so
I hope.
can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Because I only have like 2 minutes left to talk before I got to bring food back to the family and eat. I just wanted to say that to answer that question, of course I have those conversations, and I get the pushback is that you're old, we're young, we know better than you. I mean, that's the short of it. But the other part, of course, I always push back. Age is wisdom, and all a long conversation, but all of it, and it's a back and forth always. But one of the other things that I just remembered about why my older son wanted to vote for Trump was Elon Musk, like, pushed him over the edge, and although Elon Musk is has some goals that I'm happy about and I appreciate, but the means to get there may not be same that I would believe should be true. So he may be like at all costs, where I want to preserve democracy, and so and then I also see some other dangers with the combination of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and their friendships since college, and huge government contracts that they both have, and how those things could combine into something much more insidious, beyond Trump.
Welcome to American
Yeah.
kleptocracy. Yeah.
With the there was a huge push by those guys to put in Vance, and then you look into Vance and you see that he was largely supported by Thiel for since college, and basically made him multimillionaire and supported his campaigns, and then Vance in reciprocated with supporting a lot of his efforts to get contracts, and and then if something were to happen to Trump, very quite old in all due respects, but he is older, and Vance is 40, I believe, now. So that is a huge thing to consider, when these guys, why did they fight for him to be there so much? And of course, he will help advance their EP, but from behind the scenes, but he could also end up being in charge very easily as well. So there's all of that, and so these guys have it's basically, I think, to me it was the biggest display of multi-billionaires, like, just coming straight and saying, we're going to buy this election. I mean, and the owner of this platform, who, as much as I appreciate his efforts in space, he was just straight out like, I'll give everybody $1 million just to.
And people voting for him being okay with that, and that's like really the very sad part, because, you know, and this is, I mean, no offense to you, because I don't know you, and people that do know me, is that like I'm not an offensive person. I'm a very kind and understanding person, but I do call things as they are. You know, I think it is important that we do that, because all of the things that you were telling me, I see people voting for very selfish reasons. Because I mean, like, how do you vote for someone, you know, an accused rapist, someone who stole from a charity? I mean, I could go on and on, but I don't have to, because people here understand. So I have a hard time, you know, understanding, or it actually tells me the, about a person when they are okay with that. And that is the problem that we're facing. Like
Yeah,
people,
those are the same arguments that I've said, you know, to my kids and to everybody else. And you know, I mean, he deliberately deceives people for his own gains, basically at all costs. So if you can't trust him at, I mean, at any level. I mean, either of them actually, at any level. So it's impossible, you know. But yet these younger ones think that that's not going to be like the it's not in jeopardy of, you know, becoming a dictatorship or authoritarian superpower, which I'm very concerned about. So
well, we all
yeah,
need to be, and I mean,
yeah,
we're there. Like we're the car is in the garage now, okay, and the dog is all up on top of it. They have caught it, and they're very gleeful, and make no mistakes, like all of his appointments and everything. And where we find ourselves, unfortunately, is a lot of people, for whatever reason, and what their thinking is, are in the find out stage. And I speak about this also as someone who, as I said, a veteran who spent 10 years in Germany, who has German friends and people still there, who went to Dachau, who went to East Berlin when it was still under communist control. And I think that in large part, we have a group of young people who have not had any civic training, and have no knowledge of history, and have been co-opted by the info wars that has been, um, you know, diluting our, you know, our news, our information sphere for over a decade now, because it's been a long-term goal of Putin's and other autocrats. And so now I feel like their mission is complete, and it's like playing out. If you look at documentaries or you read the German history, I mean, it's like, you know, history is just rhyming back and forth. And so we're in the find out stage, and a lot of the people who were voting for things that they thought were going to be good for them, they actually, you know, because they think, you know, okay, so it's going to hurt a few people, or, you know, going to call pain, but they don't even realize that they will feel it too, in so many different ways, because no one is safe, not even the people who are, you know, in the inner circle. Because I mean, like, you know, they killed his officers, killed each other. He made one of them commit suicide, Phil Marshall Rama. A fun fact, I actually met his son when he was the mayor of Stuttgart. So I'm not going to go on, but I just say that, like, it is important. I know it's difficult, but please don't give up, because our country is going to be ever lost. But we have to work so hard in these next 2 years to break through to some of those people, because the largest voting bloc were white men and women, okay? And young people falling for them, because I know they're enthralled with Elon. And I too can accept what you're saying, because I'm, you know, I'm a geek. I like technology and these things, but I also like to live, and to, you know, have my human and civil rights acknowledged. And so sometimes you have to make differentiations, you know, between those things. And I just really want to encourage you and anyone else that you know are in that situation to please, because see, like if I met your children or whatever, me having this conversation with them would be um, even more difficult, but I would attempt it. And I'm saying that the people who have the relationships, that is the key, because there's a level of love or at least trust or commonality, and you have to do the work. So I am really, really begging and encouraging all of the people who are in those, please do the work. It is going to be so necessary. And don't fool yourself about, you know, having these kind of conversations in spaces. No one's converted like that. Okay. So I'll end there.
Thank you, Dee. And as always, it's so enjoyable just to listen to you. A lot of wise words. Our Climate Crisis Club is a democratic club. So when it comes to decisions like moving to Blue Sky, we do it as a group. And we are talking about, you know, Spottable or Clubhouse or Chatter or something. Where should we hold the space? But for now, we'll be here next Saturday. But it's a little different as an activist and in this democratic club. If I was just an individual, my private self, I would leave here so fast. That, you know, I've been talking with Dr. Mike during the week in his spaces about the U.S. liberal politics. And right now we're still in that stage. We think everybody needs to recuperate emotionally, process the emotion, the feeling of all this. That first Wednesday, we had a woman who was threatening to kill herself that morning, to commit suicide, and just people angry and frustrated, panicky, not sleeping, depressed, all of it. So Mike and I still are finding that everyone needs to, you know, feel the feelings, process them, and we will get to a more active state. As for you leaving or staying, that's completely your decision, what works for you. As long as you're on somewhere, that's what's important on Monday afternoon, as long as you're live somewhere talking with everyone. If Soul Sister's still going and Dr. Marshall and all the rest of the crew are still in motion, that's what counts. And I think these spaces will go far. This format of the vocal group conversation, I think it will go far. Once everyone is really recuperated, which should be pretty soon, really, we can all start discussing more strategy and tactics, how we're all going to do this, you know, what it's going to look like. All of America moved red. We didn't expect this. Well, it happened in the voting. Just about every, outside of Black American women, just about every single group there is moved right. That's what they wanted. That's what they voted for. Black American women voted 92% for Harris. This is my longest space yet. I'm at 9 hours. But 8 hours ago, we talked to Deb, and she was outstanding. It's my new policy in spaces when we have a Black American female speaker to let her speak on uninterrupted with great respect from everybody. That is, it should have been my policy in the first place, but without a doubt, I'm with Black American women. No questions, whatever, all the way.
I got a question.
Sure.
What is this democracy I keep hearing about? Because for us,
Oh, the Greek dude brought that up.
Alex,
yeah.
For us indigenous people, there's never been democracy for us, even on our own lands that have been stolen and illegally occupied. We've never seen democracy. We don't know what that is. We knew it from when our ancestors prior to 1492 were around and kicking, and for a few generations after that, until all of a sudden they killed off our food supply and starved us onto reservations. And then completely just, what democracy? This has always been and always will be an extraction industry for the rich 1% white men. No one else. And that is always how it's been. There's no nothing. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Fred Hampton, all of them knew this and understood this. I think maybe this is the catalyst that will, wake people up and realize that they're living in a fake reality. Bullshit. Maybe. I can only hope. Because the actual people who should be running and controlling and looking after these lands and being the governance of these lands are us indigenous people. It's our lands, not anyone else's. You can't walk into a white court and say, oh, well, these are our lands by theft, so they're our lands by our white law. Fuck off. Take that law back to England where it belongs. Go do that over there. This is indigenous lands. Our people. We have welcomed everyone into our lands. We have welcomed you all in as guests. Some of you, unfortunately, were brought over in chains and shackles, which I'm sorry that history transpired, but that had nothing to do with us indigenous people.
Can I let you know that I have Blackfoot in my family? Okay, so I understand. It's not lost on me. I get it.
Yeah, I even know some white leftists who voted for Trump while claiming that they wanted to vote for Kamala. Because it behooves them in the whole entire ideology that they've been pumping out for the past 500 plus years. White supremacy, white ownership of everything, white superiority.
You said the word right there. I said white privilege, but it is all about white supremacy and actually white Christian nationalism. Okay?
Yeah. These are the same Puritans that were kicked out of Europe. Because even the European feudal lords and royalty class didn't want nothing to do with them. These are the same people. They didn't go anywhere. It's the same thing when I say Indian hunters never went anywhere either. That's why we still have murdered and missing indigenous women and girls and people. It's the same thing. The slave owners and the slave hunters didn't go anywhere. They just put on a badge and a gun, called themselves law enforcement. Like somehow that gives them some, cleans up the act and what they've done and what they're about. And gives them some authority. Please. It gets frustrating with me. I get frustrated because
I get it. Like I said, my uncle, when I say in my family, I mean my uncle, full-blooded, my grandmother, my great-grandfather. Okay, so I get it. Trust me. But I don't want to, just, beat people over the head with that. But I do understand and hear what you're saying. But my God, where we are right now, it's a very, very bad and dangerous place. And
I keep pointing. The only way we're going to get past this is by land back. Honestly, the only way we're going to really, truly ever get past this is by land back. And we've already stated and shown for the past 500 plus years that we honor the treaties, even though the United States government and the 1% rich do not. But we do. So our ideology isn't shipping people on the Mayflower back to wherever they came from. Although, you know, nuance in that conversation piece. Some of these rapists and shit and disgusting fucking vile, disgusting poor excuses for a human being and skin should go back to their own countries where they came from and let them deal with them over there. Not my job to deal with them. Nor is it my responsibility. But everyone else, welcome to a new world under land back, where you don't have all this crap. Where life can actually be lived and be better as human beings. But I digress, because I know how no matter how many times me or any of my people ever talk about land back, it falls sometimes on either partly or deaf ears, even though it's a benefit. It'll benefit no matter who or what color skin you are or who you are as a person. It will benefit you. But hey, you know, let's all go back to that capitalism and the colonialism and, you know, the extraction industry that continues to make sure that you don't have any money to enjoy going on a vacation or anything in life. Let's keep going back to that, y'all. Right? Let's keep going back to, you know, living paycheck to paycheck and, you know, barely scraping by. Let's keep that going, right? Isn't that much better than having a full tummy and a roof over your head that you don't have to worry about ever losing? And some basic human dignity? Yeah, we wouldn't want that. No, that would be, you know, unheard of, right? How dare you? That smells like communism.
It's the scary.
Wait a minute. Communism is copied. Communism, anarchism, and socialism is copied from indigenous people's way of life. Read the Great Law of Peace. Marx and Engels and your Popkin and all of them copied from letters written from Henry Louis Morgan to Lord Sutherland in France, where Marx was sitting down there in the hoity-toity rich clubs in France, reading those letters and went, oh, look, hey, look, here's an idea. Let me make this into communism and anarchism and socialism. That works. That's why I chuckle when I hear about, oh, communism bad. No, it's a poor copy of indigenous people's way of life because it still has a bunch of racism and white supremacy in it and bigotry. It's baked in the core of it. That's how Marx wrote it. But he wrote it for Europe to try and buck up against the European feudal lords and the wealthy and the 1% rich in the church. But I'll tell you, your right to have a roof over your head, your right to have food in your home, to have security, to never have to worry about some dickhead trying to kick you out because they jacked up the rent on you while not doing anything, or to tell you that you're unworthy of actual health care or education unless you're in life-crippling debt. That's not taking care of your basic fundamental human needs that all of us on this planet as human beings have a right to, a God-given birthright to have that. That's been going on long before the Greeks and Romans and all of that long before all of that colonialism came into play, long before the greedy 1% rich put their little hooks into everything. Even the Neanderthals looked after their elderly and their poor and their sick. And scientists used to say they were the dumbest species on the planet. Huh. I think what we're dealing with today is the most uncivilized and dumbest thing on the planet, where we're literally sitting there having people and allowing this and having people put a price tag on basic fundamental human needs. But once again, this has always been an extraction industry since 1492, since first contact, and it hasn't changed. Our black relatives were brought over in chains and shackles to build a better world for white people only. Why did they vote for Trump?
And this is why history is important.
Exactly. And if you want to know history, you have to know the real, true history, not some made-up bullshit lie.
Dude, why don't we let Julian give us some history, man? He's good at this stuff.
What's up, Julian? Hola, ¿cómo está?
Hola.
It's been a long, wondrous night. All kinds of ideas going back and forth. Yeah, I just wanted to pop in and just, this is something that is worth reminding people of. Mexico had two revolutions in the 20th century. Both were authentic indigenous revolutions. Both were agrarian revolutions. I'm talking first of the revolution of 1910, especially the movement led by Emiliano Zapata. And then afterwards, a really forgotten movement. I'm going to write about all this in a blog that is coming. Alex, it's almost done. So I'll be kind of brief here. I really want to remind all of us about the EZLN, the Zapatista Liberation Army, whose revolution broke out in 1994. The Zapatistas were 100% indigenous movement. Their causes were 100% land revindication. They very typically for authentic indigenous movements, they have nothing to do with any government whatsoever. They have never formed an alliance with any political party, any political leader. They are often courted because they're pretty influential. A lot of people nowadays think that their movement has faded into irrelevance, but I don't agree. I think that's a white Western view of what a movement that is relevant should be. They control a large part of the state of Chiapas, which is insane if you think about it. I mean, the state of Chiapas is as big as, I don't know, a medium-sized state in the US. It's a really big land area, and they control it. And by control it, I don't mean that they exploit it, that they rule it. They share it, they administer it, they have their own systems of governance that honestly we could learn so much about. Mostly I'm talking about Tzotzil, Tzetzal, and Lacandon indigenous peoples from the south of Mexico. There are other groups as well. And I'll get that blog finished up and sent off to you soon. I promise to speak more about this. Thanks for having me on.
Well, anytime, of course, Julian. Always fascinating. I think, Lost, I know you could go on all night, man. I think I've done over 9 hours here. I think I'm just going to finish up now. And thank you so much for all your help, all your intelligent words, as always. It's you know, as the old 10th generation New Englander here, I don't know why the other New Englanders and the other old white people aren't all doing the same damn thing, thinking about these issues, thinking about what we can do, how to make things better. And along with the world's environment and these issues, that's simply what we got to do. You know, thank you again, Lost, and Julian and Paul and everyone going south. I'm scared to give Lost the last word. It might take him 3 hours, but
I'll keep it sweet and simple, okay?
Yeah.
First and foremost thing, support indigenous land back. Learn what nation's lands you're on and learn at least to say hello and a little bit of a conversation in that language. I hear people all the time, hey, come to America, speak English or get the fuck out. Learn English. Learn the indigenous language on whose lands you're on. And if there's multiple different tribes within that land, well, maybe learn at least just to say hello to in each language. At least that. That's bare minimum. Secondly, if us indigenous people can sit here and still be here after 500 plus years of an ongoing genocide and illegal occupation of our lands, you can handle a few years of Trump. You can survive it. We did. We're still surviving the illegal occupation and genocide of our people on our own lands. But I hope maybe it'll wake you up. And maybe this Trump is exactly what you all need, to wake you up, to smell the coffee to the fake bullshit lies that were given and spouted to you. You know, the American dream, right? Because you have to be dreaming to believe it. You have to be sound asleep and dream to believe in it. Because it's not meant for you. It's meant for the 1% rich. And like I keep saying, we, the people, are 99% of the population. We outnumber them. So, all in all said, join with us, indigenous people. Stand with us, indigenous people. Learn the things your ancestors should have learned when they got here that they didn't. Understand us as human beings, not as what the Constitution still says as barbaric, merciless, savage Indians. I'm not from India. I'm from Turtle Island. My ancestors' bones have been here for tens upon tens of thousands of years. They didn't come from some other place. Learn the real history. Learn the real truth. The only way you can ever defeat that type of evil is by turning the sun onto it and truth onto it and bleaching the fuck out of it. So it's gone. And it doesn't rear its ugly face again. Ever. But I digress.